Here's the thing that makes life so interesting. The theory of evolution claims only the strong shall survive. Maybe so. Maybe so. But the theory of competition says just because they're the strong doesn't mean they can't get their kicked. That's right. See, what every long shot come from behind underdog will tell you is this. The other guy may in fact be the favorite. The odds may be stacked against you, fair enough. But what the odds don't know is this isn't a math test. This is a completely different kind of test. One where passion has a funny way of trumping logic. So before you step up to the starting line, before the whistle blows and the clock starts ticking, just remember, out here, the results don't always add up. No matter what the stats may say, and the experts may think, and the commentators may have predicted, when the race is on, all bets are off. Don't be surprised if somebody decides to flip the script and take a pass on yelling uncle. And then suddenly, as the old saying goes, we got ourselves a game.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please.
8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour, Friday edition. We welcome the Golden Ticket seats, Elite 8 in today, Elite Grade 8. They are coming our way in a couple of hours from now. If you're headed this way, travel safely. We look forward to seeing you today. We've got Lord of the Jacket. He's got TV handled. Super P, he's got show prep, and the phones handled. They're your interns today. So if you're headed this way, you'll meet them. They'll take care of you. If not, holler at us. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Join in the conversation. Super P will be screening you up. And if you're watching on YouTube and you see the different camera angles and all that, Lord of the Jacket's got that handled. All right, well, let's bring everybody in. Over to my left, it's Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Gentlemen, how are we today?
We are
Well,
rolling.
Uh-oh.
Oh, watch out.
Singing.
How about that? You don't know about it.
I don't know.
That song will make you, really get after it.
Yeah.
It'll fire you up a little bit.
It will.
I don't recommend some of the lyrics.
Right.
But
Yeah,
that little riff to get you going.
Yeah.
Greg, do you like how I threw riff in there?
I like it.
I've learned from y'all.
I hear you. Little riff.
Right out of the gate,
I added the T for some
yesterday, in classic Helmsy fashion, you looked at us in a commercial break during the main show, and you said, "Hey, I've got an idea about a new game we can play."
Yeah. Oh, is it like that last one?
And I know, and I'm like, "Is this has to do anything with song lyrics?" Because that didn't.
We tried that and couldn't figure it out.
Right. And I'm like, okay, I can't wait to hear about this. And you said, hey, write that down if you don't mind.
Yeah, I got a game.
And so I'm asking you now, what is this about?
Well, it could be a little chaotic, and Friday would be a good time to do that. So that's good. I'm glad you're bringing this up today. And I don't want to call it spin the bottle, because we know what that meant back in the day. But it does have something to do with spinning something, okay? And the only reason I said bottle, because I see one that would work.
Oh.
I keep seeing this game, and this will be made for TV, really, but the chaotic sounds that you would hear just audio only, I think, would be good, too. But I keep seeing this thing going around that people are doing and playing where they spin something, bottle, toss it up in the air, whatever, and whoever it lands on, so if it points to Greg, then Greg is the guy that grabs, say, a ball,
okay,
and he fires it at one of the other two who is running away from the other one.
What?
So
wait
it's
a minute.
basically peg. And so what I thought about doing is we could set the bottle up right there.
Where?
On our hibachi grill. That's not a hibachi grill.
Okay, all right.
And spin it and say it lands on you.
Just like flipping up the tee to see who goes up.
That's it.
Like,
That's all this is.
All right.
And I think we just need a little excitement.
Flipping up a golf tee to see who tees off first or whatever. Okay, you're first.
You never seen
Go
that, Greg?
No.
And wherever it's pointing.
I knew exactly what you're talking about.
Right.
That's a perfect example.
Okay.
And so the bottle we spin right here and spin, and it goes to speed. Then Greg and I have to jump up and run as hard as we can to get to the door before you peg us with something.
So will you throw your headphones down and take off?
No, we'll take them off before we spin. I thought about that because then that could cause some. I don't
Yeah,
know.
what are we
That's what we
throwing?
got to decide.
Well, okay.
Do you want me to bring 2 tennis balls? Do you want? I mean, we can't throw baseballs in here because of the TVs.
Is there any throwing above the shoulders?
No rules on that. You hit them wherever you want to hit them.
Okay. Wow. All right. All right. So if I got this right, we're sitting here at the counter.
Yep.
And
we can have an intern spin, so we don't have to.
But we're not calling it spin the bottle.
No.
Okay.
No,
good.
No. We can call it whatever you want.
Yeah. I'm not playing that with you either. Okay.
We
so
can
don't
call
think
it.
I want to play.
We can call it pegging jerks if y'all want to.
Okay. Could be.
Yeah.
And then whoever's up as the thrower.
Didn't we throw at each other or something?
We've thrown at each other.
Okay, so
before.
if it points at one of us, they're the thrower, whoever it points at, and the other two get
Correct.
up and run.
Yes.
Okay.
Now you'll be at a
And
disadvantage because you're in the middle.
If you get to the door, are you safe? Or
yes, yeah, you're
so
safe.
if you get to the door,
you're safe. You don't get hit.
What if it's
you
already
have
been
to come
thrown?
from your seat.
And if you hit a person,
you have to come from your seat.
Yeah, Greg.
Man, how you
if
gonna do
you
that,
hit a
Greg?
person,
You can come out of your
then you
shoes.
win something. And say, I don't know what that means.
Okay.
I don't know what we'd
Some
win. I
canned
just
meat.
look. This is all I just thought about.
Okay.
I was scrolling through Instagram or TikTok,
And
one of the
that's
two,
what
And
Okay.
you got
And
to
I
do
saw-
a movie line in the middle of it.
and I saw this deal where it was done with it was some little people, and I thought we should play that game.
It was their
They were
game.
out in the
That-
big field and they threw a bottle up and it landed, and the person it landed on grabbed this. They had this
they were
big
digging.
beach
This
ball.
where he
They-
falls
they had
in the
this,
water?
Yes, they had
Yeah,
this,
I've seen that.
They had this big heavy beach ball.
Yeah.
I think it's a beach
Rolled
ball.
him over.
and hit him with it, and I thought, well, that'd be fun to play in the studio.
Mm-hmm.
Be fun.
You thought of us.
I did.
Okay.
I did. I thought I'd like to play that with the boys.
Hey, little person.
Yeah.
Look, it's not a perfect setup. But I
No.
thought, we can liven up things a little
Possibly
bit.
tear something up.
I just don't know. I don't know what we're flipping and what we're throwing.
And we could run to that door
Right.
instead of this one. So, that way you take the TVs out
Right.
as far as hitting somebody.
Yeah.
I mean, hitting one of them and breaking it.
we could
That'd be
start
bad.
with throwing at Lord of the Jacket. He said he would stand there and let us throw at him.
Yeah, why don't we just do that every time we spin it? We throw at him.
Yeah. Hey, that's what he said.
Do you remember when I think this
Except
was,
on days weather's bad.
I think
Right.
this was kickoff hour. I don't think this was the sports stars, but I remember we made this deal, and I don't know how many. I know we did it a couple of times where, when Houston Astros got caught for cheating,
what it
Oh yeah.
and they were
throw
getting
it.
thrown at every
Yeah,
day, and we said, anytime they get thrown at, one of us will get thrown
That's
at. We'll
right.
take one
Yep.
for a team.
I see
Yeah.
a video of you leaning over
And
the chairs.
That was kind of hey, that was fun. So
Yeah,
I thought,
that
well, this
was
will be
fun.
fun too.
Okay.
And to keep it fair for Speedy, because Greg and I are at an advantage
Right,
here
I-
because we're on the outside of
Right.
the studio desk, so it's quicker for us if
Yeah.
we don't get the to throw. So we could come over there close to you, and we could all start right there.
Or I could just always throw at y'all and y'all have to run.
You just want to be the thrower.
Well, you know how in the backyard. Hey, I'm all-time quarterback.
All-time quarterback.
I'm all-time thrower.
5
Or-
Mississippi Rush.
Or we could take the spinning of anything, the bottle, out of it, and we could do like we could get one of the interns to give us a question that we have to answer, and whoever answers the question correctly gets to throw. I'm just
Well, where are you
adding-
going to get the question?
from an intern.
I mean, where's he going to get it?
Well, Greg, there's plenty of easy questions
Nah,
out there we can come up with.
We could throw this frisbee.
If that's not going to hurt.
Oh no, it will.
Oh, will it?
Feel it. You hit the picture
Try
that
to
hitting you in
spin
the
it.
back of the head.
It is heavy.
Hmm?
Yeah.
You seen those guys catch them on their
Why
finger?
don't we get some
That's what I tried to
slingshots?
do.
So, slingshots. Okay.
Oh, Greg, now we're talking.
Ooh, why don't we get some BB guns? Pump them once.
Yeah.
That's over the line.
Yeah, kids don't
I
do that.
stop
I'm just
at
kidding.
I stop at slingshot.
Yeah, some
Hey, we should-
slingshots for because they're dangerous enough.
Yes, they are. Depends on what you put in them, I guess.
But yeah.
That's right. All right, boy, I tell you, there's a lot of great ideas, Helmsy. I mean that.
I can
really
tell.
do.
Very
I do.
sincere about it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Folks, our longtime friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association have an amazing new podcast called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. There's so much to do in that area, and on the Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama podcast, you hear conversations with a lot of interesting people about all kinds of cool things to do and see in North Alabama. So just go to northalabama.org/podcast to listen and find out how you can subscribe. You can also listen on Apple or Spotify. Again, that's northalabama.org/podcast today. Whether you're hosting the crew or just looking to bring a little summer to your table, HelloFresh has just what you need, from seasonal recipes to crowd-pleasing eats like a bratwurst bar and s'mores bundle for the kids. HelloFresh makes summer entertaining a cinch. Relax and enjoy summer with America's #1 meal kit. Join today and get 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Got you a free silver bar? Well, okay, we've asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as much as $4,000 an ounce. Now, there's no magic 8-ball that guarantees that's going to happen, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. Right now, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Free silver bar offer expires soon, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Our friends at Simply Safe were recently named Best Home Security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. So they're probably resting on their laurels, right? Definitely not. They're always innovating, like their new 2-in-1 smoke and CO detector. It's hazard detection. It distinguishes between fire and cooking smoke, so you get fewer false alarms. Get 20% off at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off your new system, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code BUBBA to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Kickoff hour is rolling. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us top of next hour for the main show. Right now we got intern Super P and Lord of the Jacket. They're holding things down. They got you rolling on TV and on radio as well, as Super P's doing show preps, phone screening, and Lord of the Jacket's doing that switching for us on TV. If you're part of the Golden Ticket Seats today, and you got some teats, teats. I just said teats.
You did.
If you've got some seats reserved, then
the other's not required.
No. How about it? Then come on in. Come on in, and I could have just kept going because y'all weren't paying attention,
I wasn't.
and you never would have
You
known.
just said teeth.
I did. I was thinking of tickets, golden ticket seats and seats, and I said teats.
You got a list of.
Yeah, I do. But drive safely. We look forward to seeing you today. Greg, and yes, you will discover if you're wondering, Greg is and you'll meet him today.
Greg, can I bring up what was discussed in the break?
Yeah,
because
I
asked Speedy if he watched. We were talking about the U.S. Open,
and
the Los Angeles
is what made me think of.
And exactly. And I said, hey, how about Ricky Fowler yesterday? And he said, yeah. He said, fantastic. We're talking about that.
What Jimmy Fowler do?
And I like Xander
Shoffley, who's also
that?
I like him. He's my favorite.
Great story. I like him too. He's very open about.
What about Randolph Jr.?
he's real open about him and his dad having this. I mean, I don't know. Well, his dad was his coach, and they had a rough go at it. But he will say, and this is where I think all kids need to listen. He gives his dad all the credit in the world now for grinding and all that. But during this conversation, Greg throws out this thing. What about that professional golfer that drank his urine to try to cure this disease?
Yeah.
And Speedy and I are like, what are you talking about?
We were talking about golf.
Yeah.
And so
no, you just heard golf, and then
and
you
it
went
reminded me.
and you went to E60.
You ought to seen the view of that where he's
and
at.
a story you saw about a guy that.
I think he bought a lot of that property.
Here we go.
Anyway.
Well, I looked it up, and it is Morgan Hoffman, who I do know. I know that name. He's a professional golfer in his 30s, played, college golf. He's one of those names that you heard. And so he's muscular dystrophy, diagnosed with that. And so he went to an island like outside of Nepal and Costa Rica or something. And as part of as part of his regiment, that while he was there, he drank his urine.
Listen, it showed. This was the part.
I really want Greg to explain it because
Smith,
he kind of half explained it in a break.
Is it Marty Smith? That talks like us, and we're going, how do you get that job?
Right.
Makes us all feel great.
Right.
He was moderating it and doing the interview. But the part that got me, it shows. I mean, this ain't like. I mean, it's just a set up, nice, big budget story we're doing here.
Mm-hmm.
And they got the music playing, and all of a sudden, he gets this bottle out. And it shows him peeing it, and then it stops, not quite, but it shows the bottle, and he's filling it up. And I'm like, my goodness, he's peeing in a bottle, and they're filming it. Then he takes it and he put it on his hands, and he starts rubbing it on his chest.
Does he run it through anything, or is it straight out of the cup?
Straight out of it.
Oh, great.
Stop it. And he rubbed it, and he's in a clear bottle, which makes it even worse. Looks like he's drinking a beer. And all of a sudden, he turns that thing up, and I'm talking about he wore it out. He killed it.
He killed his own urine.
Yeah. But he'd take it and rub it on his muscles and stuff. I guess that's part of his disease. And he lists all the nutrition stuff about your own urine. I seen Bear Grylls do it one time, on his show.
You think we ought to start doing it?
I got to know. Did it work?
I halfway paid attention. The only thing that grabbed my attention was when he was.
So you don't know if
I go now. Here's a story, and it's obviously a serious story. And there's a man urinating in a bottle.
Mm-hmm.
And look, and they had slow motion as he was drinking.
Was his face like really bitter beer face?
It looked just like he was at a wine tasting.
What?
I mean,
but you
he
didn't
mix it with anything.
You didn't hear the story enough to know that, and what he's doing is really helping. It's making a big difference.
It seems like
the guy's life was upended.
I got to tell you, drinking my own urine is going to have to really help me.
Listen, it seems like Marty asked him.
I'm in some bad shape if I'm drinking my urine.
Marty asked him, do you credit your recovery to this? And he was like, I think it's a big part of it and all that.
So has he fully recovered? Or are you just acting?
I don't think he's fully recovered.
Could somebody Google drinking your urine?
And I think
MS?
he's standing on this beautiful view of this.
Yeah, well, he's off an island in Costa Rica.
I think he bought it. I may be wrong.
He drank it through a teat?
No, it was just an old plastic bottle.
Okay.
Of course, clear one, like I said. It looked like he was drinking a Miller High Life. You know, they got the clear bottle.
Right.
That's what it looked like. Looked like he was just turning up a Miller High Life. But the worst part, it showed him fill it up. That's the part I thought. If I'm the director of this story, I go, maybe we just insinuate. We don't have to. I mean, they had like a side view of it with the sun shining through it.
I got to ask a serious question.
It was an E60 story. You could probably
did he
find
demonstrate what he was doing and then go to the refrigerator for something he had stored?
No.
So it was
on the spot, warm.
He filled it up, rubbed it on his body, and then killed it.
What was the rubbing on the body supposed to do?
For the muscles. You know, evidently his disease,
sure,
affects your muscles. Yeah. He was on his chest muscles.
My shoulder's hurting a little bit. You think I ought to use my urine
gotta pee if you
later
think it'll
on?
help.
Well, no, I don't think
No,
it's
but
got to
it's
be my
not
own
yours.
pee, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's not like a jellyfish thing.
That's a game, Helmsy.
Now you're thinking about an earache.
I'm not. I'm not thinking about earache.
Well, your own urine.
So it does say. So I'm trying to. This is fascinating.
You need to watch. See,
so
I need to go back and watch the whole thing. I just looked up a guy's peeing in a bottle. And I thought, this is ESPN E60. Why are they showing a man peeing in a bottle?
They said prior to him being diagnosed that he always took his nutrition and everything very serious, like stayed away from certain foods and all. They're very Tom Brady, Novak-like as far as that goes. And so when you've done that and then you get this horrible diagnosis, I guess the next step is buy an island and go drink your pee.
I guess.
Do you have to buy an island to do that?
I don't think he's back playing golf.
Greg threw in that he bought an island. No, he's not playing golf.
His life is, his quality of life is better because of his urine, but he's not like a back on
because of his urine.
And other things. That's just part of it. I'll admit that. I'm acting like the whole story and the whole recovery is based on urine. It's not, but it is part of it. But I'm just saying they could have got that message over without showing us. It showed him fill the bottle up in slow motion, and then the camera was very strategic. It stopped at the right point. But you knew what was happening. Right. But then I see him rubbing it on, and then all of a sudden they give a side view with the sun shining through the bottle.
Yep.
And it clear it, and he is just killing it.
Well, I got to tell you, I wasn't ready for this story today, but I thank you for that because I will be looking into it. We were talking about
golf.
Well, yeah, we were talking about the U.S. Open, and you heard golf, and that's what you thought of.
Well, it was on my mind. I just saw it this weekend.
Right. I've got to look into that.
Yeah. You need to watch it. You can pull it up. Old Marty, he'll tell you about it.
Good gracious, Greg.
And off camera, when it was all over with his buddies, he's probably thinking, that son of a gun's peeing in the bottle right there.
I give it to him, though. He's trying. I haven't seen, I guess it was recommended by somebody, a doctor or something. I mean, surely he didn't come up with that idea.
He may have come up with it on his own. But he eats all this weird food and stuff like that.
Well, they said that the people who started his healing process, they believe there's a plant out there to heal everything, and so he's in search of all that. And I'm just now I'm digging into.
And during that journey, you have to drink urine.
Yeah, evidently, Greg.
I'd jump to the plant, skip the urine part.
How much for you to do that?
To drink my
talent
own urine?
fee.
10,000.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Summer is calling our name, and this year you can actually get the free time to enjoy it like we will with HelloFresh. Figuring out what's for dinner, not the top of anyone's summer activity wish list, but with delicious HelloFresh recipes delivered right to your door, pre-portioned and ready to cook, you can skip the planning and shopping and get back to what you were doing, which is whatever you want. And it tastes so fresh. In fact, HelloFresh's ingredients are picked at peak ripeness and travel from the farm to your doorstep in just 7 days. Plus, it's 25% less expensive than takeout, and HelloFresh isn't just for dinner. They have finger food, snack board, kid-friendly s'mores bundles, new summer selections available from HelloFresh Market. They're a hit at parties. How about this? It'll be a cinch to serve them, so why not take it easy this summer with America's #1 meal kit? Sign up today for 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Or find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Did you know that Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association now has a new podcast called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama?
That's awesome, Bubba. As we all know, there's so much to do in that area of this great state. So what's it all about?
Well, on Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama podcast, they have conversations with a whole lot of interesting people about all the cool things and fun that you can do and see in North Alabama.
Well, Bubba, I definitely need to check out this podcast.
Yes, you do. And I'd recommend everyone checking it out. All you have to do is go to northalabama.org/podcast to listen, or you can go wherever you listen to podcasts. And make sure you subscribe so you never miss an episode. And of course, support our longtime friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourism.
Sounds great, Bubba. And again, it's called The Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. And you can also hear it on Apple Podcasts or Spotify if you're on those platforms.
You sure can. We're subscribing right now.
Folks, to learn more about how you can subscribe, go to northalabama.org/podcast or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. 2 words, junk science. That's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables, and they have few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Each ingredient in Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like heart, lungs, and kidney health. Others support the immune system, blood pressure, metabolism, and a healthy weight loss. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that the next time we get a physical, the doctor says, whatever you're doing, just keep on doing it. Now, this wonderful product is powered by a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. Join us and take Field of Greens, too. Now, if you want to get started, we've got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for being with us today. We're hopping around a number of different topics. For those of you out there that forgot, it is Father's Day weekend coming up, dead ahead. And so hopefully you've got something planned for old Dad, and it could be that he just wants no drama. Dads are pretty easy when it comes to stuff like that.
Not a lot of pressure on this.
Yep. Happy Father's Day weekend to all the fathers out there, and we thank all of you for being with us today. Today, the men's NCAA Baseball College World Series starts in Omaha today. We've got a couple of games today and then some tomorrow. You got 2 different brackets, bracket 1, bracket 2. In bracket 1, it's TCU and Oral Roberts. They play at 1 p.m. Central Time on ESPN. And then game 2 is Florida and Virginia. That's at 6 p.m. on ESPN. And then tomorrow, Saturday, if you're listening live, it is going to be Wake Forest and Stanford at 1 o'clock on ESPN.
Wake Forest,
and
number
then,
1 seed, ain't they?
The next game on Saturday is going to be LSU and Tennessee. That's at 6 p.m. on ESPN. Those are the 8 teams that are in the Omaha, Nebraska Men's World Series when it comes to baseball.
Did they say Wake Forest has been like 1955 since then?
It's been a while, I think.
It has.
I don't know if it's been 1955, Greg. It'd be good if
they won
you knew
in
that.
55. Maybe they won in 55, and I don't guess they've been back. I don't know. I'll look.
It's hard to get there.
Yeah.
You know what it is? I also saw a special. A lot of the players drink urine.
Okay.
And I can't believe that the difference it made this year on their batting average.
Right. So we mentioned baseball this time. What comes to mind? Ready to go, Greg?
Baseball?
Uh-huh.
What do you mean?
Well, I was just saying we mentioned golf earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to mention another sport and see what comes up.
What's the first thing you thought of when he said baseball?
For some reason, Tennessee Vols. I don't know why.
Okay.
Tennessee Vols.
Well, they're there. They're there. They're part of it.
Because I got caught watching one of their games and the whatever the last round was.
Yeah. Well, how about this? If you're Tennessee and LSU, you got to go. You got to go. Dadgum. The love.
And last year I remember watching.
So we're playing each other again.
I know.
Wow. So here we go. Yeah. They drew each other.
Maybe also here we go. Oral Roberts being in there, you know.
What's wrong
Not
with
only
that?
Well, it's uncomfortable to say, but it's rare that they're there.
Greg,
What's uncomfortable?
You're the only
about?
one that's uncomfortable with saying Oral Roberts. Okay.
Is it the oral part?
Yeah,
it is.
Okay.
It ain't the Roberts part, I'll tell you that. I'm good with the Roberts.
I'll tell you what,
so
it's not.
So you got a problem with oral?
First, they also.
I didn't know they had a problem with oral.
I didn't even know they had a baseball team.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, wow. You really don't know a lot.
They're looking for a head tennis coach. I know that.
Really?
Yeah. That's
Now,
all
where
the
would that
classifieds
be?
the other day. Where? What the?
What's the name of it?
I didn't know you had
Oral
that.
Roberts.
What is it that gets you on oral?
Nothing. I'm gonna let it go. I'm immature.
I just want to know.
It's just uncomfortable.
It is?
Greg, you trying to find a mature person in this room?
Plus, he also always think about it. You remember when Oral Roberts claimed that God was going to kill him if he didn't raise $1 million? Y'all remember that?
Mm-hmm.
That always.
I don't. I know what you're talking about, but I don't remember that much.
You probably he
yeah.
did. He got up in the tower and prayed, and he said, "If we don't raise $1 million, then God's going to kill him."
Interesting.
I think he actually got the $1 million.
Here's a headline that nobody really. I mean, they didn't need to do research on this at all because it's a no-brainer. Sleep could be the secret to living a longer life.
Well, I'm done.
Really?
Yeah, check that box.
And we're done.
I am done.
That's a waste of time.
Good
Really?
night.
Duh. This one here. Sorry, Greg. No, I'm kidding. Drinking alcohol weekly could be connected to 61 different diseases.
Here's what's great. They came up with 61.
61.
Not, hey, man.
Not stop at 60 or
60?
throw out 50 because that's a common number.
61.
Now, of course, this is coming
So
from
they had 60, and somebody said, wait, there's one more.
This is coming from the World Health Organization. It says alcohol use could be linked to 61 different diseases, most of which
61.
had not been identified as having drinking-related outcomes by the World Health Organization. Some researchers at the University of Oxford in England and in Beijing, there was another university. They did a self-reported data for more than 512,000 adults, and it came out that it was related to about 207 total diseases. And it goes on. I could bore you with that, but it basically says that the drinking of alcohol could link to a number of different diseases.
What if you drink alcohol and then also counter it with urine?
Well,
it's
it says here that
so
counteracts
it's healthy. It helps
yeah.
you.
It says for every
They
4
both
drinks
look
per
similar.
day, the risk of alcohol-related diseases increases by 14%.
You know, and again, I'm just talking about studies, not so much the subject of this. But I hear all these studies, and they give me stats like that, and it does nothing for me. I'm like, I mean, 14 more times. I mean, everybody just try to be healthy. You'll be all right.
Right.
Don't overthink this thing.
This one here is bizarre.
Who thought pounding drinks all week would be bad for you?
Yeah.
Who thought that?
Thanks
for the study.
Speaking of drinking, Conor McGregor.
He'll drink one.
Well, he had a night the other night.
Boy, it sounds like he had all kinds of
Good
stuff.
gracious.
Now here we go assuming that he's guilty.
I know.
Right.
But
Well, goodness gracious.
He was he's been accused
before or after the
after he knocked out the mascot.
I don't know. We all we played the video of him interacting with the Heat's mascot at center court for some spray. What was it?
Body spray.
Body.
Yeah.
Well, no,
pain.
Yeah, pain
Topical
spray or
pain,
something. I don't know. They were doing some kind of deal. And he got to punching the mascot, hurt the mascot. The mascot had to go to the ER.
Yeah.
Anyway, apparently, a woman has accused him of, and I'll just claim, advancing towards her in the bathroom and taking it way
Assaulted
too far.
her, right? Didn't you claim?
Yeah.
She claimed.
She claimed it went. Yeah.
So
she claimed rape.
So if
Let's
this
just say it.
happened, have we confirmed it's actually on the same night that the deal?
Yeah.
Because
That's what it says. It says at the NBA Miami Heat game.
How about that?
It says the attorney for the lady reported that
causing all kinds of problems.
That they've sent McGregor a letter and about the allegation of sexual assault that occurred. It says after the game.
But here's what's sad, and we're all just guilty of it. We automatically assume he's guilty.
Well, and I
you know,
I know.
uncontrollably. I don't want to feel that way.
Well, and here's the thing: you watch these documentaries. The latest one I've watched, and I know y'all make fun when I say stuff like this, but it's funny to see him as a dad and a husband.
Mm-hmm.
And when you see the way he fights and the way he acts in press conferences and the way he just the way he trains, he is a complete focused animal that is ready to be let out and go nuts on somebody. So intentional about everything. And when he gets home, he's like this big teddy bear. And he seeing him play with his kids and his wife, and that and I say his wife, they've been a thing forever. I don't know if they ever got married or not, but they do have two kids
something to say
together.
about this.
Yeah, and so
he met his wife at the NBA final game.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's so, and I know. Look, again, to Greg's point, first thing we think of is. We go there and go, yeah, he probably did it.
I'm just saying, and that's so wrong. But
I know
we automatically because his personality.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, and that I'm almost giving him a little bit of pass until this comes to fruition because of the other side of him that I saw in the documentary.
Hey guys,
that was my point.
Let's be honest, he's not stupid. When he's in fight mode, he's also selling tickets, and he's built a character.
And he says that. He talks about that.
I mean, that's smart because you think about it. If you're diehard UFC fan, you know a lot of the fighters. But if you're a casual, everybody knows who Conor McGregor is.
Yeah, sure.
Whether you're a diehard fan or not, because of the character that he's built. Which
You
is
literally
smart.
The story here that we have today is pretty detailed of what happened in the bathroom, according to her. McGregor's rep.
Was it men or women's bathroom? I'm just wondering who was in whose bathroom.
Probably neutral. Probably one of those family gender neutral.
Dumb question to me nowadays. It really doesn't matter.
It says here the Miami Police Department is investigating the matter. The lady reported the allegations of assault to the proper authorities, and it's pretty detailed here on what happened in the bathroom. McGregor's reps denying the allegations, calling them false, and
this could be hey, let's go to the bathroom, and then I got in there and changed my mind.
Yeah.
It could be that. It could have been a mutual decision, and they got in there, and Conor wasn't. He was like, no.
Says here that
awful. Table.
Says that she was able to elbow. Says that she was able to elbow him and get away.
Now he's a UFC fighter, and some chick elbowed him and got away.
Well, or just got away from his grip or something. I don't know, and left her purse in there. And
horrible
says
story.
The woman
either way
had to plead for its return. The purse we're talking about. So anyway, it's pretty detailed, but he's denying it. But we'll see how that plays out. But that's the game that he had that skit with the mascot at center court that we played.
This may mess up that upcoming fight he was supposed to be in.
Yeah, that's right. Off of The Ultimate Fighter.
All right, 15 minutes until top of the hour. 866 We Be Big, our number. Super P on the phones, and we got Lord of the Jacket on TV, ready to go for another day. Rick, Bubba, Adler, all join us right after top of the hour. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, Or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. At ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/FREE. ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
SimpliSafe was named Best Home Security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. But we don't do what we do for the accolades. We do it to protect you and everything you love. Our advanced sensors, indoor and outdoor HD cameras, and hazard detectors are powered by live 24/7 professional monitoring, so you get emergency help fast. Get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Wendy's Strawberry Frosty is back for the summer. Cause if it's summertime, it's Frosty time. Beach time, Frosty time. Tea time, Frosty time. Me time, Frosty time. Treat yourself to Wendy's Strawberry Frosty this summer and make time for Frosty time. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's. Now open till midnight or later.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary.
Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're rolling back. It's 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, listen up, Helmsy. This portion of the show brought to you by carshield.com/Bubba. He's brought a lot of car issues to the show lately.
Sure.
Auto repairs can be a real headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. But you don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs with the protection plan from CarShield because your price will be locked in and never go up. So check them out at carshield.com/Bubba. Whether your car has 5,000 to 150,000 miles or more, they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and a rental car option as well to get you back on the road quickly. They are dedicated to, protecting what you drive because, as you all know, Helmsy, if your car goes down, I mean, you ain't got a way to get around. So call 1-800-451-7776 now, and you're going to save 20% on your plan. Or you can visit carshield.com/Bubba. That's carshield.com/Bubba, and you'll always be prepared for the unexpected. We thank them
That's
for
what you need to do.
believing in the show enough to be with us for quite some time now. That's carshield.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Boom.
All right, so a couple of things. First of all, I don't know why.
Sorry I hit y'all with that in the break, but I
Yeah,
had to
thanks,
tell you,
buddy.
I'd forget if I didn't tell
What
you.
a week.
Yeah, good
I know.
night. I don't know
Poor
why
guy.
Next thing you'll get a flat. Go
people, and I know where we are. Good gracious. I don't know where I'm trying here. I don't know where we are as a society, but whenever people just can't act right, and we know that.
No.
Okay, with the Denver Nuggets and their parade of winning the
What in the
NBA
world?
championship, and first of all, you got the coach drunk is can't hardly talk
Coach,
or stand
Coach,
up.
They're going to expect you to do a speech.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
You can't just wait.
Right. You got the players, they get on the mic, and it's
So
every other word's a cuss word, and they're all drinking. It goes back to the Kansas City Chiefs deal, too, with Mahomes being
tearing
drunk.
stuff up.
Look, can you not go to the parade and act right and celebrate and have a good time? And then if you want to do that, go back to your house and have a private party or something.
But when you're up there, it's going, hey, I want to thank everybody for coming out. You need to say some sense about you. And there's no need to set cars on fire or turn them over.
Yeah, let's not do that.
That's not the way you
Let's not-
celebrate.
2 people were shot.
Okay,
a
now we're shooting people.
Denver police officer was hit by a fire truck during the Nuggets NBA championship
Now,
parade.
don't forget, this was a celebration.
Yeah.
Don't lose sight of
I mean, come on, man. A gunman shot 2 males in a targeted incident, the Denver police chief said in a report during a press conference. Investigators believe the shooting was not related to the event, but yet they were at the event. I don't know what that means, but if it was targeted, that means that we're at the event. And
hey, there's people that I've been looking for because I want to shoot them.
Yeah. It says here, good gracious. They told a reporter here that an officer was struck by a fire truck transporting several Nuggets players near the end of the victory parade. The report said the officer was trying to protect event goers who made their way in front of the fire truck. Maybe he was stepping, going, no, stop, and he gets run over. But I don't know. There was just footage out
I bet they hope they don't win another one
of
for
the
a while.
coach talking. He's and then you got the players. They're just a drunk mess, and I don't know. Maybe I'm not going to go role model here, but you got all these. Can you not act right and then go back privately and do something? I know it's a celebration.
Thank the city.
I'm
for
not
y'all
saying
the
you can't have
championship.
fun.
Yeah, I mean you can be serious and just be shirtless.
Yeah, I mean, come on,
something like that. If you want to crank it.
And I know we've got some audio too of some of the people there that were big fans and at the parade that we'll have for the video selection today with Adler and y'all. There's some interviews that are priceless. I'm talking about priceless. So people just act a fool up in here. Yeah, they do. All right, so we got a couple of different ways we could go here. I've got one piece of audio here I'd love to play y'all, but what do you got over there? I can tell you got what you got.
Well, I mean, I got all kinds of questions from the audience, but I'd go with that.
Yeah, well, it's not every day. we talked about it. I don't think we did a segment on the air about the bear that was at the beach just comes running out of the water.
Yeah, nobody has given a better. I have not heard a good explanation on that. Where did he come from? Where did he go?
Bears and beach.
It looked as if he was enjoying his time swimming.
Body surfing.
There were people all around. I need more on this. Is this a common thing that we just don't video these days?
He didn't care there was a crowd at the beach.
He did not.
He didn't.
But he wasn't trying to
he didn't look
anybody.
distressed.
But the bears, they're kind of wild right now. They're wild. Yes, they're wild. But I'm talking about they're going nuts. Take a listen to this audio here about him wanted an airport.
Quickly sprung into action. Our operations team, together with our police department, we went to the area. We set up a robust perimeter around the area. You know, it's the first time in our 50-plus year history that we know of that we've had a bear come onto the property.
That's the Tampa Bay International Airport in Tampa. Said a Florida black bear was captured on airport property, and it was spotted just walking around along the airport perimeter fence, and then got onto the property. That probably wouldn't go well if a plane's coming in and the black bear is on the runway. That's not good. But it just seems like we're having more of this. Somebody sent us video, and it was a small town. Was it in Alabama? I forget. It's just they stopped at like an intersection, and a bear's just running across. A black bear is just running across the street.
We've had them not far from where I live. I've never seen one in the ocean, but yeah.
No, the one in the ocean is.
It just looks weird.
Yeah,
it does. It looks out of place.
You're like, oh look, wow, is that a seal?
It would be like,
what is that? Wow, so it's running. Yeah. It's running out of the water. That's a bear.
It's a black bear.
Yeah,
come on.
Golly.
It's strange.
All right, so anyway, I just had that little audio for y'all, and then the bear stories. It seems like they're mounting.
Yeah.
I got a question here. They want to know when the last time we've been to a water park.
Ooh. Good night. My kids were small, and it wasn't even really officially a water park. It was a Six Flags, their little section they had that's wet.
Yep. I'm going to tell you that
I can't remember the last time.
No, wait a minute.
Mine, I guess, would be the one here that's, right outside of Birmingham.
Splash Adventure?
Yeah.
The Alabama Adventure. When it opened up, they had this big, tall slide that you would go down, and we did a promotion, the show did, and I went down the slide. I think it was live. I went down the slide. I think that's the last time I've been to one. Rick and Bubba did a video shoot there, but just as far as participating, I'm in the water. That was the last time I think.
When Taylor graduated, they went on a cruise, and I was one of the parents who was supposed to be a chaperone. And we went to the Atlantis, and they had, I don't know if you call it a water park, but they had slides and all that.
Okay, so now
That's the last time I did.
Now I'm thinking we went to something in Sevierville, Tennessee, right outside of Gatlinburg. They had like this hotel/water park all together, and we stayed there. And I wouldn't consider it a full-blown water park, but they had like wave pool and those slides you go down, and they had a surfing thing. You know how they'll blow that water at you and you get on that surfboard? They had one of those. But I can't remember.
Lazy River.
When is the last time y'all have been in a wave pool? Like actually been
that was
in
back in
a
the
wave
80s
pool.
at Point Mallard.
I think that's me too.
That'd been
Decatur.
Does the wharf down in Orange Beach, Gulf Shore, does it have a wave pool?
Yeah.
I thought I'd been in one there. It's a long time ago.
They got that little area.
Yeah, they got a lazy river, I know. Interesting questions. We'll be right back. Main show starts next.
Monday.
How about that? So then they'll be ready for the charge. Next Wednesday is the 14th, by the way, 11/14. Yeah, so be ready for that. And, because every time, like with Venice's Foundation, you start thinking about when people in a family, they're going through this and just the stress on everybody involved. You're like, man, I wish I could just do something. Well, this time you can just go to Buffalo Wild Wings and have a great lunch or dinner with your family and know that because you're doing that, there'll be people who have all these needs and they're stressed and they're tired, and they'll get these care packages from Venice's Foundation as they go through this battle with their loved one, and all you did was went and ate some great food.
Yeah, we're like you, Rick. We don't want to make things complicated.
No.
You just walk in, eat some food, and then we do all the work and calculate it. No tickets to turn in.
There you go.
Nothing like that.
I
just
like
come
that.
Eat. Yeah.
Well, again, grateful on behalf of the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund, and also we're excited about what Venice's Foundation, how they'll benefit from this next Wednesday, and then we'll continue to do this monthly, and we'll have more ministries and charities for you to take advantage of during the Buffalo Wild Wings Rick and Bubba Charity Charge. Do you want to hear it again?
I do.
I like that.
Do you like that, Tim?
Can't hear it enough.
Love it. We love helping the specialized charities, the smaller ones that really need this.
Yeah.
And we want to make this a long-term.
And the ones
We
that are,
really appreciate it.
And the ones that are tied to personally to members of the show,
Sure.
I think that makes it
Absolutely.
even more special. So tell us who else you got with you today.
I got Alex Cazone. Cazone. We got it right. Yeah.
Cazone.
He's actually going to be the general manager.
I'm in Cazone.
All right.
He's going to run the downtown store for us starting Monday. He's been in Gardendale for a few years.
Welcome,
and
buddy.
I brought Sean O'Brien with me. He's one of our multi-unit managers overseeing a few of our stores now, too.
Mr. O'Brien.
There he is.
The Buffalo Wild Wings.
That's right.
Top of the morning to you. So excited about that. So, Tim, we love this relationship and partnership with you guys, and continued success to all these participating locations. And I hope the Lord continues to bless you guys and expands with more locations. We'll have even more involved with the Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings Charity Charge. Thanks for all you did for our first one. And then Wednesday, 11/14, Venice's Foundation will benefit. So get out and make plans to have fun that day,
Absolutely.
too.
Thank you and the show for everything you do.
Yeah, and all of you in the Golden Ticket seat, Buffalo Wild Wings brought goodies today. So we got that. That's right. So
It's even good this early.
It is.
Oh.
Really good. It really is.
I think it's even better.
I do too. Y'all might
I
want
do too.
You ever thought about maybe Buffalo Wild Wings doing breakfast?
It'd be the same thing. We just serve the same stuff.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to have a menu. Just
No, exactly.
people
Here it
can
is.
Come get this.
Just start sooner.
We'll be back. More of your phone calls coming up at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
Hey, I just wanted to comment on a video that I saw on your Facebook page last night. I think it was titled, Can Christians Be Politicians?
Yes.
And I was hoping you had a little time to maybe expand on that for the listeners, because I think it was spot on with what our responsibility is as Christians to respect both who's ultimately in control of the throne plus our politicians. And the end of the video was spot on, that regardless of what happened yesterday, the throne remains unchanged.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Thanks for everything you're doing.
Yeah, God did not lament over these elections yesterday. It did not impact his authority in any way, shape, or form. We do the Wednesday Bible study. We've got it again today, and we've been working through the book of Romans. And I've had even some women who listen around the country saying, hey, is this just a men's Bible study? Well, it's certainly part of a men's ministry, but when you're opening up Scripture and you're studying Scripture, it applies to any gender, so it's not exclusively, we're not just talking about things involving men. So those of you around the country that have been wondering whether you listen to those or not, if you're women, certainly, I think that we all benefit from opening up the Word of God. I know I do. I hope others do. But, yeah, Romans 13 is a very interesting chapter, and there's things that I thought it said, and there's things that I'd kind of come to the conclusion it said, and then there's the things it really does say, meaning when you actually take the Bible and go through it word for word and actually consume it and unpack it, you go, now this is really driving home. And you look at Romans 13, and Paul is saying, God instituted, government officials mainly because we're in a fallen creation and people don't know how to act. And so he instituted these governments to kind of keep order. And if you don't want to be on the wrong side of the government, the worldly government, then behave. And then he said, as followers of Jesus, we should pay our taxes. We don't cheat on our taxes, whether we hate the taxes. Now, keep in mind, Paul is writing while he's under the authority of Nero. Mm-hmm. Don't miss that. And of course, he didn't know a constitutional republic would ever come. But some people will say, well, Romans 13 is just about living under Nero. No, it's not. It is about whatever government situation that we're under and how we are to behave. Now, we're afforded the opportunity to participate in our elections, and we absolutely should do that. That's a blessing from God to be able to do that. If you feel called as a Christian to get involved in government and try to go in and see if you can bring some light to darkness and have an impact, and you see some of these amendments that came up, and a lot of that was driven by men that we know and women we know that are Christians that think this is a call on my life right now. Now, if you're going to say I'm a Christian and I want you to elect me, then you go there and act like the world, you're not worth a flip.
No.
And so we talked about that. But
and when it comes to a conflict between man and God, and you laid it out very nicely.
Yeah, well, and Paul says that in Romans 13. He says, as long we're supposed to be, we submit to the heavenly authority and to earthly authority. No matter how bad the earthly authority is, we submit and behave with respect to that authority. But when the earthly authority decides that they want you to blaspheme God, then the Bible is clear, and so is Romans 13, then they do not overrule heavenly authority. And that's when Christians and the Daniel dilemma. It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. We thank you for being with us today. This hour starts with the national anthem. And Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we roll. We'll unpack it today. The golden ticket seats will be filled today. We'll let you know about a new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast that is out this weekend. Also today, we take on and kind of update and ask the question again, has anyone told Matthew McConaughey to listen to the show since he's hanging out in our home city? We'll talk about that on the program today. Break down the stories of the day. Get your phone calls in here at 866 We Be Big. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess Helmsy, they've given you the kickoff hour. Super P and Lord of the Jacket, students at Rick and Bubba University, earning their degree in common sense. And your YouTube experience now underway and directed and produced by Eddie Van Adler, who also joins us. Missing one, the silver tongue one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba with your two fat boys on the radio. One of them not as fat as they used to be.
Yes, it's all relative, isn't it, my friend?
Everyone's a winner, baby, that's the truth.
There's hot chocolate.
Hot chocolate. What's up?
Oh, do you ever lie awake at night saying whatever happened to the super group Hot Chocolate?
You know, where are they today?
Oh, God.
Are they appearing at anybody's prom this weekend?
Somebody's got them booked at a wedding reception, and they are in for quite the weekend.
You know what? If I heard they were going to be at the wedding reception, I would be excited about going to the wedding.
Well, since I'm in charge of a couple of receptions, I wouldn't mind checking into that.
I don't even know how you would book hot chocolate.
How to go about booking
to.
hot chocolate?
Yeah, have to look it up. Well, a lot going on in the world. We'll cover that today. The Elite Eight will be in. A lot of weather moving across the South, much of it below us, but a lot of folks along the coast have had to deal with that in the last few days. We had a town in Texas destroyed, 3 dead, dozen injured.
Right.
In Perryton, Texas. Perryton. Perryton, Perryton, Texas. And that's bad. Always bad.
Yep. Bad stuff. And it's like you say, it's that time of year. It can come out of nowhere, and boy, when it takes off, it takes off. So
I pay closer attention to these tornado stories now.
I bet you do. I bet you.
I've always
you hugged
been,
them pretty tight before then.
I've always been a weather geek.
You have.
But it's boy, I really pay attention to them now.
Yeah, boy, I'm telling you, I still remember.
The first question is, what kind of storm shelter you got?
You're right. Well, we kid around sometimes about how stereotypes are always filled with just a little bit of truth.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's how they became stereotypes.
And so, when Span and you get on here and y'all geek out on the weather and all that, and he'll make all the geek jokes and all that. And all of a sudden, and you remember this, I talked about it on the air, the national championship of Division I college football was being played, and he was tweeting out, "We're getting ready for another edition of Weather Brains. Join us." And I thought, good grief! Yeah, I mean, so this is that is geeky.
Yeah, that's deep, Rick. That's a deep dive.
Let me tell you, those that saw that and said, "Oh yeah, I forgot about that," and of course, if they went to that, they never had the game scheduled. right? They had zero concern about that, didn't they?
Well, Weather Brains must go on.
Oh
Rick.
yeah. Oh, it must. I'm a little taken back. This man hasn't invited me to be a special guest on there.
I have been on there one time.
I know.
And it was a long time ago.
No, yeah.
And,
that's right.
But I try to get with Span about maybe once a quarter, and we have a meal and John Brown Storm Chaser.
Oh,
and we talk about the latest geeky stuff. I mean, it's
a lunch.
Rick, you wouldn't enjoy it at all.
No.
Did you go through the steps of being an official Storm Chaser?
Oh, yeah, a long time ago, back in the 80s.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm talking about recently, though. It was like last year. Span brought you on, a guy named John Brown. Weren't you associated with that?
Oh, you mean the training for it or to actually do it?
Do it. What didn't that kick up that you wanted to be one right now?
I was kind of on hot standby.
Right.
I had some equipment and things that because of some of the places I traveled normally, many times they end up being in the hot spot. So I had got wired up with Span and was able to go live if I needed to. And thank goodness we haven't had to do that.
Yeah,
that's what I thought.
So, and then, of course, we continue to get all these messages, and we've talked about this already earlier in the week, that Matthew McConaughey is shooting a film that is supposed to be based in Oklahoma, but I guess they got a better deal to shoot it in Alabama and pretend like it's Oklahoma.
I've always wondered about that. You know how they never seem to shoot films where they really happen. Even though, you think it would be as easy to drive to Oklahoma as it would to Birmingham.
Well, it all gets down to the producers, the people coming up with the jack. And
incentives the states
give them, and all of that. They go find the best deal.
Yeah,
they can make any state look like whatever they want. I guess if you're basically the same.
Yeah, well, it's a lot of similarities. I'm sure. We heard. I mean, we keep seeing pictures of him out and about.
Well, he's eating over at JJ's, for the burger over
Pell City Steakhouse.
Yeah, and now the Pell City thing has broke out.
One of my favorites.
That's a good place.
Oh yeah, it was in Vestavia Hills where the former studio was the other day too.
So we're crossing a lot of paths here, and I've had a lot of people ask me, why don't we have a more concerted effort to find him? John Travolta was in town for a while shooting, and we really didn't.
Oh, he's filmed 2 or 3 movies.
Yeah, we really didn't make an effort to run him down.
Yeah.
Like we have some of the previous people, like Will Ferrell, which y'all talked about. I understand when I was out.
Yeah, well, and the people found him for us.
Yeah. Well,
and then Speedy went to where he was.
Yeah, we kind of need that help with Matthew McConaughey. We need to cut him off at the pass.
I've been getting emails because of what we did earlier in the week about giving us updates, and people will send us pictures of, hey, there he is. There he is right there. I see him. I'm across the street right there.
But I think he would love the show.
Do we really?
I think he would enjoy spending a few minutes here. I know he's on a busy schedule and all that, but I mean it's pretty laid back here. Moose Johnson that was here for our podcast was talking about that yesterday. Said it's really not a problem. I mean y'all just kind of hang out and it's we don't have to get real it doesn't take a lot of preparation because we're just going to come in here and talk.
Yeah, and
because obviously we're not prepared, so why should they?
No, that was the
That's a
thing.
good point.
That was the thing today when Sherry and I were talking before the show, and it got a little chatty. And I don't really have a great answer for that. When she's like, "Well, I understand you need to go, but what exactly do you do before the show starts?" And I was like, "Well, I get me some coffee, and I go into Bubba's office and say what's up."
Yeah.
And she goes, "Really?"
He comes in there and watches me work.
Yeah, she goes, as long as you're there before the show starts, I don't understand what you're doing up there. And I said, well,
it's called prep. You got to know what's out there.
I look at some emails and
read what Speedy's done.
Yes, and listen to the kickoff hour on the way in. I don't want to miss it.
And according to Speedy, we have a lot of females in the audience.
Yeah,
today.
heard about that.
I saw where somebody screamed "Roll Tide" at Matthew yesterday, and he replied with a hook 'em horn.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Look, this is a Texas friendly environment.
By the way, we've got the 2024 schedules out for the SEC.
Oh yeah,
you see them? Oh, it's going to be awesome. Yeah, it is. Great. It's going to be great.
There's some toughies out there.
Rick and Bubba.
Peter in the book of Acts, in the church of Acts, when they were told not to talk about Jesus, they said, you'll have to decide whether we're going to be punished for that or not, but I got to tell you something, we're going to answer to God over you.
Yep.
So, and it's real simple to follow, and there really isn't a lot of gray area. It's not as complicated as people have made it out, and at the end of it all, I went to bed last night in perfect peace. I'm at perfect peace now. I certainly participate, and I may have certain things that I thought, but one thing that God has never told me was in the Bible that is guaranteed for me on earth is comfort. He's never guaranteed that. He just said, I'll be with you always and advance my kingdom, and when the government needs you to do something, be a good citizen. If they go against me, then you make a stand for me. That's it. Behave and never compromise me. And
like you said, too, I think sometimes people think, by opposing the government, we're going against that. Not in our form of government.
Not if we legally can do it.
Right. You have the right to redress your government and make changes and get involved. And then I think there's certain times that where you see some government that is so evil, you have to oppose it, much like we did with the Germans and the 1930s and 40s.
Nation against nation. Yeah.
So, but the premise is dead on and very clear.
But if the Germans would have won, we as Christians would have paid the taxes they said to pay. We would have followed the laws that they implemented until the law said you can no longer acknowledge God publicly, and then we would have gone against that and probably been killed or jailed or something. But that's kind of how that would have worked, and it's kind of how it works now. Now, do I sometimes commit sin by not being respectful to the people that God has instituted for either blessings or punishment? Yeah, I've done that, and He says clearly not to do that. Also, this would solve the problems with the police because He says that these people in law enforcement represent the government, and they're really ministers of God, meaning they're here to keep order, and to be disrespectful to their authority is sin. And so it's a tough chapter. It's not that complicated. Somebody last night when I left the event, we were talking about. Somebody was talking to me after what we talked about this mandate about going and advancing the kingdom. That it doesn't matter what your theology is, you can't get around it. I'd say the same thing about Romans 13. And I told these people, and we all laughed in the parking lot. I said, yeah, I think I've got just about all I need to take to my life and apply the things of the Bible that I perfectly understand, that I never really get time for the things I don't understand. Because the things I do understand consumes
that's a plateful.
That's a plateful. Oh. And of course, it's so that I'm just going to concentrate on those things. And then when we all get to heaven, if God decides He wants to explain some of the other things to me, He certainly doesn't have to. I'm so thankful that He's allowed me an opportunity to be reconciled to Him. I don't have a whole lot of questions because I'm just saying, hey, what you've already done for me on the cross, I don't care if you ever do another thing for me. You've done enough. 8-6, and I certainly don't live in anxiety over elections and politicians, and I might get upset or frustrated by something, but at the end of the day, I know who's on the throne, and that's good with me.
Yep.
And everybody, no matter what political party you're in or how wonderful or powerful you think you are, you're going to be on your face just like the rest of us, crying holy. Ain't nobody going to strut into heaven.
Nope.
And we're all equal at the foot of the cross. You want equality? Go to the foot of the cross. That's where it is. You won't find it anywhere else in the fallen creation, but you'll find it there. Let's go to Thomas in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Thomas, go ahead.
Thank you. I don't think we're in as bad a shape as some people are saying. We're doing better than the last several presidencies. We've got the White House. We've got more people in the Senate. We've got the Supreme Court. How long has it been since that happened? Just hang up a sign declaring the House of Representatives an insane asylum and let the public see him be immature for the next 2 years so we're ready for the next election.
Yeah, I mean, if
you get ready, you're going to have a zoo.
Well,
I mean, it is going to be a show, buddy.
Yeah, politically, Speedy made a good point. If you always want to know if you're a conservative or a Republican, if you want to know how well you're doing, watch CNN's reaction. And they didn't seem very happy last night.
Just order them all some of those long sleeve jackets that they like so much, that tie in the back, and let them have at it.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. Let's go to Adam. Adam in Illinois. Adam, go ahead.
Yeah, Rick and Bubba. Good morning. How are you guys?
Good. Hope you're okay.
Oh, fantastic. God is good. Amen.
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 I just wanted to just.
Two minutes past the hour. All right, so somebody has got to come up to be listener of the month, and so somebody who's having, because we always have people involved in the show that end up being extras, their production assistants.
Rick, you know those guys that are twins are in this movie.
Oh yeah, the twin guys are always there. The twin guys are always there. Yeah, they're all. Danny Vincent's probably got a part in it.
Danny in it.
Listen. Danny, I guarantee you he's in it.
Yeah.
I didn't realize
this is in his hometown.
Oh, Danny, he's in all kinds of stuff. I didn't realize. I was watching Walk the Line the other day, and he's got a pretty big role in that at the show. He's the announcer when it announces, brings out Johnny Cash.
Yeah.
It's pretty. I didn't realize Danny had that big a role.
Yeah, that's a great movie too. Yeah, it's just a good movie. But anyway, so
I think his role in Talladega Nights was huge.
Yeah. The ticket booth.
So
waiting on his dad.
Yeah. Those of you that just joined the show and we came on the break, you have no idea what we're talking about. What we're talking about is Matthew McConaughey is shooting a movie, and our home market is Birmingham, and so that's where we do the show from most every single day, unless we say something really controversial and we're usually on another location, so you can't find us. But
then we're in Tampa.
Yeah, but anyway, so over the years, as movies and have brought giant celebrities around us, our audience has always been able to be connected and go, hey, I want to talk to you about the Rick and Bubba Show. I know there's people in this audience that are connected to what's going on. There always is. So we are now, it's Project Matthew McConaughey Calls the Show, or he can come by and be on RBU next week because we may have an availability.
Or if we find out where he is, we'll send Speedy.
Or if you can,
we'll go old school.
Yeah, if you can get him holed up and you say I can tell you where he is, we'll send Speedy if it's during the show.
Yeah.
So
Project all right.
Project all right.
Waiting on that.
Yeah, there it is.
There's been a lot. Rick, have you seen speaking of movies filmed around here, there's the one about dirt track racing with John Travolta, and the entire thing's down here at Talladega Short Track.
I heard about that, but did it ever come out?
I saw it on one of the
You've seen the movie?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't know it ever came out.
It's classic.
Yeah. Is it as good as the one where he's a power lineman?
About like it.
Okay.
Gosh, I'm so mad at myself. Right? I cannot remember the name of the movie. Have y'all? Because it is a really good movie. The one that was shot right over here at Greystone about the I think it was called The Inheritance, where the dad was keeping a secret out in the woods and the daughter inherited it. And I won't go into the details and spoil it for everybody.
I remember you telling me about this, but I can't recall the details.
Unbelievable movie.
Yeah.
I mean,
unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
That's a big word.
It was very good.
Okay.
I was shocked at how good it was done.
Yeah.
For a local gig.
Yeah. Another Travolta movie, the one when he was a little off and he was like a street performer and he got obsessed with some celebrity. Oh, there it is.
I don't know if that's it. That doesn't look.
No,
that's not it. Maybe it's another. I told you I was mad because I couldn't remember that.
That looked like the mom from Family Ties.
That was from a long time ago.
Yeah.
That's got the Mara girl in. That's not it.
You just threw out some inheritance thing. I mean,
God, somebody so
right.
mad. I can't remember the name.
But
it was
well.
good.
I don't know if y'all know, but Tangled Web was filmed in Canada.
Rustin was a local shoot too.
Bubba and I spent 2 days on the set for about 15 seconds in the movie.
Sure. That's movies are the ultimate hurry up and wait. That's
Oh,
no
they're
doubt.
awful. Yeah, I tried so hard to warn some friends of ours one time. They went to a deal where a movie was being done, and they weren't there for the movie. Well, I'll tell you what it was. I don't know why I'm hiding it, because he just passed away, Michael Catt.
Right.
So they were shooting one of the Sherwood movies.
Yeah.
And so Dawson and Jordy Henson and Mark Garnett were all there for something to do with just ministry to go see Catt and talk about this. Well, while he was there, Dawson said, "Hey, do y'all care? They said I could be in this next scene just as kind of an extra, that I just do this real quick, and then we'll head on back."
And then quick about
it. 8 hours later.
Well,
and then of course when the movie comes out, they think there's his back. But anyway,
Exactly.
and they get on him. They get on him right now. I mean, to this day, if it's brought up, they talk about the day of their life they can never get back.
That's funny.
And I said, look, in movies, there ain't nothing happens quick. Nothing.
Well, we had
and most of it's a bunch of wasting, inefficient use of time.
We had a movie shot at our studio in Vestavia.
That was impressive. All the equipment they brought in,
and the people who were in it. AJ was in
that
it,
was it.
and
y'all,
and,
that movie
James,
comes on.
What was the guy who was the plumber on Desperate Housewives? We were just talking about that last night. That's funny.
And then it had the guy who's in James Denton. Then
James Denton.
Then it had the guy who's in every movie that we don't know his name.
Unplugged.
That was in Apollo 13 and all that. You know, But what's funny is that movie's on a lot on streaming. Yeah. And I look when they're back there having a serious moment, and it's in the green room or the old place, and behind them, y'all's picture going.
Don't
then you see Adler.
Don't forget Adler. Adler gets to. He's one of the DJs.
AJ, come on.
He's one of the DJs.
Yeah, he had a love scene.
104.7.
You know,
104.7.
Bubba, what year was that movie filmed at Grace?
It's a pretty good movie.
Was it an old one like that you were talking about?
Grace Unplugged. Oh.
The one back to
wait till Betty.
Is it like an older one? I'm sitting here looking at all movies filmed in Alabama. I'm trying to find.
You know, I don't know. I really don't know.
Right,
The years have run together.
You just stoned it out there so
Buddy,
reckless.
good night.
It's reckless.
On the Grace Unplugged, you were supposed to be in it. They were running behind, and you had to leave. Then I was going to take the role, and then at 10 o'clock at night, I finally said, "I just can't. I can't do it, guys. I'm out."
I remember them trucks rolling in. And they started pulling cable, and it was unreal.
But we did get to have dinner with James Denton, who was very entertaining and super guy.
The
I
girl
couldn't
that's
believe
in all
how
Saw
nice he
movies.
was.
Don't know her name.
Yeah, right. But I learned my lesson from Rustin. I'm seriously, and that was one of them you just brought up. There were other opportunities that were presented to us, and I apologize to you because I said, no, I'm not falling for this again. It got to where being in a movie was such a nightmare, it wasn't worth it. Now, if you're going to be a main star and this is your big chance to break in movies, but this thing of I'm some guy sitting in the background or I walk through and I'm going to spend days on end hanging around the movie set, I'm telling you, I got no desire to do that. Yeah, I mean, it's just a bunch. Hey,
Adler,
there's nothing that gets me my skin crawling like a hurry to wait.
Yeah,
I can't.
It's not,
I could be
movie,
doing something.
Movie productions is not in your personality.
I can't do that.
Adler, can you bring up the Rustin scene again, just so we can remember that great moment in film history?
You talking about one that was snubbed by the Academy?
Bubba, was it just called Inheritance? And did it have Simon Pegg, the the funny dude from Shaun of the Dead, like in a chain or something?
I saw it was at Southpaw Entertainment did that one.
You're getting close.
Can I tell you what's happening right here?
When
2020.
When you said chain, you're getting close.
Is that it?
Is that it?
Can I tell y'all right now?
Why is Simon Pegg chained up?
That's it.
Okay, wow.
It's called Inheritance.
Just Inheritance, 2020.
Yep.
We figured it out. Woo!
There you go, Bub.
That was shot right at Greystone over here next to the studio.
You know what happened?
Great movie, I hear.
In that segment right there, we were rabbit hunting, and the dogs jumped a deer, and we lost them. Gone. Rick heard them, and then they couldn't hear them. Yeah, somebody cut them off, and you got there and said, hey, they done crossed the road.
Somebody go get them.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Does it come down to this?
Red, will you take me home tonight?
Nope.
Yep. You're all that's left.
Yeah. Don't take this the wrong way, but whenever I go home with you, I need a shot in the morning. I hate needles.
Look, if you two are going to sit here and exchange jabs and go home together 30 minutes later like you usually do, do us a favor. Go home now. We like to get out of here. Okay.
You guys, I am extremely blessed by your radio show every morning, and despite what's going on in our political, in our Congress, I believe that God does have a hand in everything, and God will take care of our president, and He will guide him and direct him. And I just pray that everyone listening to this radio station.
Well, thank you for that, and we are supposed to pray for them, and that's also very clear in Romans 13. And sometimes they're put there to bless us, and sometimes they're put there to refine us and punish us. But He puts them there. The Bible's very clear about that. You see behind me a Star Wars pinball machine, and that is going to be one. There'll be 11 other items. Including that will be number 12. 12 items that we'll be giving away on the 12 working days of Christmas. Starts November the 29th. As you can see by Bumper Nets giving us this Star Wars pinball machine, we're going big this year. Also, Pradco will be giving away bonus gifts every day alongside the big gift. So that will all be starting here very soon. And with that being said, it looks like that the United States of America is ready to go big for Christmas. Did you see these predictions about Christmas sales maybe being unprecedented this year?
Yeah, Rick, I think we'll need to enjoy it before the house starts taking apart the economic success we're having.
Because next year's will be a little different.
Next year may be a little dip there. But this year, Rick, it's up and away. They're predicting that U.S. retail Christmas sales will top $1 trillion for the first time ever.
Trillion.
Ever. In-store sales forecasts are predicted to rise 4.4% year to year, while e-commerce sales are predicted to jump by 16.6%.
Oh, yeah. There it is.
Yeah, didn't Amazon go free shipping for everybody or something?
Oh, yeah. They're out of control, Greg.
Yeah, they are.
I mean,
well, boy, I tell you, they on my porch every day.
Golly.
Every day.
Oh,
you know,
Mr. Buddy, quit peeing on them. He's used to them being
it's so easy to use. And I know some of the other retailers are trying their version of Pick It Up and all that.
Better.
But I don't know why they're not just going full bore too. I mean, Amazon doesn't have the corner on you can buy it online, ship it. But their setup is working. We got to admit it's working.
Have you noticed if it's Amazon on Sunday, the U.S. Mail will deliver it on Sunday.
Straight up.
For Amazon.
Yeah. Well, they've probably got to.
They pulled up in that U.S. Mail truck, and I said, what are you doing working Sunday? They said, it's Amazon.
Amazon Sunday.
So
isn't that the big thing that Trump was complaining about, that they cut a deal with Amazon and they needed a higher rate?
Right. They thought that was bad.
Yeah, he thought they cut a bad deal to deliver their packages, and that's one reason the post office is losing so much money.
Who would ever thought the government would make a bad deal?
And you remember when Amazon was, what was it, we did the story.
According to him, they're everywhere.
You could go into business being a deliverer. I mean, they provide you with trucks and everything. Yeah. Start your business as one of the. That's how. I mean, they are busy.
Well, when you look at the things that your times are
till the drones start dropping
like a
in your
$10,000
yard
investment or something.
It's one thing to see young people time change. As a matter of fact, it happened the other night, and I laughed my head off this. I meant to bring this up on the show, I guess yesterday. I was watching The Voice, some of these young singers or whatever. So, and we'd asked about this on the air. So there's this young singer, and he said that his mother had introduced him a lot to music from the 70s, and he'd liked that. And on this particular night, he was going to perform Jim Croce, Operator. And he said to Blake, not to Blake, I guess it was Jennifer Hudson, I think, to her, he said, when I first saw this song, I didn't know what it meant.
Right.
Just think about it.
And she said, what do you mean? And he says, I didn't know what operator meant. No, what is an operator? I didn't know what it was. He said, I didn't understand the song. And she said, you don't know what an operator? He goes, no, I have no idea what that is. And I had to learn what it was. I didn't
think
know what it
how
was.
many people are out there who used to be an operator and are doing something else now.
You see with their headphone on, plugging that thing.
Yeah. Can you imagine listening to that song? Listen to that song, Operator, and you don't know what it means.
Operator.
Yeah. So he didn't understand the title. 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866, we be big, our number. Well, here's an email from, says I am, it's got to be one of Greg's number one fans. And her name is Peggy. Peg.
Oh, yeah.
Peg out of Tennessee. A little shout out to Greg from Peggy from Tennessee.
Oh, Peg.
She says, I started having lower back issues about 10 years ago. Greg, now this is something you may not have seen coming. I've done yoga.
Okay.
Oh,
yogurt. Not a lot of Peggy's in yoga.
Now there's a lot of Peggy's at frozen yogurt.
Yogurt.
And always thinking that somehow that has low calories.
Hey, Rick, this is a live read.
Sorry, buddy.
Okay.
Anyway, today's a big day of deer.
Yeah,
a lot of deer jumping today.
Rick, they're moving.
Yeah.
Rabbits.
so anyway, she said she worked with a chiropractor, which had been helpful, but she said the pain never really went away until I heard you guys talking about Relief Factor. I can honestly say that I'm now pain-free, which I never could have imagined. Relief Factor is amazing. Thank you, Peg. And let me tell you something. If you're out there and you have not tried this yet, 4 botanicals, all natural, all of them have been researched for decades. And we know about that they can be helpful with the body's natural inflammatory response. But what the researchers at Relief Factor discovered is they work really great if you put them all together in one pack. So if you'd like to find out more, get a 3-week starter pack. At the end of 3 weeks, you'll know whether this works for you or not. It has certainly worked for me. I've already had my first dose today. ReliefFactor.com, 3 weeks for $19.95. The majority of the people that order the quick start pack, they see results. And it's 100% natural and research-based and works. So go to ReliefFactor.com or go to RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, we Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, we mentioned that. It's done. Great conversation with Daryl Johnson, Moose. We do talk about the current state of, attempts to have spring pro football. We talked to him about being president of the USFL. We do spend time on that, about half the podcast. Then the other half, we dive into his days playing for the Dallas Cowboys and the Super Bowls and what it was like to block for Emmitt Smith. He tells us why is Emmitt Smith, is he considered one of the greatest running backs of all time? Why? He is the leading rusher. We talked about all that. And says,
Rick, how about when you have 3 Super Bowl rings and you were in the backfield with the leading rusher in NFL history?
That's big.
You were his lead blocker, so you know half those yards belong to you.
Right. Thank you. But of course him. But no, you're right. And we even talked about how the fullback is leaving the game of football. Yeah. Is that good or bad? Will it come back? We discussed that, and we asked, which we always ask people who played at the level that Daryl Johnston played, was there anybody, and you have to always tell them this, so I got that off the table. I know you don't fear anybody.
Right.
But let's be honest. Whether you fear
who was tough?
Yeah, who were those linebackers that you saw? Well, here we go. Right. And he tells a story about Singletary, which is very funny. So catch that this weekend with Daryl Johnson, our guest. So this weekend, we throw another pitch. Now we're just back to football.
Yeah.
So enjoy that. All right. So Bubba, why does Speedy put these? We know when we come in that if there's any stories involving weight gain or sleep deprivation, we're gonna see it.
Or a snake.
Yeah. Or anything to do with a snake or nutrition.
I don't make the headlines.
Right.
Speedy, thank you for reporting.
I'm just printing them.
A story on Fox News today says, want to lower your risk of dying, get a good night's sleep is more urgent than ever.
Yeah,
it is. Well, everybody knew that. That's a lazy study.
Right. it is a lazy study.
Go study something else
it is.
that can change something.
It is.
Now, according to this story, adults who maintain an optimal sleep schedule with regular bedtime and wake times have significantly lower mortality rates compared to those that have irregular schedules and less sufficient sleep patterns, according to a new study.
What's optimal mean? What's their definition of optimal?
Well, results suggest the benefits of expanding the public conversation on getting a good night's sleep and broadening this goal to getting a good night's sleep on weekdays and weekends lead people to a more healthy life, according to this researcher. The researcher, Dr. Chung, has a doctorate in sociology and a postdoctorate fellowship at Harvard Medical School in the division of sleep and circadian disorders.
Wow.
And along all of this. So,
wow, Dr. Chung, that's riveting.
Yeah.
What is to get more sleep? If you're well rested, it's better for your health. How did you figure that?
But what does optimal mean? I want to know,
me
because
some
if they just throw out, hey, we all know it's good to get 8 hours of sleep. We've heard that all
They've
of our
based
life.
it on 8 for
Okay?
some reason.
But what's optimal mean? Is
that
that a certain period of time where you try to go to sleep? Is that
REM?
Is that 6 hours here and 2 hours there? Like, what is optimal sleep?
Well, let's dive into it. They said they evaluated over 1,700 participants, and this study went over 7 years. They talk about how they did all this. Optimal. I'm trying to see what I'm trying to answer your question directly.
Yeah, and we have to go online to see the rest of it. It's not in the printed story, so I can't help right here. I would try to jump in, but I can't. So
can't do it. Right?
It doesn't say.
Can't do it.
Never mind.
Yeah. So
forget it. Just sleep more.
Just forget it.
Do you ever wish that they would
sleep and live?
Do you ever wish they do these stories online the way that we would do it? There's really probably 4 things we want to know from this story. Just list those: A, B, C, and D.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Hams, to answer your question, as we dive through this here a little bit, if you get 7 hours sleep on a consistent basis,
so together 7 in a row, consistent,
not broken.
Now, when you say consistent,
on a consistent.
So is the consistent
go to
part
bed around the same time?
That's what I'm getting. So that's the consistent part.
I'm on schedule.
A regular schedule,
like
same bedtime, same getting up.
There you go. Yeah.
I'm up at.
I think I'm pulling it off.
Yeah.
It's close, but I'm pulling that off.
Greg, the 2 hits.
They're saying regular bedtimes and wake times are key to this, not just the number of hours you sleep.
Like when you were a baby, that was going to get you on a schedule.
Yeah.
It's good for you to be on a schedule your whole life.
What about 4 a.m.?
To some degree.
Is that okay to wake up to? 4 a.m.
No.
If you go to bed,
it depends on where you go. When you're going to sleep.
You know, scientists Rick and Bubba have been studying for years that anytime.
He said that was important. Though.
But anytime seriously, I'm kidding. I'm kidding, sort of, but I think we're right.
Yeah, I think you're dead
I
on.
believe anything pre-6 a.m. counts a double. If you have to get up at 4, even if you've slept 7 hours, it's different than if you slept at 7 hours and got up at 7.
So what you're saying?
Not even close.
What you're saying? If you got up at 4 as opposed to 6. You didn't miss 2 hours of sleep. You missed 4.
Yeah,
it's like getting up at 2.
And there's no scientific proof for that. It just feels that way.
Yeah, I think
you're right.
If I go to bed at midnight and get up at 7, that's a whole different game than if I go to bed at 9.
Let's
and
do
get
it
up
like
at 4.
this: 9 to 4. Or 10 to 5. You're saying 10 to 5. It's same amount of hours of sleep, but you're saying that'll be better.
For some reason,
and I agree with you.
Yeah.
I think that
if I can get to 6 a.m., I'm really doing something.
Yeah,
they are giving some tips here on how to sleep better to get the optimal sleep time.
Helix mattress.
It says only use the bedroom for 2 things.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And then it also says if you don't fall asleep within 20 minutes, get up, get out of bed. And then I guess because you just go sit there and talk.
Can I tell you that is the worst aggravating feeling to me.
Big guy,
I can be tired. I can be tired. I lay down and say 9 o'clock. I think good. I'm going to bed, and then I'm staring at the roof at 11.
Big
and I cannot. Big eye, we call it.
How do you guys fight that?
It says get out of bed and do a quiet activity without light exposure. Don't get on electronics, and then it'll get you sleepy and go back to bed.
What about loud activities?
What are you talking about?
Do you say quiet activities?
Yeah, just a quiet. just a relaxing activity.
But sometimes
knit in the dark. Knit in the dark.
Yeah, or read.
Thank y'all for
or read a
it
book or something. Just something you can.
So to me, reading, they say avoid electronic devices, but to me, if you get online and read, sometimes that makes me
What about
sleepy.
scrolling through TikTok? Is it on there?
No, that's bad for your brain.
Everybody stop.
China's
Bubba just asked a question that is a legitimate
It is
question.
a legitimate question.
I guess it has to do with those screens.
The
because
light.
why does reading words in a book put you to sleep?
It's the light.
But looking at things on the screen keeps you awake. It's the light. It's hitting your eyes and making it okay.
Well,
What
blue light, your body,
Blue light,
I think,
Now, they
again,
have those blue light glasses you can prevent from that.
Yeah.
They do.
I think your body is set up on the schedule of the sun. It knows to get up when it's light, go to bed when it's dark, and some of that, when you look at a lighted screen, your body's kind of confused by that.
I know we kid around a lot about this, but it is one of the reasons my strategy is to go wide open and then fall out.
Yes.
Because if I don't do that, I can't go to sleep.
Yeah.
I roll around. I want to be when I hit the bed. I want to be completely exhausted.
I want to pass out.
It also says avoid large meals before bedtime.
Yeah,
avoid caffeine.
No, I've done that before. You talk about wrestling around.
Yeah. You'll have some dreams if you have your big old spaghetti dinner.
Greg, how about this? Unfortunately, 2 strikes for you today. Another study. Greg, this is not a good day for you.
What are they?
Drinking alcohol weekly
That's not
is connected to 61 different diseases.
61.
You need to start drinking.
61.
61.
Kind of like the man that gets on me about stuff. I say, look, I don't do that, but if you keep on, I'm gonna start.
So
you might ought to start.
Hey,
drinking.
don't forget it just said weekly.
Rick,
it's not saying daily.
Rick, 61, not 70.
Greg, how about this?
He's caught up on the
It
number.
did, Greg. It didn't say daily.
Yeah.
It just says weekly.
Okay.
If you drink alcohol weekly, that could have you a higher chance of getting
Anything on there about melatonin?
61 different diseases.
Good.
61. How about that?
Not 60.
Yeah, 61 different diseases. Oh my goodness.
Here we go. This is going to scare me.
Tennis associated with testicular cancer.
Oh my goodness.
This is a rough
Hey, I might as well
study.
have surgery today. Get me to the doc now. Now. I may not make it, guys.
I don't like these studies.
Nah.
No, y'all, this is weird, but
I feel better when I sleep. I knew that.
if you're having trouble falling asleep, make biscuits with your hands, like
No,
but with your
count
feet.
sheep.
Is that what they're calling it now?
Wring your hands, but with your feet.
Oh, that's funny.
Yes, wring your hands, but wring your feet.
What?
It works.
I don't understand what you're saying.
So anyway, so to that point, then you see the other end of the spectrum, and I watched it this past weekend. So it was my mother's birthday this weekend. She turned 77. So she's got her iPhone out, and we're at the place we're staying, and I hear over and over, bloop, 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 bloop. I said, Mom, what are you doing? She goes, I'm liking all my birthday wishes. And I said,
Oh, yeah. Mom's pretty savvy.
that's
with
it.
that thing.
And then to that point, so they got to talking about back to Baby Ellis again. And all of a sudden, I look there. Here's my wife, who's in her mid to late 40s. Here's my mother, who's in her mid to late 70s, and at the same time, they're buying baby gifts on Amazon like it's nothing.
I know.
And they're going to where the mom to be has registered on Amazon, and they're both just sitting there going bloop 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 bloop. bloop.
Mom will Google stuff like how to fix things around the house and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty funny. She'll go, well, I Googled it. It said you need it.
I looked over and I said,
do
Mom,
that a lot now. Even things that I know or have done,
right.
I'll just to double check. I'll Google a
it's
thing
excellent.
like how to do something and just go over it again just to be sure I got the details.
I got to get to.
Think how helpful this would have been. I watched my 2 sons. They're still, well, one's at college, one's still home. They came up in the return of the bow tie. Well, heck, I didn't come up in the bow tie era. I don't know how to tie.
We
a
had
bow tie.
nothing to do with the bow tie.
Went on YouTube, and everybody's in their time.
There it is.
It just, everybody's time.
Yeah,
up
if we had one, it was clip on.
Right. Yeah,
That's
I don't.
true.
That kind of.
And everybody made fun of you for wearing it.
Yeah, our era kind of pushed the bow tie out, and then
We wore it to the prom.
Yeah,
That's
and
it.
then these are bringing it back for just normal suits and whatever. But sitting there,
I'm shocked the tie is still hung on as long as it has.
Greg, trying to go to breakfast or to lunch, and I said, Mom, you ready? What are you doing? Well, I'm liking all my birthday people. people wishing me birthdays, and I'm liking it. I said, well, you don't have to like every single one of them. Well, no, that's rude if you don't like it.
Her and Lisa both.
Greg and I hear bloop, 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 bloop.
Oh, she's all about the internet.
Have you ever had this thing where they'll say, moms are the king.
It is addictive.
But think about the time we're living in. Our moms, if you're our age, if you still have your mom, they're in their 70s or 80s. It's just odd for mom guilt to be used with modern technology.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you didn't like what I put on Instagram. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Well, you didn't like it.
You didn't like it. I didn't see a like.
I'm just like, is that my mom talking about what?
Yeah. I checked the list. You wasn't on it.
You can't add that to all the other things you've guilted me over. Don't. So you just didn't like what I put on Facebook? And I'm like, Mom, I'm not even on Facebook.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you didn't like it. My mom's on Facebook. I am not. Think about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I'll try to do better with Instagram. I see you didn't like it. Yeah.
You didn't like my last tweet.
What about when the way they can? What's funny with the women now, because on the iPhones you do your fingers to make the picture come up and you can look at it. Watch them every time. Wives, moms, sisters, whatever, any female, daughters, whatever. If you take a group picture, they'll grab it before
and pull it up,
and they
look
pull it
at
up and they
themselves.
look at their face and go, no, take it again. Now let's try another one.
And none of them want to stand on the end.
None of them want to stand on the end. Then they've done this thing. They do the arm out like that so their arms don't look fat, they say. It's just
I'll tell the boys, don't move till Mom looks at it. Don't move.
Everybody stay where you are till Mom does the, they pull it and have a look.
Don't move.
It's usually, we got to do this.
And then, if you have multiple females.
What about this? I don't know what's wrong with me. I look terrible pictures.
If you have multiple females, one might like shot one,
Right.
one might like two, and you can't get an agreement.
Right, you
a
have
consensus.
At some point you go, all right, one of y'all's going to have to be unhappy with the picture.
And then they tell the other one, don't you dare share that. Don't share that photo.
Yeah.
And then they'll share it. They're like, I can't believe she shared it.
Right.
Let me watch you delete
she
it.
shared it because she looks good in it.
Right. Well, let me tell you what's funny is to watch when I was laughing my head off because of Greg's wife, because she is, and Sherry really to a degree too. If you ever get a picture of them that they think they got caught in some face or whatever, and you start threatening that you're going to put, and they'll lose it. I want to see you delete that. Rick Burgess, if you leave here, and then what I'll do is I'll then leave and text back the picture again. Still got it. I'm posting this here in just a minute, and then she'll just start. Rick Burgess, I will kill you.
It drives Lisa crazy.
The gravy, please.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, so catch Daryl Johnston, our guest, Moose, this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Helmsy, you being a big Cowboys fan, you need to be out. You'll be all over that.
Oh yeah.
So that's coming up this weekend. Also, Gridiron Men's Conference starts today. Excited to be there this weekend. I'll be there later today. If you're coming tonight, I'll be in the lobby. Come see us at the Man Church table out there. I'll be gripping and grinning. We'll have copies of Transform, the new 31-day devotional, some of our other resources. So if you didn't get a signed copy for Dad in our promotion, that's already passed. You could, if you're going to be there this weekend, you could come grab one right there in person. I'll even personalize it to him if you want. So that'll be going on. And then I speak on Saturday. I don't know the lineup for everybody else, but I know Mike Pence, Robert Jeffress, David Jeremiah, Mike Whitson, Phil Waldrop, all speaking. And I've already reached out to Charles Billingsley, and I said, buddy, looking forward to making fun of you this weekend. And he said, can't wait. You can't wait, Rick.
Does he have his pink shirt out ready to go?
He'll be ready to go. So, all right, Bubba, let's do I guess this would be a global warming update in a way.
Oh, yeah, it would.
I guess it would be. Global warming update. Climate lunatics.
You know when the Tramps came in with this beat, don't you know somebody said, we got something. We got to make this one work.
Let's build something on this.
Yep.
Let's build it.
Listen to all the moving parts in it.
Oh, yeah. All being played by actual musicians.
I love it.
Not sampled. So here we go. We've got the climate activists. And Bubba and I both, we don't understand why they do this, but they've done something again. Burn, baby, burn. Burn, baby, burn. Man-made climate change, global warming, climate disruption, whatever the current environment requires, all these different names. The bottom line is they believe that we human beings are destroying the earth by the way we live our lives. And for some reason, these lunatics are after Monet. Why are they mad at Monet? What did Monet do?
If you're one of these global warming fanatics, why are you going after priceless works of art? I know you're trying to get attention, but it doesn't seem like it seems like this is liberal on liberal crime.
That's a great point.
I don't get why they're doing this.
We're punishing art people.
Yeah, and I know art is important to a lot of people, and it has its place in society.
Sure.
Now, I've never understood why any of these things that were painted a long time ago are worth millions of dollars. I don't get it. But, I'd rather have like a good picture of a beagle. You know what I mean?
Sure. The old abstract stuff I really don't get.
Yeah. But these two kooks have glued themselves to this Monet and smeared paint on it. And they're going to tell you all about. Listen to them talk.
The situation is
Pandemin
urgent.
var ingenting jämfört
The
med
pandemic was
klimatkollapsen.
nothing
Det som
compared
kommer
to
kan vi inte ens
the
föreställa
climate
oss.
crisis.
Barn och äldre dör först.
Children will die.
Sirener kommer ljuda oavbrutet, men ingen kommer hinna fram i tid.
Unless you fix that hair, you ain't going to have to worry about it.
Ban peat mining. Restore the wetlands.
Vår hälsa
Our health is under threat.
Själva grunden
The very basis of
till
health is
hälsa är
under
hotad.
threat.
Not a lot of security at the art place.
So how can you do nothing about it? How can you do nothing?
There's Adler.
How?
I still want to know
Famine.
how is this tied to Monet?
They do it all the time.
Why does art have to pay the price for this? Is this so they say if we'll tear up a Monet, people let us talk? Is that what they're saying?
Honestly,
I'm just trying to understand the game plan.
Unless I knew they'd smeared paint on it, I wouldn't know they did.
That's a great point.
It actually enhances it a little bit.
I think it does make it look a little better.
That looks good. Them two blobs they put on there.
Yeah. But now, I don't want to glue my hand to anything because it seems like that would hurt.
Now, I also would just like to, and I can't help it because I'm immersed in it right now, keep in mind what we've said about the tribulation.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All this stuff is take what they're saying and take climate change out and read about the tribulation.
I know.
Okay, and so this is going to be one of the explain it away. This isn't God doing this. It's man-made climate change, and and like you said, the UFO stuff. All that's going to be an attempt. And even Scripture says that God keeps moving forward so people can explain it away.
Right.
Which means they're going to try to. Right.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. And so if you listen to what they're saying, it sounds like the tribulation.
Well,
but what they're going to tell you is no, it was caused by man-made climate change.
And Rick, I think it's key here too. She's talking about the children, the future. Unless she fixes that haircut, she's not going to have to worry about it.
And there it is. And there it is. You can tell somebody somebody got it 7 hours.
Bubba, look at him bang.
Somebody got 7 hours.
I'm going to tell you when they go. I don't know why they're picking the Monets, Rick, I know why they're picking on Monets, but if they want to make a point, they come the southeastern part of the United States, start messing up Daniel Moore portraits.
Yeah,
we're gonna have some.
Hey, go wipe some paint on the black number 3 at the Hall of Fame at Talladega.
Exactly. Hey, go wipe one on the goal line stand.
Saban's mess with Saban's statue.
Hey, put paint right on Wingo and see what happens.
Yeah, mess with the goal line stand. Just see.
You mess with Mr. Adderholt down at the mill, you'll get a butt whooping out of somebody.
Sure. Try to smear Barry Krause in the middle.
Yeah, do it.
So yeah,
come on,
idiots. Can you believe that?
Kind of along these lines.
Can somebody help me? I'm sorry, Adler. Please help me though. I do this because if I smear a Monet, somebody will come cover it, and then I get to. I'm using it as a play. We're not mad at the Monet or the artist, are we? What do they have to do with climate change?
You destroyed a priceless work of art that can't be fixed because the painter is dead now.
But they will get the coverage, and that's what they're.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen. These
You're
idiots,
right.
Because you can tell that they're brilliant. What's happening here? They got a lot of emotion, but not a lot of logic.
Yeah.
Likely, we don't just have a Monet out there. If somebody wants to smear it, they can. It's probably got a protective covering on it.
You hope.
And all they've done is put paint on that.
Yeah, because nobody's panicking to stop
no.
it. And
they've glued themselves to a frame or to a glass, and they will just simply take that covering off and then put a new one on.
Wouldn't you like to see a little more security around the Monet?
Yeah, I would think.
I would.
If it's worth that much money. This is the same bunch that dumps milk out on the floor at the stores, right?
Yeah,
Remember we covered that?
Yeah. So this is, I understand that.
And they're
that
on
You know what
about
I would like to see one time?
Right.
I would like to see them start dumping milk out and somebody get them by the nape of the neck and make them lick every drop of it up on the floor.
Well,
and that'll be the last milk they throw out.
Like our parents would do?
Yes. Exactly what they would do.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Tear that hiney up.
Like that time I faked asthma, my dad said, well, let's see if you really have it. To get out of running.
Who fakes asthma?
I did. I faked asthma to get out of running in football. And when my parents show up for practice and the coach walks over and says, well, we really would have liked to know that Rick has asthma. We didn't know that. My mom says, he doesn't have asthma.
Told him you had
and the coach said, well, he said he couldn't do the running to him because he had asthma.
Rick, I can't say
That's
that.
brilliant.
I did claim I had a dizzy spell in first grade so I could go home. Because I'd heard some old woman talking about she had a dizzy spell. And they said, what's wrong with you? I said, I had a dizzy spell. I need to call my mom.
What do you think my parents did when I faked asthma?
Oh, Rick, I bet you got to work on it.
Well, I got to work on the running I missed.
Yeah. Let's see how good you can breathe.
So maybe you have asthma. We don't know it. Let's find out.
Yeah. So,
yeah, because that was kind of the way, like our parents would treat us. If you had asthma, they would say, "Well, you know how you fix that? You run more,
right?
And that way you get to breathe better."
But like you said, when you're a little kid, I just heard somebody mention asthma. I knew it had something to do with not being able to breathe.
Wait a minute, didn't you also fake kidney problems so you could go to the bathroom at school?
I did.
To get out of class?
I did.
I did. I remember the mom getting on to you about that.
And then I wonder why my kid did the same thing one time.
Yeah. I remember that.
Because he went with leukemia. That really gets everybody's attention.
Wow,
that'll do it.
Top of the hour.
He upped the ante.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Scouts of America announced it would admit girls. The Girl Scouts of the United States of America punched back Tuesday with a federal trademark lawsuit seeking to block the boys group from rebranding itself simply as Scouts. The Girl Scouts in the filing claimed that the move by the Boy Scouts will marginalize the female organization and erode its core brand identity. The Boy Scouts announced in May that it was changing its name to Scouts BSA, with members known as simply Scouts.
But first of all, Boy Scouts of America has completely lost their ever-loving mind. Okay, and they are a past product, and thankfully have been replaced by a better product.
And you can never think of the name of it.
I can never.
Trail Life USA. Right?
Trail Life.
Isn't that it?
I didn't.
That's as good a guess as I could give you right now.
Confident.
It didn't feel right to me, but you said it so
It's
confident.
something like that.
It's Trail something.
It's Trail Life.
Trail Life.
Okay, good.
Trail Life USA. And this is what Boy Scouts used to be.
The Empire Strikes Back against early onset.
Right. You know what I'm talking about?
What about the Boy Scout rap, Bo?
Yeah. Boy Scouts, they once the Boy Scouts, this is what happened. Everybody remember this.
Do we need to hear that for this?
Hey, listen, everybody remember this. This is an important life truth. Everybody remember. The Bible even talks about this. Once you take money from somebody, they own you. Okay? So what happened to Boy Scouts of America when they tried to be patriotic, they tried to be God-fearing, God-acknowledging, well, then they start taking money from all these businesses that then started being held hostage to political correctness.
It became big money, Rick. That was the thing. It wasn't just donations from people or little groups. They started getting big donations, putting those people on their board, and thus they wanted to change the way things were being done.
Now Boy Scouts of America did that because they saw the money.
Right.
But what they didn't see, and they were not wise and savvy about, they didn't see that they would then answer to these people. Same thing with the Department of Education. Should have never been created. But it was created, and the government said, oh, don't worry. We won't dabble in curriculum. We won't dabble in the way you do things. We're just here to help. You know, as Ronald Reagan said, one of the scariest things you could ever hear, I'm from the government, and I'm here to help. But we won't get involved. We're going to try to get you some tax dollars and try to help you fund public education. So then what happened? Then the Department of Education suddenly became a very liberal organization, a giant government monolith that started becoming politically correct with education. So then you go to some of the more conservative parts of the country and say, well, by golly, we're not going to answer to that. And you know what the Department of Education said? Well, then no money for you. Either we get to say something or we won't give the money. Well, that's what's happened with Boy Scouts of America. Now, as these businesses have started to cower to political correctness, and they're like, look, we don't care. We'll do anything not to have somebody after us. Then they start mandating to the Boy Scouts of America that you become politically correct as well, or we'll cut your funding off.
Yep.
So now the Boy Scouts of America, they're beholden to a bunch of liberal people who have a lot of money. So, but the good news is the pivot is Trail Life, who says this is what Boy Scouts was when you loved it, and we're going to do it that way, and we're never going to put ourselves in that position. So now Boy Scouts of America just wants to be scouts so they can let males and females serve alongside each other in scoutness. Well, the Girl Scouts realize this will be the end of us. And so they're trying to block Boy Scouts from just being scouts because it will hurt them.
The Girl Scouts not only filed a lawsuit, Rick, they've asked a court to block the Boy Scouts from using the term scouts or scouting or Scouts BSA without a clear distinction between the term that they're using. Now, surprisingly, this is not the first time the two organizations have tangled in court. A century ago, the Boy Scouts sued to block Girl Scouts from using the name Scout, according to Atlantic Magazine.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What has happened to what used to be kind of a couple of precious little things? That we
I know. Can't we just sell cookies and go out and pick up sticks?
Can't we go learn how to make a fire?
Yep.
Can't we
build a birdhouse
and say the Pledge of Allegiance and raise a flag? I mean, would it be? Is that just so difficult? Can you learn how to make a birdhouse for the love of all that's good and kind?
Well, you see, like you said, big money's involved, so now we got big losses.
Well, and this is what I don't like, because I love how we tell people that your personal beliefs should not be forced on other people, unless, of course, it's mine. And so what's happened now is people are they say, well, hey Rick, hey buddy, you can't go out here and mandate to the rest of the world that they have to believe what you believe, say spiritually. So, and there's certain things, if you're going to stay to this spiritual conviction, you're not going to get to do. And then I go, well, my conviction overrules that. That's fine. I just won't be part of that. But then when people start declaring that they think that they can be whatever gender they want to be on any given day, what should have happened is a BSA or a Girl Scouts would say, well, if that's your personal business and that's how you really feel in your personal life, you certainly have the freedom to live that out. But over here, when you start coming out and now interacting with the rest of society, the Girl Scouts have girls, biological, anatomic girls, and the Boy Scouts have biological, anatomic boys. And if you're just going to say that your biology and your anatomy says you're a boy, but you want to be a girl, you certainly can do that at home, but you can't do it here. Six minutes past the hour, and we got another one going. Rick and Bubba University this weekend. Daryl Johnston, Moose, three-time Super Bowl champion, is our guest. Catch that wherever you get podcasts. All right, so as we start this hour, this is we covered a lot of the bizarreness that's going on. One of the things that is taking place all over the world apparently, but certainly in our country. And you hear this from the woke left, and we got all kinds of stories about this. I tell you, matter of fact, I may include that in this update since we're in that same genre. Have you seen the latest ruling against Black Lives Matter? We got ourselves a lawsuit, and the win was a big win for the person that was fired from Starbucks for basically being white.
And, they got $26 million, didn't they? Something
25 million.
25?
Yeah, wow. $25 million. They won the case. I don't know how to break it to everybody. You can't fire people for the color of their skin, even when it's white.
Yeah, and all she was doing was the store policy was you have to, buy something to use the restroom and stuff. She turned them down, and you remember that big deal that was made out of it?
Yeah, she was the manager of that event.
Yeah. And so they fired her because there was an uproar that they claimed that she was being racist when she said that's the store policy for everybody.
Right.
That's what I was told to. I can't be fired for y'all telling me to do that.
Right.
And then just because somebody says it was racist because I'm white, you can't fire me when I did what y'all told me to do with our restrooms. Right. And so she has won $25 million.
Because if she would have denied some white people to go to the bathroom, nobody would say a word.
No. Right. And she said, if that's the way it is, then I shouldn't have been fired. Now, if she was only letting people of color not use the bathroom, then then that's different. All right. So this other thing is the attack on the patriarchy. We're attacking, remember.
Now, what is that exactly?
Well, what that means is when, of course, we look to Scripture for this. Now, others just think it kind of came out of nowhere. And that is the setup of the family. And this is what you just saw with, the Southern Baptists. It's, I'm even reading some of the emails. It's like we have forgotten. This has nothing to do with inequality. Patriarchy means that our world is being ruined by men. And if we would take away this, like they don't, put it this way, they don't like, even though it's an absolute fact, they don't like when we say, when you go into communities where males have left their responsibility and their headship as daddies and husbands, the men who have abandoned their families and the breakdown of the patriarchal family, the breakdown has actually caused horrible things.
Yeah.
They'll turn around and say, no, they are the problem. They're not the solution to the problem. And then you go, well, how come when they left, all hell broke loose?
Yeah.
And then they're going, no, they caused all this. No. Because where we find them in their proper place, equal but beautifully distinct in that headship of a male and that leadership role, when we find it put together, we actually don't see the problems when we look at the breakdown of it.
That's just numbers.
Well, what they want to do is say this whole design of family and this whole design of men, this world would be better off if men were just eradicated from it. I'm telling you,
Wonder Woman lives on.
And the reason, and the reason why they're doing that, and they may not even know it, is because God's design calls for it. Now, have there been men abuse their power? Yes.
Sure.
Can men? But let me tell you when men are dangerous, when they're out from under the authority of Christ. Mm-hmm. When they're out from under the authority of God, men can be quite dangerous. When men are doing their own thing, we can be quite dangerous, Rick Burgess included. And so that's all true. But what's interesting is, the feminist movement. You don't need men. And of course now women have looked back and said, the male female thing and a family and the way it's set up was actually kind of pretty good. I kind of got sold a bill of goods here. I don't feel fulfilled at all. And so anyway, but it's funny when somebody takes it on. So we have the female artist Grimes, right?
Now this is Elon Musk's former partner.
Right. Now, she's not even a wife. She's just a woman who's had 2 kids with Elon, right?
Yes, that is correct.
But even and they think probably that they found an advocate to also hate the patriarchy, but she comes back and says, I kind of like it. So here we go.
Like, for example, for me, like, wake up in the morning, daily motivation, smash the patriarchy, I
kind of like the patriarchy. Like,
What do you like about it?
I like the supply chain, food, Uber, roads, civilization, like there's a lot of good things that came from it.
She's basically saying, look, I know that men have been problematic, but are we going to ignore all the great things they've done?
How about roads? I like throwing in roads.
Look,
we take roads for granted.
Yeah,
we do.
How about this? To say that we don't need men or women is completely wrong.
Right.
We need women and we need men. And there have been men that have done horrible things, but you can't ignore there's been men that have done wonderful things. There's been women who have done horrible things, and there have been women who have done wonderful things. It's just absolutely insane to say that one of the two should be removed. Either one of them.
Yeah, because it's a breakdown.
Man or woman.
It just seems there's this mindset with a certain group of people, and I think it normally happens with younger folks more, where they're just against everything the way it is.
Yes.
It doesn't matter what it is. I think if they grew up in China, they would be against communism.
Right.
Yeah.
They grew up here, they're against capitalism. They're just against something all the time. I don't know how you ever get over that hump.
Right. Well, it's to ignore. It's and you said that, Bubba. It's like when they get this mindset, they won't even logically, critically think anything through and go, well, I can't really say that a patriarchy is completely bad because we've seen men who use their authority and their leadership and their headship to do wonderful things. And we've seen those who take their power and abuse it. So it can't be men. It might just be evil. And then you look at women and go, there's women who have done incredible things, wonderful things that are wonderful women who maybe they decided not to have a family, and maybe they've done good things. Women in families who've been great mothers and raised their children. They've been great wives. They've been great whatever. They've been powerful women that have done wonderful things, just like this ridiculous thing we saw with the headship roles in the church, that if you were against 2 very specific roles being for men according to Scripture, and then you turn that into, well, you think women have no value. See, that to me, that's lazy. That's not a real conversation. Well, I guess you just don't want women to have to do anything in church. No, that's not what anybody said at all. So we got to stop with all these wild sweeps of emotion and come to the conclusion that you really have a problem in this world that has nothing to do with gender. It just has to do with good and evil.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some designs that have worked quite well. I mean, look, my own wife said this in her book, talking about suffering. I don't always like the way God does things, but the bottom line is because I'm human and I'm flawed, I may not like his design of things, but what I really should look at is whether I can argue with his results.
Right.
You can't argue with his results. His design works best. And when we corrupt it, that's where we find problems. And if you don't think it's from the pits of hell to say that the world will be better off without men, that's straight out of hell, is what that is.
Wow, it's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Now, are there bad men? Yes, there are. But there's bad women, too.
Yeah.
So.
History shows both.
Right.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, so it's
I think they're trying to find a few historical figures to hang this movement or this thought process on.
Yeah,
and it really doesn't wash with the big picture.
And of all things, the artist Grimes, who has not even entered into any kind of marriage, even she says, there's some things men have done throughout history that I'm kind of glad we got.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say the same thing about women.
It's like the conservative side of Elon coming out. I guess she's got a little bit of that too.
Yeah. Well, like
somewhat shocking.
Like he said, I really didn't change my point of view. It's just my point of view used to line up with those of you on the left, and now it seems to line up more with the current version of what's on the right.
Yep.
And not the current version of what's on the left. Phone calls next. Here we go, Super P. You ready? 10 lines available. 866-WE-BE-BIG. You got something on your mind? Let's chat any topic next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But oh no. And so now we just allow people on whatever whim they want to just make the rest of society adapt to what really is a personal situation with them. And Bubba, this is, boy, I tell you, those of you out there that I know we've gotten to the point that we save people from themselves, but I just don't understand some of the thinking of people right now. We have a person who has been bitten by, are these alligators?
Yeah, crocodiles.
Crocodiles?
Yeah, yeah, they're worse.
Please tell everybody how this person was bitten by a crocodile.
Well, Rick, he jumped into a pit at the St. Augustine alligator farm.
That'll do it.
Mm-hmm. Now,
from 20 feet, by the way.
Wow. Here's the thing, and we've got a package we're going to look at here from CBS 47, but Rick, let's just say that we lived out in the country and somebody said, hey, don't go down to that swamp. There's crocodiles and alligators in it. Mm-hmm. We wouldn't go down there.
Right.
But like in this case, there's like fences, there's signs, there's locked gates. You have to climb over all that stuff to get in there.
Right.
And he still jumped in the pit with all these things in it, and of course he was bitten. I know that's shocking to everybody.
Yes, and Crocs.
With Crocs floating on the pond after it was over.
Yeah.
So
the Crocs that were on his feet.
Let's see the package here from CBS 47.
Johns County are working to learn why the man seen in this surveillance video ended up inside of a crocodile exhibit at the St. Augustine alligator farm. Only Action News Jax can show you this exclusive video of the man being taken by police there after his encounter with 3 massive crocodiles. Right now, he's in the St. Johns County Jail recovering from his injuries. I'm Tanika Hughes.
I'm John Bachman. New at 6, Action News Jax Ryan Nelson spoke with neighbors who found the man in their backyard this morning. He joins us live from St. Augustine. Ryan, they say they found the man crawling around their backyard.
And John, his misadventures all began here at the St. Augustine Alligator Farm, and those entire 4 hours that he spent in the exhibit were caught on camera. And
4 hours.
In the video you're going to see soon, you can actually see the moment that he was attacked by a crocodile.
I'm in.
Visitors at the St. Augustine Alligator Farm are trying to understand how and why this man, caught on camera, put himself between a croc and a hard place. He was in the enclosure for hours, and you can see him jumping into the water.
Crazy, absolutely crazy. How could somebody be so stupid?
When staffers showed up to the park this morning, they found a pair of shorts and Crocs, the kind you wear on your feet. They assumed it was part of a prank until they spotted blood and called police. I went through hours of video with park security, piecing together what happened over the time the man spent in the Nile crocodile exhibit. You can see the moment he was attacked by one of the 12-foot alligators. You can see the animal thrashing about, biting his foot. Later, you can see the man writhing in pain and trying to make a daring escape by straddling a fence. Jeff Black found Hatfield this morning wandering around his home.
As soon as we encountered the guy, we knew something strange was going on.
Black gave Action News Jax this exclusive video of Hatfield limping to an ambulance once police showed up. He says neighbors assumed the man was on drugs or alcohol.
You think?
I think his thing was he kept saying, I was held hostage in a place that had a pool with gators.
Oh, my goodness.
In the world?
Guys,
y'all.
Guys.
How about that plunge he took? If you don't, if this is not the greatest public service announcement for not doing drugs, I don't know what is. How about the last shot of him limping to the ambulance?
Keep in
With no
mind,
shirt on.
state after state keeps legalizing the use of some of these drugs.
He had to climb, as Bubba mentioned, and now we see proof of it. He had to climb over. Keep in mind, first
Probably
of all,
several fences.
First of all, you're walking in after hours of a place that on the sign is called Alligator Farm. All right, I'm walking toward it. I'm walking in it. I'm not fleeing from it.
No, I'm looking for the water.
And then I get in, and of all Greg, that's quite a jump.
Pretty good dive. Bro.
And of all of the different ones, Swan didn't break his neck when he jumped in. Or did he jump in feet first?
It looked like he just,
He didn't dive in there.
No.
But anyway, what I'm saying is, now of all the exhibits at the Alligator Farm, guess which one I picked? Crocodiles of the Nile.
Yeah,
I'm going to the biggest
12-footers.
I'm going to the biggest. Good night, y'all.
And I'm gonna take a plunge right in the middle of it.
Well, I don't know how they didn't eat him.
Well, this is that thing where, evolution does try to remove some people from the gene pool. I will give you that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a bad situation. 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. The lines are open right now. Here we go. And we've got Super P ready to go, taking your phone calls. Rick and Bubba University student. And if you dial right now, you'll get in. Those of you on hold will come to you shortly. Wrapping up, Jordan Peterson is asked the question about the attack on masculinity in men and this ridiculous notion that the world would be better off if we broke down the patriarchy and all that ridiculous garbage. So here is Jordan Peterson responding to that, and then we'll get to phone calls.
And we got the impression they were all male fans, the ones that we talked to, and that they were struggling with their manhood, and that you give them this message that it's okay to be a man.
It's not okay. It's necessary. What the hell are we going to do without men? You look around the city here, you see all these buildings go up. These men, they're doing impossible things. They're under the streets, working on the sewers. They're up on the power lines in the storms and the rain. They're keeping this impossible infrastructure functioning, this thing that works in a miraculous manner. They work themselves to death, and often literally. The gratitude for that is sorely lacking, especially among the people who should be most grateful. You see university professors, especially of the social justice bent, who are among the most protected and privileged people that the world has ever produced. They take everything they have for granted, failing to understand entirely that there's a massive infrastructure of unbelievably hardworking, solidly laboring, working-class men breaking themselves in half on a regular basis, making sure that everything that always breaks works.
And there you go. So Jordan Peterson, and the other thing is, because of all the confusion, that's one of the things I think we felt led to do themanchurch.com, because the question to what's the example of how to be a man? Well, we tend to think the best example is when God became one. So anyway, it is a real problem, and we can't let it go. We can't let these kind of narratives are so bizarre and unacceptable. They should receive a strong pushback from men and women. To the phones we go. Let's go to Ron in Mississippi. Ron, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Ronnie.
Morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Morning. Hey, you guys touched briefly on the 2024 SEC schedule.
Yep.
I don't know if you're aware, but Oklahoma's already out there grumbling about their tough schedule. And, hey, take a look at it. They thought that grass was greener on the other side of the fence, and we'll see about that. But they got one heck of a welcome committee next year. They're going to get a good taste of reality. Just take a look at that schedule.
Well, I think it's if you play in the SEC, you're already used to it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only going to be tougher with Texas and Oklahoma in it, but this is the same people that Alabama, Auburn, Georgia, Mississippi State, Ole Miss, they've been playing every year.
Yep.
Tennessee,
I tell you what is greener on the other side, and that's the mighty dollar.
Yeah, baby. Real green.
Real green. And Oklahoma will take that all the way to the bank.
And I agree that they will learn the SEC is a tougher road, especially now since all the teams are getting better again. There's the parity seems to have returned. And there were a few years it kind of dropped off, and where Alabama was really the only team that was dominant, and that has gone back to a little more parity now with the rise of Georgia and the others getting better again. So it's back as tough as it's ever been, and I do think that will be a dose of them. But I really think it's also foolish. Don't discount Oklahoma on the SEC making them better and then becoming problematic for the rest of the SEC. I wouldn't.
They've always been a good program.
I wouldn't discount that, because them coming to the SEC is going to give them an opportunity to get better in places where they've been weak, and then remain strong in places they're already strong. It may not happen right out of the gate, but be careful what you hope for.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Rick, the Oklahoma teams that we grew up with that were so dominant,
yeah,
they had a good offense like they have now, but they had a great defense. And I think that's been lacking for them over the past few years, especially when they get in the playoffs.
Yep.
They will have to upgrade their defense to play in the SEC, and then that will help them out overall.
And they'll be able to do it because they'll be able to tell the recruits now, you're now playing the SEC.
Right.
And their head coach has a defensive background.
There you go.
Pretty good.
We continue.
But
Craig?
think, to your point, Rick, think about every SEC team that you would say they're on the uptick right now, as opposed to declining.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I can maybe give you two that are declining. All the rest of them, I would say, are going to be better than they were last year.
Oh, yeah. Let's go to Craig in Alex City. Craig, go ahead.
Green Acres, guys.
Thank you for the call, Craig. Go ahead.
Yeah, this whole breaking down the patriarchy thing, I would pay money to see one of these feminists, these women complaining about that, pump out a septic tank. I would pay to see that.
Now you're back to Jordan Peterson again. Let's go to Courtney. Lines are available if you want to join us. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Courtney, go ahead.
Hey, guys. So I don't know if y'all know who Matt Walsh is, but he's this influencer. Okay, yeah. So he was on some podcast with somebody else. I'm not sure his name, but he asked him why God created transgenders if it was this huge sin. And I really just wanted to see what y'all had to say about that and your point of view.
Well, first of all, you got to prove to me that God created transgenders. Most of the transgenders that we have modern day are people choosing to be transgender. The things that we had where people in a fallen creation are born with that they seem to have both of the genitalia of male and female is a tiny percentage, and even those for their clear thinking and the best shot at life, they made a decision to pick one or the other. The number of people that truly struggle with the mental illness of gender dysphoria is a tiny percentage, and that's something that people need help with. We're in a fallen creation, and I think that this notion that God made me that way as opposed to the fallen creation made me that way is something that people grossly misunderstand.
Yeah.
And so to say that God created transgenders just isn't true.
And the fact that
people become transgenders, but God did not create transgenders, just like he didn't create an adulterer, he didn't create a fornicator, he didn't create homosexuality. These are all things that sin created. And that's two completely different things.
But he loved us enough to give us free choice.
Right.
And then we have to deal with the consequences of our decisions.
Right.
Because it all gets back to glorifying him. If we all were robots, and I've used the example here on the show before, if I take my children through the mall and they're in shackles and I have them on a chain and somebody says, wow, your kids are well behaved, you must be a great dad. That really doesn't shine a great light on me.
Right, yeah.
But if they're walking through the mall acting like young adults, not touching everything, not creating and somebody says, wow, your kids are well behaved, that reflects well on me.
Yeah.
And I think God treats us the same way.
Yeah, and no doubt, and I do acknowledge that in the sphere of struggles with your flesh and sin, people are very unique. There's some sins that I struggle with that I've talked to other men and whatever, and they say, I don't really struggle with that at all. And I notice we can be very vocal about the sins we don't struggle with, and then we're real quiet about the ones we do struggle with. But this is all sin. This is the fallen creation. What God created, we have grotesquely corrupted. So that would be a flawed argument because it starts from the wrong place.
Yeah, I mean, when you get to Adam and Eve, it would have been easier to make Eve unable to choose the wrong way.
Right.
And then, we'd all be still in the garden, but would that glorify God? I don't think so.
Yeah. So we'll come back. We'll continue with more of your phone calls. 866 We Be Big. More stories today as the Rick and Bubba show continues. And we thank you for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Drinking and driving, or drugness and driving, no good, kids, no good. And every day, or I do daily, burn a stick. Obama's the president of y'all United States, and he smokes. Why can't I smoke me one blunt?
Well said, Halfhead.
Thank you, Halfhead.
Didn't he get in trouble again? Didn't we get an update? Halfhead was in trouble
He
again.
literally has half a head, though.
There's no mistaking it's him when you see him.
Yeah. No, Greg, I think I saw a story. He got in trouble again.
That is a disturbing picture of him. The video of him.
Halfhead.
Man.
There's so many. To me, Halfhead to drug use is what Terry is to smoking.
Yeah.
Not your Terry. That PSA of the woman named Terry.
Wow.
Oh my God. That I used to smoke it. I mean that. If anybody can
look, Rick.
Oh my goodness.
Look at Halfhead.
Good gracious, y'all. He has half.
If you could have him and the guy in the crocodile pit together doing some kind of promo, say no to drugs, you'd have you something.
Half foot and half head.
Yes.
But y'all notice Halfhead started out with a good message and then ended up on why can't you smoke a blunt since our president.
Where that went?
You know why, Greg? He has half a brain.
That's true. Then all of a sudden it switched.
Never seen anything like that.
No. It looks alien-like.
It's weird because he has no head until like the back, and then it pops up.
Hence the name
almost
Halfhead.
almost like a ramp.
If I had
jump on a bicycle.
if I had the type of relationship with Halfhead where I could get him to do things, if you had some people that believed in UFOs, whatever, you had Halfhead show up like that
in Area 51, Halfhead walk up.
You could get them into a frenzy.
I doubt
have him walk past
a
game camera.
Rick, you never could get him to do anything. You tell him what to do, and he'd wander off, do something else.
He's got half a head.
Oh,
how about half head and half foot are sitting there saying say no to drugs? Wouldn't you agree with that? How about this? Why shouldn't I do drugs? Well, I took drugs and dove into the crocodiles of the Nile exhibit at the alligator farm. And one of them.
Please quit showing half head.
You could put something. It's like a shelf.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Guys,
it
really,
You could put a drink on top of it.
It's like a TV tray.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Here, half head. Hold my coffee.
If I had half a head, y'all, I wouldn't stop making appearances. I'd be everywhere.
So wait, let me back up.
Huh? I'd
If
be.
you
Oh
had
yeah,
half a head.
come see half head.
Is that the voice you'd have?
Yeah.
Look, hadn't learned a lesson, Bubba. Bubba, look, hadn't learned lesson one.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. TheraBreath, I just popped in a TheraBreath lozenge because I just finished breakfast and I've had a couple of cups of BuzzBox coffee. So, I'd already used the mouthwash and everything earlier. But now the breath needs a little help, so TheraBreath lozenges have come to the rescue. So TheraBreath, they have everything you could possibly need to fight bad breath. Let's face it, if you don't feel confident about your breath, I mean, you got your hand up over your mouth, you watch where you get close to people talking to them and all that. So why not go and get the TheraBreath products? If you're wondering where they can be found, maybe you go to a retailer, and there's over 100 different retailers that carry TheraBreath. But, when you get down to shelf space, some retailers might not have everything that you're looking for because there are multiple products. I'm talking about gum health. We're talking about breath, obviously. I'm talking about the lozenges. We're talking about some incredible products. Where am I hearing this buzz from? Oh, no. Is it here? I had you up for some reason. So anyway, go right now to TheraBreath.com. If you're going to your retailer and you can't find it, or you can't find the particular TheraBreath product you're looking for, you can find them all at TheraBreath.com. We love these products. They work. Do you know that they're even gluten-free and certified kosher? I don't know how that takes place, but they are. So also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So we don't want to belabor the point, but it's an important point. And this is back when the Church of England. This video's been out there a while, but they're discussing now this thing about the church, and we see this happening with denominations. It's split denominations, where the church begins to think, and of course the Bible warns us about all this, that when the world is outside the church, that's great, as the church almost like a ship is floating in those waters, but the water's not getting in. Paul talks about this with the church at Corinth. He talks to the Galatians about this, where he's furious with the Galatians, by the way, and he's not thrilled with the Corinthians. But anyway, and the problem is y'all are letting false teaching get into the church now, and you're letting the world seep in when we're supposed to be here taking Jesus out to the world, not letting the world in to the church. And this, I don't know what the title is. You call him.
Well,
his
name is
pastor,
Reverend Calvin
okay.
Robinson, and this is in the Church of England, I believe. And they're debating this issue with alternative lifestyles and things in the church. And it's a few minutes long, but I think he really hits on some key points.
Yeah, and he's talking to the people that are about to vote on this.
Yes,
so
yes, they're having a debate about it.
So here we go.
It is directly connected to love, but it's not the definition of love. Too many people utter those words and confuse the meaning of love. Agape, the biblical context of love, is a divine love. It's a sacrificial love. It's not lustful. People often conflate sex with love. It's very disingenuous. We've heard quite a bit of that. But then, of course, atheists often parrot the words, God is love, and we've heard that one tonight too, again, without any understanding. Yes, God is love. But he sets the terms, not us. Another one we've heard plenty of is inclusivity. Should the church be more inclusive? Again, it's a play of words. It's virtue signaling. It's to appear good rather than to be good. The church should absolutely be inclusive. Christ spent time with tax collectors and prostitutes, but it is they who went away changed, not Christ.
Amen.
We are fallen, therefore we are all sinners. The church is open to sinners, of course it is. That's the purpose of the church. But it should not be to encourage people to continue to sin. Our duty as clerics is to help lead people to Christ, to lead them away from sin, not to embrace it, not to affirm it. I know many LGBT people who live lives in Christ. They abstain from sexual gratification to be closer to God, and it's not easy. It really isn't. It's perhaps not fair, but it is right and it is good. And these people are being let down. I've had people crying, saying, I could have got married, but I did what the church taught me was right, and now the church is saying they were wrong all along. I've wasted my life. As Christians, we're called to be in the world, but not of the world. The trap that we're falling into in this debate is looking at the church through the eyes of the world rather than through his kingdom.
Amen.
In the secular world, we already have equality in law. People can enter civil partnerships or even gay marriage outside of the church, and that's their prerogative. However, the faith is inherently discriminatory. God is discriminatory. He sets conditions on us entering his heavenly kingdom. It is not a free-for-all. We must turn away from sin, repent, and follow Christ.
Amen.
And I want to specify, it is the sin that is the problem, not the sinner. Every single person is loved by God, and God forgives all of us of our depravity. But we have to turn away from our sins and turn toward him. And it seems the panel opposite me has forgotten to separate the sin from the sinner. One can denounce sin while still welcoming the sinner. So as I wrap up, my message to the proposing side is, do not lead us astray. Do not lead people astray. Do not be the wolves in sheep's clothing. Do not be the false teachers that the Bible warns us about. Remember your obligation to defend the faith. Stop teaching about diversity, inclusion, and equality, and get back to teaching about redemption and salvation. This is spiritual neglect. Help people by telling them the truth. Be kind to people by supporting them through those struggles and reminding them that Christ suffers with them. And be compassionate by leading them to Christ when the world tries to lead them away from him. The church is imploding, and the faithful masses have stopped turning up on Sundays, and we are seeing the most rapid decline of Christianity in this country that we may have ever seen. Do not accelerate it with heresy. You do not have the authority to bless sin. When I hear the Bishop of London on record saying these new prayers will mean priests can bless same-sex relationships, some of which may be sexual in nature, I hear the devil at work. Bishops are promoting the idea of sacramental sodomy. Let them be anathema. Repent. And to the rest of you, I have no doubt that some of you will consider me a bigot or a transphobe or a homophobe, but I am neither of those things, none of those things. I am simply a follower of Christ,
Amen.
A Christian. And we are naturally countercultural. And if so-called liberals were truly diverse and tolerant, they would embrace us just as they embrace everyone else. And not right now, I'm just wrapping up. And the point has been made, but the growing Christophobic attitude around this public debate and the ugly level of hypocrisy is that we really see people hold Muslims and people of other faiths to the same expectations that they hold Christians to. Who is calling, except my good friend here, for Islam to embrace gay marriage? Who is calling for the Quran to be updated to modern societal norms? It is the same, mind your language, it is the same patronizing attitude of people that treat other faiths, patronize other faiths while being intolerant towards Christians at the same time. It's a shame, but in the words of St. Athanasius of Alexandria, if the world is against the truth, then I am against the world.
Amen. Amen. Amen.
Well, wasn't that
amen.
good?
Amen. Amen.
Wasn't that good?
Well, every point.
And the fact he had a British accent, I felt like I was listening to Spurgeon.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Or it was King James.
And let's be honest. Those points have all been made, but when he says it, you understand them better because, we don't grasp the language the way he does. Yeah.
I know. I thought he did a great job with that.
But everything he said is absolutely, completely correct. And the church is headed down a road in a lot of places that Scripture strongly warned about. And I love the last thing. If the world's against the truth, then I'm against the world. I'm not against you. I'm just for him.
We're told to update the software in our computers and our phones all the time to give it the latest system to run on so it'll do more features. We're never called to update our faith.
Mm-mm.
It's one thing that never changed. We're still on 1.0, and it should always be that way.
Right.
God says he is the same past, present, and future. It doesn't need updating.
Yeah.
So why are we trying to update it?
I love the point he made because you hear this all the time. And usually the people saying it are not even people who hold the church in any high regard. This is that same bunch. You're not supposed to judge anybody. And then Jesus hung out with sinners. Yeah. And as he perfectly said, and when Jesus left, they were the ones that were changed, not him. He was with them to tell them he would forgive them if they repented. He didn't just go there and begin to act like them and say the way you're living is perfectly okay with me. I'm here to redeem you if you repent. So denying people repentance is what we were taught. We weren't taught to justify, embrace, and affirm it, sin. And we're all equal at the foot of the cross in need of redemption, and none of us have sin that is special and gets a pass.
Yep.
And he can redeem us of any of it if we will repent. And to get away from that message, as he pointed out, I think is actually unloving, because you're putting a version of love that isn't God. It's some earth version of it, really a satanic version of it. That you don't love anybody at all if you don't love them enough to tell them the truth.
And you know, he used a word that has such a negative connotation in our society today, discriminatory, or to discriminate. God does discriminate.
Absolutely. Yes, because
it's not always a bad word.
No, and I think we all do. I mean, we don't just let anybody do anything they want to, do you?
Well, we're trying to now in society, but
you wouldn't let them do that to your house, would you?
Well, no, I wouldn't, personally.
Right, so 15 minutes to the top, so there it is. There's really nothing to add to that. That's as well laid out as you're going to hear it. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
On another mass shooting about 11:20 local time last night in California. You probably have, if you're waking up, say it's like you're listening to the show live, you don't know what happened. Apparently, witnesses are describing a man who walked into a bar. It was some kind of country music theme night, and the colleges all in the area. The kids were there, and I guess there were some adults there too, because I heard one witness saying he was there with his stepdad. And so the gunman comes in the door. He throws some sort of smoke, something onto the dance floor, and shoots the bouncer, shoots the person behind the register over there, I guess, as you pay a cover to come in, and then shot people, ended up shooting, sadly, a sheriff deputy that came to the scene to try to help. And I think the total death that we have right now is 12, and then the shooter is dead as well. I guess making the total death 13. If that's the last report, I think that we just got.
That's correct.
Yep. So
well, senseless again.
Yep.
We don't know a lot of details. I heard the presser this morning from the police there, and they said that they don't know if terrorism is involved or not. The guy doing the press conference said, there's no evidence of that I know of, but said, I know you're going to ask that. It's just common now. So we're already telling you we're looking at that, but we don't know. We don't have any evidence of that. So we'll know more as they get more details. He was estimating 11 to 15 people had been wounded and had gone to the hospital on their own. And the first law enforcement officer at the scene who went in is the one also died at the hospital. He would have been victim number 12.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, one of the witnesses, I heard a couple of them being interviewed on the way to work today, and one of them described the man in pretty good detail because he was at the door. Matter of fact, he actually was so close to the door that when the guy moved away from the door enough, he went out the door. Everybody else was afraid to go toward the door because they were so far away. Shots were coming from the door, but guy went past him and he went in behind him. He said he was dressed completely in black. He had a full beard, and that's all. And they asked him about any details on ethnicity. He said, I'm real gray on that. He said it looked like that he might have had tan skin, but he said, I don't know. He said, but I can tell you full beard and dressed completely in black.
Yeah, and it was at Borderline Bar and Grill, which is a country bar in Thousand Oaks, California. And some colleges are close by. They're estimating about 200 students or patrons were in the bar when he entered.
These theories, and I'm glad that some guy, I've heard one reporter, I think it was similar, Bubba, to what you heard, that says, look, I understand that we all want to gather information quick, but the bottom line is we can tell you what we know, and in time, he's dead in here, so we're going to get to the bottom of him pretty quick, so just give us time so we can tell you exactly who this is. Mm-hmm. Then we can start theories, because I heard people talking about it, and I understand it, the Vegas shooter, so it was a country music theme. It was line dancing. And I don't know whether that has anything to do.
But this was a country bar.
Yeah, well, they said it was called country.
It was a student night, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was student night, but the Borderline Bar and Grill, it's known for being a kind of a country, country type bar.
Well, the college kids I heard saying that for the colleges, he was calling it a college
theme night, meaning they were going to do some line dancing and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And I heard one of the military guys asked him, was the music still playing while he was shooting? I'm not sure what angle the guy was going with that. And when he started shooting, did they turn the music off? And I was I guess he's asking that would lead to maybe confusion on where it's coming from or whatever. And they think it's a semi-automatic handgun. That was used, and maybe there may have been other weapons, but this guy said he actually saw him shooting a handgun.
The officer that was wounded and then later died at the hospital was the first one on the scene, and the spokesperson I heard had said that their protocol on this has changed. Used to they would secure the area, but since there was still active shooting going on, that he would try to go in, and said apparently the guy was just waiting on him because when America coming in at 866 We Be Big. Rick and Bubba, thanks for being with us. The Elite Eight, the Grade Eight, and the Golden Ticket seats joining us next hour. Bubba, we have an email, then we'll get to some more phone calls coming up at 866 We Be Big. This is from Marcia. I'm a new listener to the show and enjoying being every part of it, including the Bible study each week. Thank you for producing a refreshing format that is not only funny, but thought-filled and does not shy away from sharing your faith. I heard a new term on the show and wanted to ask you what it means. What is BIP? Thank you for taking time to answer a newbie question. And that's for Martha. She says, our sister in Christ. Thank you, Marcia. Well, BIP means that someone is doing something that is very, very annoying. It's really starting to annoy you, Marcia, and you'd be like, oh, if I could just, you almost, a BIP is really, I hate to say it's like a jab. BIP! I mean, someone is doing something so annoying, you almost just want to smack them.
And it's a little confusing, Rick, because it can be an action or a noun.
It can be.
Either one.
Yeah.
And just because you do something that makes you a bip for a moment,
right,
it does not mean you're written off forever.
Right.
I mean, it's just in that moment.
And you'll hear people saying, hey, I don't want to be a bip. There's the noun.
Right.
And that's because they know that what they're about to do might be annoying.
Bippish.
Yeah. And then, of course, if you're in the process of doing it, you're producing bippage. So know that. That's what that means. And there's a high sensitivity to being a bip if you're a true lover of the show. You need to have a real sensitivity about that.
Yeah.
Some of you don't, but you need to. 866 We Be Big is the number. We go to Albertville, Alabama, Z93, where James is standing by. If you want to join us, roll in now. James, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Hopefully I'm not guilty of bippage here, but I want to finish my story from the other day. So, son, 9 years old, he understands the patriarchy. We're watching the Buzz Lightyear movie. He sees the two ladies with the kid, and he looks at the one with the shaved head, and he just pauses and goes, oh, I get it now. That one's the boy.
There you go. Right, there you go. He had that at
So
Crew
even
Cut.
he gets it.
Yeah, he gets it. Thank you. Well, that was, you walked a tight line on
Yeah,
bippage
yeah,
right there.
kind of bip.
Yeah.
You sped it up and got right to it, which helped.
If you had
that saved him from total bippage.
Yeah, if you had done that your first time, you would have avoided all bippage.
Yeah.
If your first attempt in here, you'd have got to it that quick. Oh man!
You kidding me?
Nothing we love more than get right to it.
Sometimes I gotta be careful. I'll tell my wife. She'll go into a story. I'm like, just what happened, and then we'll go back and tell me backstory.
Right.
What happened?
Well, this is when you have issues, and we've all had these people in our lives, and I try not to be this person. When really we're down to a very specific thing that really probably is 20 seconds, 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So, I went out today because I had to go by and pick up, some shampoo, and I didn't have any conditioner. And you're like, oh boy, here we go. And I went that one place where they normally have it. Of course, they didn't have it. Then I had to go across here, and at the end of it all, there was an encounter with a person that we're trying to get to. You know what I mean? And then then I did that, and of course, and the thing I noticed is like my car, and I was like, oh, now I don't have gas. So, and then I started thinking, and I'm like, okay,
what happened?
Let's get to the encounter.
I'm gonna tell you, if there's one thing that social media got right, it was Twitter limiting characters.
Right.
I'd like to limit some characters with a lot of people.
A lot of conversation.
And a lot of them would like to limit some characters from me.
Right. We all can do better.
I get that.
Hey, let's get that plane on the ground.
Right.
Let's get that baby on the runway. Seth in Milton, Florida. Seth, go ahead.
Hey, Green Acres.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
I was just wondering, I sent Speedy an email this morning. I meant to send it last night. I left it in my drafts like a bit. But we had some folks, 7 people at a Japanese steakhouse in the town, got poisoned by meth at dinner. They realized there was a problem. They didn't get any sleep that night. And
heard this.
They're in a bind.
That's true.
They shut that restaurant down, I think.
So somebody's food was injected with meth?
I thought for some reason I thought it was a Mexican restaurant, but it may have been a hibachi restaurant. I read an article on this.
I think you're right too. I read it too. I thought it was Mexican.
Okay. It may be two. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. But anyway, they got meth poisoning, which means somebody back in the kitchen was playing with it at some point.
It looks like
I don't know that it was intentional, but it may have been accidental. But still the same difference. Yeah.
Looks like it was a Japanese sushi bar.
Okay, there it is.
So somewhere in between.
Hey, keep it down, pal.
In Florida.
Yeah,
that's what that guy just said.
Yep, that was it then.
So apparently that caller was absolutely right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
now we're bips.
To Nick. That's all. Hey, can we keep meth out of the kitchen?
Yeah,
right.
Wherever there was.
That's all we're asking.
Nick in Albertville, Z93. Nick, go ahead.
Hey guys, I'm an upcoming official trying to do my best for students around. What do y'all think about the way the state's handling the parents and the attacking the umpires and all the other athletic officials? It's keeping a lot of people out of the sports, and sports are going to be gone eventually if nobody wants to do it anymore.
So you have to.
You got to get real specific.
Quantify that a little bit better.
That was a really, really broad statement. What do you mean? Are you saying people don't want to be umpires because parents don't know how to act and the state's not doing anything about it?
Our association had a guy that it was the 3rd or 4th time this baseball season he was taken out by police, and he's still allowed to come in and harass umpires, and that's one of the reasons that a lot of guys are not doing it anymore, because the state won't put any restrictions or any safety protocols for officials at games. You have to wait 30 minutes for the cops to get there, but that's too late by the time somebody attacks an umpire. There's been several attacks this year in Alabama already.
Yeah, I know that, but what I'm saying is, you can see where it would be almost impossible for the state to put law enforcement at every single sporting event to protect every single umpire. That's not even. I mean, there's no way to do that.
And this is not new either. 30 years ago, I was calling ball as a 16-year-old, and I was being threatened every night.
Well,
meet me in the parking lot. You suck. I heard that as a 16-year-old kid
over a ball game.
Over a t-ball game.
It seems like to me that because of the way we all grew up and the things you're talking about, Helms, it seems to me it's actually not as prevalent now because they don't tolerate it the way they once did. It feels like to me they don't tolerate it the way they once did. Yeah. Now, I do think people have become more violent.
Sure.
I do agree with that.
And I think people are more sensitive than they used to be.
That's probably more of it than anything.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. It's, but I don't know. I understand what you're saying, but to say the state needs to do more to protect umpires at games all over the state, I don't know how you do that.
I know at the high school level, most
now, if you want to hire private security, like as a organization or association, of course, they probably don't have that in the budget.
Yeah, most principals or administration is on duty at most of the games, so they can kind of help manage a lot of that. Now, where I do see things out of control is a lot of the travel ball tournaments where there is no policing of it, and people don't know how to act. That goes back to the people don't know how to act.
Again, it goes back to one thing: behavior.
Yeah,
I mean, and we don't know how to act.
Yeah.
It's a ball game, y'all.
Yeah.
Look, I don't like a bad call, but I may go, hey, that was stupid, blind, blah.
Right.
But I'm not going to physically harm you because you made a bad call on the field.
Right. Now it's according if it cost me the game. Or not.
Well, again, depending on if we're in the championship round. But
There's a fine line here. Getting on
Not
the
on pool
umpire,
play.
getting on the umpire is part of the game a little bit.
Yeah.
But you got to know.
Assaulting one.
Yeah,
is a
you
little-
got to know where the limits are, right?
Yeah.
But see, that's a people problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
Sure
side.
is.
We got it.
Isn't it funny, just like what we just heard? All the efforts to actually see if we can change people are always shut down. No, let's just see if we can get enough law enforcement to take care of people who don't know how to act. Why don't we work on why they act that way?
Yeah.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Walked in, he got shot. Right away.
Yeah. They said there was like a hail of bullets that went toward the officer when he came in the front door. So it's almost like he came in the front door and shot everybody that would be a problem at the front door.
Right.
Because bouncers, if they don't have a gun, it doesn't really matter how big and strong they are. If a guy comes in shooting a semi-automatic weapon at you, you don't have a chance. And then shot the person who I guess would have called somebody behind the counter.
The young lady with the cashier.
Yeah, so he took out anybody that was working the front door.
Yeah.
And then as he walked in a little way shooting, I guess then when he knew that you would have law enforcement coming in the door, he just turned around and shot back toward the door when they came in.
Yeah, and they said that they were there within 3 minutes. There was 2 highway patrolmen as well that were writing a ticket close by who came in behind the deputy and then kind of tried to back out. And then when they re-entered, the gunman was dead. So they don't know if he shot himself or if he was wounded in the gunfire or what. Still trying to piece all that together.
Yeah.
But the deputy was a 29-year vet.
Yeah, I heard
on the
that.
job.
That's awful. That's terrible.
Yeah, about to retire, they said, within a year.
Yeah, and again, we'll find out more about what type of weapon it is. They know that. It could be that it was the way the weapon was holding. Somebody thought it was something that it wasn't. But,
right.
But they did say it could shoot very fast. So they do think it's semi-automatic. So anyway, we'll get that information also, and then we'll cover other stories of the day. But as new information comes out on that, we'll certainly pass it along to you.
Sad note, but we do have some good news in the news today. And some entertainment, for
yes,
sure.
we do. And a minute ago, I had a hard time getting on the air because I had to wrestle my microphone from Jim Acosta. But anyway, so we'll...
I was going to say he was outside trying to get in.
Okay, he wouldn't turn it loose. I couldn't get away from it. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here's what I would say, and I understand now what you were talking about. The caller had mentioned when you have young adult children, they're starting to get the view that Washington is so corrupt and so lost, but they're missing the point. So they start being open to maybe we need a new form of government. And what I would say to the mom that called, and I hope you're still listening, this is what I'm trying to do because I certainly understand, but what they're missing is the solution is not to change the form of government. The solution is to get back to what this form of government was supposed to be. We don't need to move to something new. We need to move back to the original plan, and that's the problem. We've gotten away from what the constitutional republic and the Constitution said was the role of the federal government, and what was the role of the states, and what is the role of the individuals and the private sector and the church, and so the problem isn't that our system is bad. The problem is we've left the system. What the Founding Fathers actually laid out, if we would follow it to the letter, we would not have the problems that we have from getting outside of it and allowing the central government to become so powerful. It was never designed for someone to go to Washington and that somehow could be a career for them, and it could be so lucrative that they could go in making a salary of, what do they pay? What do we pay them now?
I don't know, probably 100,
150,
I think
somewhere in there.
The Prez, what's he make now? About 400 or so?
Right, but let's say you're a congressperson.
Yeah.
You're in
Say
the
100.
you're in the Senate or you're in the House of Representatives. That was not supposed to turn into, I leave there with millions of dollars in the bank and I'm set for life and I've got, that's not what it was designed, and that would be squashed because what's one of the things that draws human beings? Money and power. If we were to take the central government and squash it back inside the parameters of the Constitution, it wouldn't be so lucrative for people. And then somebody who says, I just want to go serve my country would not say, well, I don't want to go there because my life will be destroyed forever. It wasn't designed to be what it is. So the problem isn't the system. The problem is we're not working the original intent of the system. That's the problem.
And even as the system gets off, we have the ability to adjust it. We have the ability to fix it. And even a system that has at times got off of its goal and mission, it is still the best thing the planet has ever seen on its worst day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because at least you have a chance to redress that and change, and you still have elections. You have a chance. Where some of these other systems, forget it.
The problem is
you can't change your government when they don't give you the vote, and you don't have arms to defend yourself.
And all you have to do is take your young adults and point them to the rest of the world. If you think this is bad, turn it into a true. The problem with our government right now is the elements of socialism that already exist.
Right. That's what's slowing us down, holding us up.
Yeah. You don't want to amplify that.
No.
And then we have this now back to the current state of where we are. What happened yesterday at the press conference was just, it's just bizarro. It's just getting so strange the way the so-called journalists are behaving, and then of course they're behaving with a president that will get down in the mud with them. So it turns into a very embarrassing situation.
Yeah, I was listening to a little bit of it live on the air as I was driving yesterday, and it just deteriorated very quickly. And I would tell Jim that I know you don't like the president. I know you don't like his style. You don't like the way he carries himself. And you're out to try to embarrass and destroy him at every chance, which is really not the goal of journalists, but I understand the role you've got.
Sure.
And CNN,
the one you've chosen. Yeah.
CNN has prospered so well because of that mentality, I might add. Right. Down so much year to date every year. It seems like somebody over at CNN would wake up and go, guys, we're going all.
6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Tobacco USA. Black man, dig my earth. Come on. Nobody's offered his word, Bubba. Jimi Hendrix brings us back his version of All Along the Watchtower. GridironMen.com headed to Huntsville. There are tickets still available if you want to be there. Mike Pence, Robert Jeffress, David Jeremiah, Mike Whitson, Phil Waldrop, Charles Billingsley, and I'll be joining that lineup this weekend. See all of you there tonight when the doors open. So if you don't have tickets, there still are tickets available. Come see us in the lobby. TheManChurch.com will be there.
You got the anchor job.
I got.
That's pretty impressive.
I think they put me at the end, though. Honestly, hoping that when all the big names and the impressive people have already spoke, people will leave. They're like, if we put Burgess too early, people won't come. So anyway,
I think you're overdoing it.
Well,
I think you're in a good position.
Well, Phil Waldrop said it, which I don't know how to take it, as you said, because his comment was when I asked him why he keeps putting me at the end of this lineup. He says, well, it's my conference, and I'm certainly not going to do it. So anyway, honored to be there. Wherever they think that I can best serve, that's where I want to be. And I'm going to the conference because I need to hear it as much as I need to speak at. All right, so as we start this hour, we do have our Biden clips that are ready to go. I mean, Biden,
we got those every day,
it
seems like.
And then we've got a Jerry Nadler comment that I told the entire staff, don't play old clips. And they're like, this is not older.
Yeah, I saw it yesterday.
Yeah. I can't even believe what it is.
How can you still be on that wagon?
I don't know, Bubba. I really don't.
Anybody know Basement Joe?
Here comes the leader of the free world.
Basement Joe.
Should I tell people, since it's off in the distance, what the question is?
Probably.
The question in this clip is, why did the Ukraine FBI informant file refer to you as the big guy? That's the question. That's the question he's going to get. I think we all can answer that. But Biden does not like being asked that question. So here we go.
Very much. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Why did the Ukraine FBI informant file refer you as the big guy? Why is that term really applied? Thank you very much. Thanks, guys.
Why did I ask such a dumb question?
Why did you ask such a dumb question, says the leader of the free world. Well, you're being asked about it because all this is coming to the forefront now, and we see that this actually was going on.
The head of the committee who's investigating this, Rick, says that they have evidence, and they're going to bring it forward, that the Biden family received between $20 and $30 million from foreign companies and foreign entities trying to get influence in our government. That's one reason the Biden family is as rich as they are for someone who's been on the government trough so many years. I mean, when you look at the salary versus what they're worth, it doesn't add up. And I can say that about most of them.
Yeah. I'm not sure where this clip's going. How you say Eva's last name? Longoria?
Yes. Yeah, from Desperate Housewives.
Yeah.
Remember her?
No, I'm not. No, I didn't watch that show. I'm not familiar with
Well,
her.
she was very, very popular during the run of that. It was the #1 show, and she was one of the 4 lead characters, and they did a lot of commercials. And she was also famous for doing the opening to the Democratic convention. Remember, she did a little video for that last year. Last time was running for president.
So the cringy line here is Biden's going to talk about how long they've known each other, and it comes across kind of odd.
Wow.
Yeah. So here we go.
We've known each other a long time. She was 17, I was 40.
Whoa.
That's it. But thank you.
Even the crowd that's his home team there is laughing, going, "Wow, that doesn't sound real good."
Al Pacino's going, "I don't get it. I don't get. What's everybody laughing?
What's the deal here?
What is this?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
This is them hugging. She was at the White House because it's her directorial debut.
Right. Guys.
Joe?
This is real.
That is real.
Yeah.
Joe.
I'm really having to run your mic. I don't know why. It's real low.
I turned it down. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Right.
She's directing this movie Flamin' Hot, which is about how Cheetos company came out with these spicy Cheetos, and it was a janitor's idea and all this. She directed the movie. That's what she's doing at the White House. But he is
guys. That's
getting
ridiculous.
handsy
That is
with her.
bad.
That's
I mean, who is he? David Copperfield?
Listen.
Yeah,
And
you're
by
my
the way-
favorite magician.
By the way, he would actually have been 50 when she was 17. He would not have been 40 when she was. He would have been 50.
Guys, that is
that's
way over the
Did you
line.
see her?
Yes,
she had
it's
to,
over the
she had
line.
to defend herself.
Yes, she did.
Yeah.
Hey,
She had
give
to
me
grab
the
a hand there.
I was
Friendly
not
Henry.
ready for this.
Friendly Henry.
Can you imagine
I
honestly?
don't think he would go that
And
far.
unfortunately, it could possibly happen based on some other things that we've heard. But if this was a Trump video, the whole world,
handsy Joe,
it should
be on repeat.
Yeah, what a creepy old man.
Creepy Joe.
What a creepy old man.
I got to ask some questions here, and I mean this, and I'm not trying to make fun or whatever, but because of his mental state.
Yeah,
I'm serious. Do you think he knows he's president at times? Do you think? I mean, that's inappropriate, of course, but does he remember he's married? Where is he? Because he does things that it's like he doesn't know what the current state he's in.
even if you forgot you're married, that's inappropriate.
It's like when somebody screams something out about Ukraine. Does he think it's a dumb
That
question
looks
because
like
they
a
don't know
hug
what
I
he's
give
talking
around the
about?
house.
Based on what we saw, I will tell you this:
Does he think he's single at a club?
Still inappropriate.
Or his mind's sharper than you thought it was. Yeah. One or the other.
I've been studying Alzheimer's for a long time.
Yeah.
He's trying to act dumb.
And if you watch the Glenn Campbell special and what we've seen,
I know where you're going.
Even in Dad,
Uh-huh.
there are certain things that no matter how far along they get, it's so ingrained in them they can still do it.
Yeah.
And it's automatic. Dad can still work a fishing rod, though he can't make toast. Glenn Campbell was able to do a tour playing the guitar at times perfectly, even though he didn't know where he was.
Yeah.
So this could be something that he's just always done.
Muscle memory.
Yeah, and there's muscle memory there. No matter how bad he gets with his cognitive skills, some things he can still do.
Okay.
Based on the things we
Yeah,
always
you're
heard
right.
about him.
Yeah.
So here's Biden versus the teleprompter. These are always fun. So here we go. Our sad.
It's already attracting billions of dollars in private sector investment, even in districts that, in fact, you wouldn't expect. Districts that are all over the map. And then it's already attracting that money. Where members of Congress voted against the bill, we're still having it. I made a commitment. I said, to all my folks all the Americans in the State of the Union address. I promise to be president for all the people. So I'll see them at the groundbreaking, all these folks.
What?
Okay.
Did he?
I
That was
feel better.
30 seconds. That was 33 seconds.
What? Can I
Of
ask what
nothing.
we were talking
Well,
about?
all these folks,
Of nothing.
and we've, like I said,
Keep in mind, he wanted to say that when he spoke to the entire country, all he could come up with, when I spoke to all my folks.
My folks,
Yeah, not the citizens of the country. And then he said, yeah, I need to say something about the State of the Union. It's man, I'm telling you.
Basement Joe.
Yeah.
Basement Joe. Creepy Joe.
Well, it's getting so bad that even the handful of far leftists that like our show but hate the politics of it, which I got it. I listen to songs that I hate the politics of those people. But even they are saying, quit saying that we think he can do a second term. We don't know how he's going to finish this term.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's clear.
I mean, that's bipartisan. That's a bipartisan view. So we'll come back. This Nadler comment, Jerry Nadler, Democratic New York.
We got Nadler, and we got a pretty good DeSantis quote, too.
Yeah. No, when y'all told me the Nadler, I thought we have an old video that we are playing.
Rick, no.
It can't be new. It can't be.
I thought this show had run its course and had shut down on Broadway. You know what I mean? How's he still selling tickets to this?
I don't know. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The cliff here. Why don't we back up and try? Even Ted Turner says they're off the page. Okay, do you realize that?
Yeah.
When Ted Turner says they've lost their way, you know you got a problem.
Oh yeah.
But Jim covers the president at the White House, and you're there at the luxury of the president letting you in, and you keep acting like a jerk. I don't care if you like the president. The president can act like a jerk. That's his problem, and he has to answer for that. But the way and this is just constant, he interrupts the press conferences. He's always gets called on, and then he tries to dictate the whole press conference, and he's just rude to the president. Now, I know you're going to say, well, the president's rude. I'm not talking about the president, okay? Jim is there to cover the president. Right. You got to know the pecking order here. Yeah. And he's out of control, and they've pulled his credentials. They won't let him in. Of course, CNN's going, well, he's trying to hush the media. No, not really. Trump took 65 questions yesterday from 35 different journalists, and one of them has been thrown out. It's Jim for acting rude, and he does that every time.
Well, and I heard this said by a lot of people yesterday who are journalists, and they're certainly, as you said, there's the role, and they're supposed to be representing the people, and they're supposed to be asking politicians and the government difficult questions.
Hold them accountable. That's fine.
Not stand up and give monologues on what their worldview is, or how they see the president, or how they see the country. You ask him a tough question. Ask him, say, "Hey, at the midterms, you've lost control of the House. So how are you going to maneuver through that? Okay. Yeah. What's your game plan now? Yes,
if you don't like his answer, that's not the time to debate.
Yeah, but this thing where they send an intern over there to say your time's up and you won't give her the microphone, you start wrestling with her.
How childish!
I mean, that's just
so well, at that point you're out of control and that you have to be removed, and that's what's happened.
The back and forth starts because Acosta he's on the front row and he starts talking about the caravan and how Trump played that out. And here it is.
It's miles away though. They're hundreds and hundreds of miles away. That's not an invasion.
Honestly, I think you should let me run the country. You run CNN, and if you did it well, your ratings would be much better.
If I may ask another question, Mr. President, if I may ask one other question, are you worried?
That's enough. That's enough.
Mr. President,
that's
I was going to ask one of the other folks.
That's enough.
Look right there. He won't give.
Mr. President,
that's enough.
Mr. President, I had one other question, if I may ask, on the Russia investigation. Are you concerned that you may have?
I'm not concerned about anything with the Russian investigation because it's a hoax. That's enough. Put down the mic.
Mr. President, are you worried about indictments coming down in this investigation?
All right. Mr. President.
I'll tell you what, CNN should be ashamed of itself having you working for them. You are a rude, terrible person. You shouldn't be working for CNN. Go ahead.
I think that's unfair.
You're a very rude person. The way you treat Sarah Huckabee is horrible. And the way you treat other people are horrible. You shouldn't treat people that way. Go ahead. Go ahead, Peter, go ahead.
In Jim's defense, I've traveled with him and watched him. He's a diligent reporter who busts his butt.
Well, I'm not a big fan of yours either, so
I understand. So let me ask you a question, if I can. You repeatedly.
So now Jim stands back up without a mic.
Mr. President, you repeatedly, over the course of the.
Just sit down, please. Well, when you report fake news, no. when you report fake news, which CNN does a lot, you are the enemy of the people. Go ahead.
Mr. President, over the course of the last several days of the campaign, sir. Sir, at the end of the campaign, you repeatedly.
Okay. But he just wouldn't sit down. That was an NBC.
Not a big fan of yours either.
Listening to it on the radio as I was driving, I thought we're about to see a Secret Service guy tackle him.
Right. Oh yeah.
And it could get really nasty.
Well, it was that's not a good state of things, folks.
No,
but it's become so blatant. It's just so obvious what is going on. And you know what? One thing yesterday, and it's
not working either, Rick. It's not working for CNN. I don't care if you go wall to wall anti-Trump, and I don't care if every 10 stories you do, 9 of them is negative toward Trump. That's fine. That's what y'all have decided to do. But it ain't working. Your numbers are crashing. You're falling below MSNBC. It just seems like somebody would wake up and go, maybe we've got our head down the rabbit hole too far here. Maybe we need to pull back a little bit.
Right. Well, you're not.
You're just out of the business model, you know?
No, I certainly agree with what you're saying. I think you're spot on. I don't.
And I'm not saying Trump is an angel. I'm not saying he treats you with the respect that you. But you got to understand, he is the president of the United States. I promise you, we could pull right now footage of Jim Acosta being rude to President Obama. Well, no, we can't because there isn't any.
Right.
That just proves. Now, if he acted like that, well, you go, well, he's just hard nosed. He's out there to get the story. But
past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Well, Bubba, before we get to the Ralph Nadler bizarre comment, we do need to congratulate, a little shout out to the happy couple, 83-year-old Al Pacino and 29-year-old Noor Alfallah. They have welcomed a son.
She followed him.
Yeah, so there you go.
Roman, Rick.
We may have to get Maury Povich on that.
Yeah, right. 29 years. She says she wanted to have a baby for years. Well, not many. You're only 29.
Yeah.
You didn't earn long. So her goal: find an 83-year-old, massively wealthy celebrity, and say, "You up for a rumble?" So there you go. All right. So let's go to this bizarre. I can't accept it. You ever had these stories we do, and you're like, I just can't accept it.
Well, wait till you see it come out of his mouth, and you go, can he really be saying that?
I can't accept this, but here we go.
And when we have a pandemic, like COVID-19 pandemic that we had, 2-year-olds should have been required to wear masks. It would be child abuse for parents not to do that because there was no vaccination available for 2-year-olds.
Wow. Now, this is a guy who's helping to make laws that run our country.
And now we know the research of masks and what we found out.
Totally ignoring the science now that's saying these masks had very little effect. They can prevent you from spreading as much because you don't breathe out as far. No defense against you getting it from somebody else.
And then, of course, the obvious. And you
run the numbers on 2-year-old people and how they were affected by it.
Well, it was,
check that.
Didn't bother him at all.
And let's go a step further. And Bubba, you mentioned in the break. Has Ralph Nadler? Is that his name?
Ralph.
Jerry. Ralph's a different guy.
Adam is Ralph for some reason.
Jerry. Well, there is a Ralph. Something like Nadler.
Ralph Nader?
Nader, yeah.
Nader.
How about this?
Nadler.
Jerry Nadler. Have you ever even remotely remember being around a 2-year-old? Now, we know this, first of all. Everything y'all said is valid. The mask, even wore appropriately, has very little impact. That's been proven. Wore inappropriately, no impact.
No.
Hence.
And 2-year-olds never were at really high risk on this. Does anybody believe that a mask that doesn't work very much at all if worn correctly is ever going to be worn correctly on a 2-year-old?
Ever.
Or be worn at all.
Ever.
They're not going to leave it alone. You're going to have to tie their hands down to get it on.
Do it. Yeah. The adults couldn't wear them right.
And this idiot,
2-year-old going to put a mask on.
I don't apologize for calling him that because what he's doing is idiotic. This idiot this imbecile that would say that it's child abuse if during the pandemic, before the vaccine, which by the way didn't work either, once it mutated,
still catching path.
yeah, that you didn't put a mask on a 2-year-old, so you should have been charged with child abuse. I think that's child abuse. No, you're just foolish. I mean, that's just the craziest. All you've done is show the whole world how stupid you are. That's.
He thinks it's great. See, he would have passed a law if it broke back out today. He would have everybody required by the government down to 2-year-olds to wear a mask. And I have to ask the question: why not the 1-year-olds?
Right.
Yeah.
Why do we break there? What's the scientific evidence on that, Jerry? Where the 1-year-old doesn't need it, but the 2 does.
Unbelievable.
See, it doesn't make sense.
Play that game, yeah.
You're just throwing darts at a wall. You don't know what you're talking about. Science does not back you up, just like it doesn't on several other issues you support. But I'm a smart guy. I'm in Congress.
Like
look
at
me.
Wear a mask.
Mm-hmm.
The insanity continues. Now DeSantis, for A and B, we'll try to get these in, Adler. DeSantis has responded. If you remember when the Bidens had their pride party at the White House and said he was going to save the soul of America.
And some of the guests were flashing everybody.
And some of the guests were flashing people and being lewd. That DeSantis is asking what he thought about that, and he has this answer.
You know, when they had at the White House, this transgender flag as the precedence over the American flag, that's wrong. That is not how you display the American flag. And I think when you have the inappropriate conduct at the White House with these transgender flashing people, nude and all this stuff, just totally inappropriate. And I think even the White House had to acknowledge it was inappropriate. But I would ask them, if it is inappropriate to do that, the White House, which I certainly think it is, why do you want to have that curriculum jammed into a second grader's classroom? That's what you're always talking about.
So those of you that are testing your stereo system today,
right. There you go. It should have been right strong.
DeSantis was riding over your right shoulder there. All right. Next, Dan Crenshaw would like to ask this Democrat witness if they can show any evidence that transgender surgeries are beneficial for children. He just wants. Can you just show me anything? So here we go.
You've said that we've cherry-picked data. How do you mean how do you mean that?
So it is very unscientific and flawed to pick a single study or a single statistic and to discuss it in isolation.
Totally agree.
Medical experts are able to talk about all of the evidence as a whole.
Totally agree. So it's good to look at systematic reviews, right? That's the gold standard of evidence when you're trying to understand whether something works or whether it doesn't. So the British Journal of Medicine looked at 61 systematic reviews with the conclusion that, quote, there is great uncertainty about the effects of puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and surgeries in young people. The Journal of Endocrine Society came up with the same conclusion, even the American Academy of Pediatrics. They all cite the lack of evidence. And so here's the thing. If you're doing a therapy and it's, temporary, whatever, fine, maybe let's try it. Let's see if it works. But when you're talking about permanent physiological changes, do you not agree, just from an ethical standpoint, that you might want extremely strong evidence of the benefits? And there is no systematic review that states that there is strong evidence of benefits.
Sir, are you aware of how the quality evidence grading system works and how it's applied?
Yeah, we read through it. That's why I'm citing these journals. So which journal says something different? We should have that debate. Tell me a journal that has done systematic reviews that cites different evidence, that cites strong evidence for benefits of these therapies.
The standards of care were developed based on extensive...
You're not telling me any journal, you're not telling me any study. Don't say standards of care.
Yeah. So...
tell me one.
The standards of care.
That's the standards of care. That's not a journal, that's not a study. That's not an organization, that's not an institution. You're just saying words. Name one study. I'm out of time.
Name one study. Name one study.
They don't have one. Do y'all realize how serious this is, and we're treating this as if it's trendy?
Yeah.
I mean,
by the way, he's got the coolest
we're not
eye patch
talking
ever.
Yeah, he upgraded his page.
Boy, he looks
awesome.
like it. Man,
I
that
wish
looks cool.
I know. And
I'll be honest with you. I like the one with the string on it, though.
Do you? You like the pirate look better?
I do. I really do.
I like this one. He's from the future.
Yeah, he does.
God,
that's cool. It's got an Iron Man look to it.
Yeah,
looks like an
It's like
Oakley.
he's got special powers.
Like an Oakley shield.
Yeah, he's part of the Avengers.
Yeah, it does look kind of cool.
Yeah.
But I mean,
My luck
if
would
you got,
fall off.
I wouldn't want to happen to me what happened to him for
No,
to
I
have
wouldn't
it.
either.
No, we're not going there. I'm
Yeah.
just saying.
But if you got to have
patch.
one, that's the one I want.
But you don't want to get it down so small where somebody doesn't know you and says, "Hey, you have something in your eye."
Yeah. No, don't want that either.
Right.
Don't want that.
Yeah.
Love what he had to say though.
Oh,
No, it's dead on. I'm a fair question.
You're just
a fair question, and she can't.
Yeah.
She
No,
can't
you
give the
same
answer
word.
to it.
Standard of care. That's just words.
Yeah,
that's not a study.
That's just what some group thinks. It's not backed up by any scientific data.
Not a
at all.
journal. That's words.
Of course, Bubba likes the throwback patch.
I do. I really do. I like the throwback.
Y'all may find this. I'm kind of with Bubba on this one. I like the throwback patch, especially if you're like me and got a beard. Yeah. Throwback patch. Snake Plissken. Hey, I can be Snake. Oh, Snake. Yeah. If I had a patch in my office, I'd have one on next break. I forgot about Snake Plissken. Oh, Snake Plissken.
Hey, let's go
Escape
with
from
him.
New York. He was awesome.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The standards of care.
That's the standards of care.
Yes,
That's
standards of
not
care.
a journal. That's not a study. That's not an organization. That's not an institution. You're just saying words. Name one study. Yeah. I'm out of time.
Not the case.
We've been talking about the mob mentality that we now live in. As a matter of fact, one of the Golden Ticket Seats was talking about that yesterday, where we're getting to the point where you can't really speak your mind, back to what we talked about getting back to the original intent, without the fear of a mob coming after you, trying to destroy you and your family, and if they can't physically harm you, to try to destroy the ability for you to participate in public life anymore. And so there's a mob that now has threatened Tucker Carlson's home in D.C. And this is some of the guys. Do y'all know how we're supposed to say this? I've heard Antifa.
Antifa.
I've heard
That's it. That's right.
Is that correct?
That's all over.
Because I've heard it said a couple of different ways that are weird. It's a self-described, as we know, left-wing Antifa group, and they posted videos. They want you to know that their mob self, that they were outside the home of Fox News. Now think about this. These are news wars of Tucker Carlson chanting, Tucker Carlson, we will fight. We know where you sleep at night.
Well, that's good.
So not a lot of creativity there, but so this is
some real masculine voices too.
What is he saying?
Racist scumbag.
Now, why is Tucker racist?
Well, anybody.
We just throw racists around like this.
Which is sad because we're ignoring true racism because nobody's going to take it serious anymore.
Exactly.
Right.
They need a better. They need a better megahorn.
Something
racist, some
scumbag.
Leave town? Is it?
Yeah.
Leave town? Yeah.
Somebody brought a tambourine.
And then it fizzles out, and they're not together. And it's like,
We know where you sleep.
When do they start the we know where you sleep? Where's that one?
I don't know. It's just a big mess, Rick. They're of course it's scared as kids, and I mean you got all that going on. It's just, what are we turning into? This is ridiculous.
They say that they're doing this because Carlson spreads fear into their homes.
Oh, okay.
And that they want to put fear in his.
That's a good way to look.
One of their other chants they had, Rick, was no border, no wall, no USA at all.
Okay.
But now they'd be right about that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you don't have a border or a wall, you won't have a USA at all.
Now this is the same. This is the same group,
Paul.
that confronted Ted Cruz at the restaurant not too long ago.
Yeah.
Well, they're a mean bunch. I mean, this is not very loving. I mean, love's not winning here.
Hey, and I got to tell you this too.
It's beginning to look. I mean, the whole area is beginning to look a lot like Somalia or something. It's just it's just gangs in the street rumbling around.
It's embarrassing. And this, would you agree? This does not look very loving.
Rick, not at all. Not at all.
Rick, love wins, Rick.
This is more.
Love is not even love. Doesn't
Love ain't even got a chance in this.
This is what I could hear. I don't think that had any bad language in it or whatever. But this is how it started. All right. So one of them, by the way, and I think this has gone way too far. Doing it from the streets, one thing. They go up to the front door.
Easy now.
Okay. Now this is where
somebody gonna get their Antifa A whip.
All right. And so they're going to the front door and they come back. Okay.
Right.
And they're trying to gather themselves and listen to the microphone here, that little PA they got.
And they're still playing the tambourine out here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why is there a tambourine?
Listen.
They're the ones acting like fascists.
Yeah,
they don't even know their definitions. Thousands of people dying at the hands of the police.
Just make it up as we go.
Do they think they're in a video game or something?
We know where you sleep at night.
They're not even.
Do they realize he's on the air like during this time? He's not even there.
What a bunch.
We don't know what time you work.
It's like they were holding their nose, you know.
Yeah.
We are jerks.
I'm the biggest fan of these.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't stop.
All right, 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thanks for being with us. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Great idea. We're about to get into discussing Father's Day. I really hope that a lot of the dads don't even know it, but they're going to get Raycons for Father's Day. This was a great idea. Probably a little tough to get them to them by now, but if you want to think about getting some for yourself or anyone for any occasion, let me let you know you got outstanding sound at about half the price of the comparable brands that are trying to get you to pay more just because their name's on it. But BuyRaycon.com/Bubba says we got a little dupe for you. How about we got earbuds that are just as good and better than some that cost a lot less. And with BuyRaycon.com/Bubba, go there. Get an additional 15% off. Enjoy the wonderful customizable sound profiles, the water resistance, the sound isolation option, all of this, and they fit so much more comfortable than the other brands. They've got the different gel tips for you to customize. You know, not all of our ears are shaped the same. If you don't believe that, just watch the NFL channel. So anyway, you can also go to rickandbubba.com. And you can find them right there under the sponsors button, BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Speaking of Father's Day, Bubba, so we have worked diligently on this program to try to get Father's Day to be recognized to at least equal to Mother's Day. You know, people fall all over themselves for their mamas, and a lot of times they'll leave dads, you know, with nothing, and then turn around and talk about how important we are. So what I'd like to know is, has this audience stepped up? And do the dads in our audience, this is a place where dads will still be held in high regard, are they getting gifts this weekend that we would approve of?
You know, we haven't heard a lot of talk about it.
We haven't?
Usually we have a lot of questions about, you know, from moms or kids that, hey, we're going to try to do this for our dad. What do you guys think? Do you give that a thumbs up, thumbs down? Haven't really heard it this year. I feel like it's kind of waned a little bit. I feel like a few years ago, it had really kind of upped the ante a little bit.
Yes.
But I feel like we've slid back down the pole, so to speak.
It feels like I've sensed, I could be wrong, but I think it's the same thing you're sensing. I almost sense that Father's Day weekend has snuck up on everybody, and we're not as ready for it as we need to be. And now I will say this: the good news is I did see from rickandbubba.com, I did see a lot of gifts coming through that look like they're for dads.
Yeah.
And that, I feel good about that.
Right.
You know, we got the Somebody Help Daddy shirt, and we've got all the grilling apron, and we've got all kinds of hats and shirts and stuff, you know, for dad. And I've seen some stuff happening there that I hope is good, coffee mugs and all kind. You know, we got our glass that's kind of for, you know, sweet tea or whatever else you want to drink in it that's got the cartoons of everybody on it. If you've done a Rick and Bubba gift for dad, you know what I say? I say well done. But sometimes people buy gifts for men that just
They missed the mark.
They missed the mark.
Yeah.
And so we have tried our best to help you. So if you want to run your gift by us today, now, Super P's taking them, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We, as, a panel of dads, can give you a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
Yeah, and we may have some differing opinions on some of them, but I think overall we pretty much agree.
Well, I feel like that we have done our job on taking Father's Day to a new place, but I'm like you. I just sense this year I'm just not hearing a lot.
Yeah,
I mean, it just
I'm not feeling the passion.
I hope
for
people
it.
haven't fallen back to their old ways.
Yeah,
I feel like there's a lot of dads out there that are going to feel overlooked.
Right. Planning things on
right.
Dad's weekend where he ought to get to do what he wants to do.
Right, right.
I got to ask Adler. Adler, was your van considered your Father's Day?
That's a great question.
Yeah, this one and the next 5.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I actually bought my dad James Taylor concert tickets.
Oh, look at you.
And then he got a out of town gig leading worship at a church in Austin that weekend.
And he's not going.
And he's not going.
This Austin thing with him.
I mean,
I had to
it's
deal
like
with
he
that.
lives in Austin.
Yeah,
what's going on?
We moved out of Texas, Dad. Okay,
lot of him going.
Adler, thank you for your comments on that. I
Yeah.
think that
You're
added
welcome.
a lot to the conversation.
Yeah,
Thank
it did.
Bubba.
Thank you, buddy.
But now I'm going to James Taylor with my wife on Sunday night.
Did you buy?
I'm
Did
not
you buy
joking.
the tickets?
I'm not joking.
Did you buy the tickets and kind of know he couldn't go?
No.
I mean, was this a boomerang buy?
No, I remember being a
Fire
kid
and rain, James.
riding in my dad's 1987 gold Volvo station wagon in the all the way back, and my dad playing "You've Got a Friend" and stuff like that. And so he's always like James Taylor. I got him James Taylor tickets, and he said, "Sorry, buddy."
My favorite.
Frankly, he forgot and took the gig.
Yeah, I've taken. That's how much it meant to him.
Sure.
And Speedy was doing a version of it. The James Taylor story, I still will never forget. James finally correcting the guy from the stage because the James Taylor concert. It's not a lot of pyro. It's not a lot of noise.
Not a lot of smoke.
So you can hear the people in the audience, and this drunk kept screaming out, "Pouring rain! James, play pouring rain!" And finally, James said, "Sir, I'm going to play it, and it's Fire and Rain. The song's called Fire and Rain.
Yeah.
And I will get
First of all,
that in.
get it right.
Don't rush me. It's on the list. I'm looking at the song set list. We're going to do it.
Yep.
But,
Here it is.
But first of all, it's coming. Second of all, it's Fire and Rain.
God, it's a great best stuff.
Why are you not playing Pouring Rain? So
I've seen pouring rain.
I've seen pouring rain. So anyway, if we can help you, and sometimes I think there's also a little bit of overthinking Father's Day. You can do that too. We're not asking you to do that. No. I mean, but you got to know what you're dealing with. This is not mama. Okay, this is dad's already been married, so it's not a wedding gift. Right. Right. Daniel in Alabama. Daniel, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you, buddy?
How's it going, fellas? Good morning to you.
We're good.
I got to say, man, I've been listening to y'all for years. I'm glad to be able to finally call in.
Thank you.
My wife has done this for the last couple of years. She bought me and my brother's Braves tickets. I'm a big Braves fan, have been. Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, we lost our dad a few years ago at an early age, and that's kind of been our thing. And she said, here's your tickets. You can go have a fun day, and rented us a hotel and said, man, y'all just come back Saturday.
That's beautiful.
Oh, man, wow. that is a great
right there,
gift,
let me tell you what that is.
That's
right
2
there.
thumbs up.
Yeah. Well done. Well done. That's somebody that knows what they're doing.
Well done.
Well done. Yeah, that's guilt-free. Everything's handled. Y'all go enjoy the game. That's fantastic.
It also puts a lot of pressure on Mother's Day.
Sherry, welcome to Rick and Bubba. You do have to be careful today.
You do.
Sherry, go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey.
I want to know if I have to head back to the store or not.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We're here to help.
That's why we're here.
It's wisdom right there calling us.
Okay, so we just got back from an Italian trip and learned how to make pizza, so I got him an outdoor pizza oven.
I like it.
Yeah, I like that.
I like it.
I like that.
I like that a lot.
Good. Good. Glad to hear it. I'll keep it.
Now, could this mean, though, careful, don't let this become, hey, you're cooking dinner tonight too often. Let it stay in kind of a fun zone. Man, I wish we had a pizza for the game, or I wish we had a pizza for just fun zone. Keep that pizza oven in a fun place. Don't turn it into work.
Did he? Why you said you went to Italy?
Yes.
So when you were there, did he say, "Boy, I tell you, I'd like to have one of these"?
That's good.
Because if you're just
No, he didn't say that. He didn't say that. But he did get me the pasta thing for my KitchenAid for Mother's Day.
okay, well then I think I like that. I like that then.
I think it's a good gift.
So we're continuing the wonderful Italian
Yeah,
trip.
no, I like that.
Is everybody
needed
like
that.
this?
I needed that, but yeah, I'm good with it now.
Anybody oppose it?
No, I
Everybody
think
good?
it's good.
I think it's great.
I think you make a great point.
Well
and
done,
don't wear
Sherry.
him out with it.
Yeah, don't wear him out with it. Don't let it become a dread.
I will not wear them out.
Can I ask you this?
Well-
What powers this outdoor pizza oven? How's it?
Oh,
run?
now you're asking too many
we go.
technical questions.
Well, I mean, is it? Do you plug it in, or is it?
No,
solar?
it's a pellet. It's a pellet.
Pellet.
It's called Pellet
Okay.
Boys. So
Okay.
It's a pellet.
Okay. Good
there
deal.
you go. You
I
sure
like
you
that.
got it. Yeah, we like it.
Guys like pellets.
There you go. It's
my
not. It's not here. Y'all go to Atlanta, enjoy the Braves, but it's good.
Yeah, I like that.
Hey,
I like that.
Easy. He may like Italy.
No,
more than
you're
he
right.
Likes Atlanta.
You're right. I've been to Italy. It's outstanding. How about this? You can't mess up a restaurant there. Everywhere you go.
Yeah.
Every
Mamma
place.
mia.
It's causing pellet.
I finally found the travel bell.
I know.
Got
it's-
it back
it's
out.
Let's go to Barbara. Barbara, we're here. Go ahead.
You wear yourself out when Rick goes on vacation.
Amen.
Yeah, I was just wondering what y'all's favorite gifts were that you got for Father's Day, so I could get some ideas for my husband.
Bass boat.
That's hard to beat.
It's tough to beat that one.
I got him a bass boat when he graduated college.
Oh, wow.
Hey,
Wow.
hey, a sweet van. Oh, it's that.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I know this doesn't speak.
I know what you're going to say.
You know what I'm going to say.
Yeah, I know what you're going to say because I was thinking the same thing.
I just like to be left alone.
Yes.
Yep.
I don't want to be hassled. I'd like to go fish and nobody give me any grief about it. I'd like to be able to kind of do whatever I want to do that day, watch whatever I want to watch, eat whatever I want to eat.
Don't take checks, homie.
Yeah, if I could just have zero drama.
Yeah.
That would be what a great Father's Day.
Amen.
And so I like a very pleasant Father's Day that features everybody. Somebody help Daddy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just let Daddy just
and wrap it up with some nice quality time there at the house.
Let's do things Daddy likes to do, which would include that. Let's just run the list of these are the things Daddy likes.
Yeah.
You know, there's a good feeling to get up, on that Father's Day and be told as soon as the day starts, hey, you're a lock today. That kind of stuff.
Oh, wow.
And, I mean, they're just you're not
early on.
Yeah, you don't.
Early
You're not gonna have to. There's not going to be work put into it. Just
great.
all that. Just know
Great
that
advice,
before
Rick.
this day is over. And in the
All's
meantime,
good.
meantime, I wonder if the fish are biting.
Right.
It just whatever you want to do. Maybe you just want to ride around on the land, just look at trees.
Yeah, just ride.
Right.
There ain't nothing wrong with out riding.
Yeah.
Everybody loves that.
Yeah.
That's an American
Right.
tradition, out riding.
Yeah.
Maybe you just want to sit in your van in the driveway.
There you go.
Yeah, just sit in there guilt-free.
Maybe combine gift 1 and 2.
Yeah, maybe I. Yeah,
That's it.
come on into the van.
Thank you for your comments.
That's right. We'll take more of your questions next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And stupid chants that everybody does.
Yeah.
The hey, hey, ho, hos and all that. It's so stupid.
Tucker, we think you're a jerk. We forgot you're at work.
You can't hear us. You're on the air.
It's all right. We don't care.
I mean, somebody ought to walk out shirtless and go, look, I'm going to start with you, and I'm going to work my way to you, and I'm fixing to whip every Antiva out here.
I walk
thought
in,
you were gonna say
Greg, and I would say, I'll tell you what, Bullhorn, let's start with you.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
seem to be the leader.
Yeah.
So let's put the Bullhorn down before I shove it right up here.
Rick Tambourine guy, you're next.
Tambourine, you're next, and you'll be wearing that tambourine here in just a
Around
minute.
your neck.
We know where you sleep at night.
Good night.
We are here ready to fight. Doesn't sound like it, does it?
Yeah.
I mean, can you?
We hadn't hit puberty, but come outside.
Guys, this is completely in conflict with what they go out and claim that they're all about.
Rick, they're this bunch that don't want any rules. It's just they want it just to be a complete breakdown of society.
Well, guys, they went to his front door. They're on his front porch.
Tell them
that's it.
Anarchists.
Tell them if they're against law enforcement, tell them to go on down there and why don't they stand in the middle of Chicago if they're anti-violence, stand right in the middle of that and chant toward those gangs and say stop the killing.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to do that.
No.
We might.
No, I don't think they would.
You don't know.
We're just classless, just ready to hear your commentary, because really, can we really take issue with this man if we're allowing, if we're moving into a day where you can just decide that you identify as fill in the blank, we all must adhere to that because you are in charge of what and who you are, and no one can question it. Well, we have a man now that says he's realizing that as he got to the age of 69, that there are limitations that are now part of his life due to his age, but he says that, and his doctor, he says, agrees that when he had his physical, the doctor says he has the body of someone 20 years to 25 years younger than he is, so he will now wants to identify as being 20 years younger than he actually is. Because he said that will help him with job searches. He says on Tinder that his age affects him, and he'd like to be able to put on this dating site that he's actually, 49, not 69. And I think he's trying to negotiate. He said the doctor says 20 to 25 years. I'll just take 20. Let's go with a round number. And he says that he should be able to identify as whatever age he wants to, because it's unfair, since he's kept himself in good health, that 69 years of age is offering limitations. Life would be easier for him if he actually could just declare that he truly is the number that he feels like.
Well, why can't he? We got a precedent.
Well, given what we're doing in other areas, you would go, well, why not? But I'll tell you this: I think for him to really sell his age, he might have to go with different wardrobe and a different haircut. Right. But other than that,
and he uses just what we said. He says, "I don't see this as any different than somebody that can go to their paperwork and change their gender." Mm-hmm. He says, I think I should be allowed to do the same thing. I want to legally change my age by 20 years. And he said I should be allowed to do it.
The problem
he
is,
identifies as a younger person.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I mean, with all the other stuff going on, you say, why not? But you do see problems. I mean, there's certain medical things at certain ages play in. It's going to mess up retirement. It's going to mess up.
He's ready to give that up.
It's going to mess up the all the statistics that they're trying to keep on how long people are aging. All that.
the great
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. Speaking of Father's Day, Gridiron Men's Conference this weekend. Excited to see all of you coming tonight, tomorrow, from all over the country. And I'll be out in the lobby with Team Man Church. Come see us. If you didn't get an autographed copy for Dad, a lot of dads are getting this, of the new 31-day devotional Transformed. Well, there's still time. You come to the conference, just come get one. I'll be there. I'll personalize it, whatever. Be in the lobby there tonight and tomorrow, and be speaking tomorrow along with the lineup. If you want to get tickets, you still can, gridironmen.com. Also, Sunday on Father's Day, if you're in the Birmingham area, you're going to be visiting the Birmingham area. My home church, Valleydale, we got our men's breakfast there on Father's Day morning. Brian Gunn from Team Man Church will be doing our message, and we'll be plugging the men into the small group curriculum. If you want to join us for the breakfast, all you got to do is come. I'd like to know you're coming if you could register. But at this point, I think the food's already planned, so we'll have enough for you. We'll eat at 7:45 local time, and then we'll have you out and on to church as soon as Brian's done. All right, so let's. We got a couple more people asking questions, Bubba, and we'll check on that. JC, you got. It's JC. This may be. You need to leave, Speedy. This may be one of your sons.
No way.
JC, go right ahead.
No, it's not Speedy's son. So here's the best Father's Day gift I ever had, and I'll share it with your listeners.
Okay.
I got a card from my oldest son, who's a search and rescue swimmer in the Navy. Not only did he give me the gift of coming home safely, he gave me a card that says, "You were right about everything."
How about that? That feels good.
That's a good card. That's
That
a really good
right
card.
there feels good.
You
That
didn't
is
believe it at
good.
the time.
A little encouragement goes a long way.
Gotten older and realized.
Right. Jessica, still Alabama. Jessica, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey,
Just
Jessica.
want to say I love you. Listen to you every morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Been listening to you since the beginning. Got the guys, my husband and my father-in-law. I've rented a pontoon for the day, and we're just going to go out on the lake and do some fishing.
Oh, yeah.
No, I heard the term we.
Oh, I know.
We're going to go out on the
Yes.
lake and do some fishing.
Yes.
Give me who we is.
Okay, it's my mother-in-law,
Oh,
me,
boy.
my father-in-law, my husband, and we have two sons that are 16 and 20.
So it's the whole family. They're all big family day on the lake.
Ain't going to be a lot
Yeah.
of fishing, a lot of talking going on.
That
Well,
sounds
it's not going to be. It's going to be a little bit of fishing, but a lot of just enjoying cruising and on the lake.
Well,
and
does he
stuff.
like to fish or does he like to cruise?
He loves to fish. He loves to fish.
Oh, he's going to be
But he
frustrated.
did.
Jessica,
Does he like the
I don't know about this, Jessica. I don't like that lineup.
Wait a minute. But he did just get back from a 5-day trip to Florida with his guy friends for
Okay.
another
Okay.
friend's 40th birthday
Okay.
fishing trip. So
All right.
he just
That
had
does help.
How'd he pull out?
That helps.
You're frustrated about it.
Yeah, don't be mad, Jessica. This is good.
Oh, I'm not mad.
Yeah. Does he?
That's right. That's why I booked it.
Can I ask you something? Just look, hey.
Yes.
We talking. We trying to help.
called us.
Is your mom a little chatty?
Oh.
Does she talk a lot?
My mother-in-law.
Yeah,
No,
I
it's
thought
his
it was his
mom.
mother-in-law.
No, no.
Is it his mother?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, his mom and
It's
dad.
his mom and dad.
Yeah.
Okay. Is she a little chatty?
It's his mom.
She is. She can be, but it is a pontoon, so we do have lots of room.
Okay. All right.
Y'all getting
I mean,
Yeah. Oh, well, here. Let's just be clear.
yeah,
Okay.
I did rent it for the day so
All right.
they could enjoy the whole thing.
Here we go. Let's get
like
let's get real on this. He's already had his fishing trip.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so
That's right.
he's had that. This is a family day on the water, fellowshipping on the pontoon, and we're cruising and we're loving it, and we might fish.
Yeah.
And that's fine.
Exactly.
That-
Yeah, ain't nothing
the,
wrong
pon-
with that.
the gift
I
is the
like that.
pontoon boat, and I like it.
You never go wrong with a pontoon.
it.
Now, be careful how you present it, because
Okay.
the presentation and what it actually is are not quite there.
Right.
You have rented
Right.
a pontoon boat for the family to enjoy on the water.
Matter of fact,
if you
I
wanna
would
fish,
not
yeah.
even say the word fish. I would put the rods and reels
Yep.
in there, not mention fishing. That
Right.
way, just in case you get to a point where he may want to throw something on a lily pad or
Right.
throw something under a pier,
Yes.
then you've got it.
Yes.
But I would not say it's a
Right.
fishing trip at
Right.
all.
And any things
Okay.
that, any of these things that you and his mama maybe wanting to talk, he don't do any kind of conversations involving future projects at the house. Things involving flower beds. Keep the topics
Okay.
where he would actually be interested.
Yeah.
Okay.
What are we
And-
doing about food for the day?
Right.
Yeah.
Ooh,
yeah,
that's
what
a
we
big-
eating? What we eating?
Oh, I'm thinking about like a charcuterie board and some fruit.
Oh my gosh!
Come on,
Are you?
Jessica,
I thought you.
what are we doing
Are you
here?
making that
Fruit?
up?
No, we're not eating fruit and charcuterie. I mean, let's get some barbecue on that boat.
Yeah. What's his favorite?
Let's get some
Chips
chicken
and
Let's-
dip.
Let's get some chicken on that
goodness.
boat.
What are you
We're
gonna do
gonna
next?
eat.
Some Bud
We're
Light?
eating before we go because it's like we're gonna start. We're eating right before we get on because we're renting the boat like at 1.
Oh,
So
snack.
Do
Oh,
not
man.
put
we're
that.
doing our lunch first.
I got you.
Yeah, but he's now
put
snacking.
fruit.
That's not snacks. You can't have fruit and a charcuterie board. How you say it? No, but
That's your meat, your
charcuterie.
cheese, and crackers.
no. I'm telling you, no. You're gonna have to have better snacks than that. We got to have.
I'm gonna be honest. I used to not like the idea of a charcuterie board.
Is that what it
Oh,
is?
Bubba.
But I'm gonna tell you, Betty she's turning
They're
those
the
things up. I
best.
even asked for them now for a ball game. They're
Says
really
the
good.
woman. Says the woman. They're the best. Says a
ain't-
female. Says a female. You ask him if he thinks a security board is whatever it is. It says.
Security board. Security board.
Ask him if he thinks it's best. If he needs a security board, the security board, we eat it when there's nothing else at the shower. That's when we eat that.
You're right.
We don't have that on Father's Day on a pontoon boat.
Rick, if you make those things up right, though, with
Bubba
salami on
says,
there.
says Bubba incorrectly.
Meats and cheeses is good.
Come on, man.
Yeah. Some of it is pretty good.
You find some good cheese on there.
Why do I want something that some of it's good?
Meat and
I want
cheese
it
out in
all
the
to be good.
sun?
I've changed my mind on charcuterie.
But
boards.
not on a pontoon boat. Y'all gonna put one on the pontoon boat?
They're hard to handle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Come on now. I'm talking about time and place.
That's
I mean,
only
if I've
like
had to go to some couple shower or somebody's wedding, I'll eat that.
Yeah.
But not on my pontoon Father's Day boat ride.
Put his favorite snacks out.
Yes.
Stuff.
You know what I'd like
Would
to
it
see?
kill us to have peanut butter pretzels on here?
Rick,
Okay.
Rick, a big old jar of those peanut butter
Yes.
bite-sized pretzels.
Where's my chips and salsa? Where's that at?
Think about the things.
Is that
he's
queso?
constantly-
Girl Scout
Is that
cookies?
queso? No, it's salami. Where's my queso? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
And what kind of board is that?
Okay.
A security thing board.
Security board.
Jessica, it's a great
You
idea.
can do the chips and salsa with it.
Hey, if I find out that board was on there, I'm gonna be mad.
Well, it'll
Okay,
spill on the
there's
pon-
chips and
it'll spill on the
salsa.
pontoon
There you
boat
go.
too.
Jessica, it's a great idea. Y'all have a fun day.
What about goat drop cookies on
Go
there?
drop cookies. Yeah, come on, man.
On a charcuterie board?
Right, on that board. Lay them on the board.
Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, you're acting like the other's not causing some kind of confusion.
Yeah,
now the other's pretty cut and dry.
That's
Somebody comes up and says, "How many women we got over here?" I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What is it today?
There-
Or tomorrow?
we-
'Cause
I
some
think-
of them run back and
We
forth.
used to do it like we did puppies, male, female.
Well, we call it
You
the
know,
peep
yeah.
test,
Right,
Rick.
and,
You peep and see what you got,
and we-
that's what you go
but
with.
we don't do that anymore. So doesn't that also alter
He's saying if why
stats
not?
that we keep and all of this? I mean, he's saying that because you over there being closed-minded and judgmental, Bubba, you're saying the absolute truth is that he's actually lived on this earth for 69 years, and how dare you?
That's kind of crazy of me.
You're saying
I find it consistent with my other positions.
you're
opened
trying
the
to
door.
say that his age is actually the number of years he's been here since he was born.
Yeah,
And
there's some things to me that are not a choice.
well,
You know that you
closed-minded,
It's just the
Bible
way it is.
thumping.
Hey, there's a lot of things you
racist.
can change. You can change your clothes, change your hair color, change the way you do your beard. I mean, get new shoes. You got all kind of choices you make. Hey, matter of fact, you wear whatever the heck you want to wear.
Right.
You wear a bag. I don't care.
I hear you, Salmon.
Right.
Look at him over
You know,
there.
it was saying, I guess, is what the Dutch call retired people.
I don't
He's
wanna
a
have to get on
pensioner.
there.
Did you read that? He said he's a pensioner, and I guess you reach a certain age there that you start drawing money.
Yeah, he's Dutch.
And he said he would give that up
To be
'cause
able
he
to
would go back and be 49.
I was
so he
pro-
won't be drawing his pension.
Y'all, he doesn't look 69, but he doesn't look 49 either.
No.
he's
So now we're going to get on
I'll be
debate.
honest
We're never
with
going to get on debate. But guess if we live
He's
in a
probably
world where he
making
can
a
just
point.
guys, and I understand all
You
the
can
points.
choose your gender, you choose your race. Why not choose your age?
If you
I got it.
if
Man,
you,
I'm going back to high school, owning it.
well,
Yeah.
I don't know if
guys,
I'm going to go back to
guys,
that.
if guys, we just
Maybe
we just
college.
had a biological man take the women's cycling championship.
Yeah.
I mean, by,
and multiple
by leaps and bounds.
multiple males winning female track events and setting state records.
Right.
Did y'all happen to see?
It's no more. Can we say that it's not any weirder than that?
No, it's not.
Is it?
No.
Because what are we saying? Well, there's an absolute truth here. Oh, no, not necessarily. So if he says he shouldn't be, and I can't believe now I'm not familiar.
Why didn't he just act like he's 49 and lie about it?
Right.
Then you got to worry about it.
Well, everybody else lies about everything else on these dating sites anyway.
I know.
Well, I was going to say,
I can't believe that he actually used the dating sites as being one of the reasons.
And if he
needs to
changes his birth certificate, he's still lying. That's
Right.
the point.
By the way-
Just lie. You don't have to have the paperwork.
Well, now you want the truth.
Huh?
There, now you want the truth. You close-minded.
I know.
There he is again.
Why don't you let-
Silly,
you
silly
let
Bubba.
people- if Speedy wants to declare himself to be a bird of prey, let him.
Did y'all see it was one of the governors running for governor. I think he lost. He was a transgender. A lot of these in this world, you go, well, that looks kind of like no. This guy was a dude in a dress, and it looked like he had. I know it was his real hair, but it looked like a man with a wig and a dress on. And he was running for governor.
You know
in,
why it
in
looked
one of
like
these
that?
states? Because that's what he was.
Right, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? How some of them, at least they'll try to look feminine. It looked like one of us was standing there with a dress and a wig on,
Yeah. It's
running
like-
for governor.
Yeah,
and I can't remember what state it was. You need to pull it up.
Right.
You're just saying it's almost like Earl declaring he's a woman. You know what I mean? Just somebody named Earl.
I mean,
and he shows up and he looks exactly like he did over at the plant. He just put a dress on. That's it.
I think I got it.
Have you got it?
Yeah. I think I do.
Well, buddy, I'm sorry. You are 69. That is the truth. I'm sorry.
You got it.
Is this him? Is this him here?
Am I right on Tinder? Is that what Tinder is?
Yeah, him.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And that's a better picture. There's some that's.
All right, I'll come back out.
Yeah, all that does is it looks like a coach that was told to get in a womanless beauty
pageant. There it is.
That's what he looks like.
That's what I was looking for.
That's it.
Look like the womanless beauty pageant.
That's what he looks like.
That's coach. That's the gym coach and the womanless beauty pageant.
Coach, will you help us raise some funds for the volleyball team?
Greg, is that it?
Oh my gosh!
Wow,
guys,
what a wild ride!
Didn't win, I don't think.
No, can't believe that. Well, when we come back, you wouldn't believe some of the people who did win.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, this one. I mean, you guys, we got somebody that won when they were dead, and then this other story.
There were several.
One in jail.
Yeah, there, Greg, please look right there.
Yeah, Rick. Rick, there's even worse. Yeah. I mean, what?
You know what he looks like? He just looks like some old haggard rocker.
I know.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's
back to the dating sites.
He could be in Spinal Tap. You know, they put the wigs on.
If you could just put down, hey, I'm 6'3", 190, and show up, and you're 5'9", 250, and they go, well, why'd you put that? Well, that's how I identify myself. You don't see. That's how
I'm
I see
big and
myself.
bad.
Guys, y'all do realize that we went and asked questions on college campuses. You remember that little routine? And they tried to see as weird as they could get and ask the people still think that was
and
okay.
They were okay with
and
it.
they kept saying, so he said, so I can be a 6'1" African-American female. And they said, if that's what you identify as.
All righty.
Even though you're an average hot white man. I mean, I want y'all to think about that. I mean, it's okay to say no,
but how do you, if you have that level of relative truth, how do you go on a highway? How do you find directions? You know, I mean, because there is no absolute anymore.
Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. Here we go. All right, so another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here today. And Eddie Van Adler has the YouTube experience for you, live or archived. If you're one of the 100,000 plus subscribers, welcome in. If you'd like to subscribe, do so. Super P and Lord of the Jacket, Rick and Bubba University students banging out a degree in common sense. Now a superpower. To make a young gun proud. Welcome back. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us and letting us do what we do.
Okay, so Father's Day, we talked about that. We'll do some more phone segments this hour, and if you didn't get in and you'd like to, you can. And thank you guys for calling us, and thank you for all you do for the show. So now, Bubba, we kind of head into we're going to talk about guy stuff because we normally don't on the show.
Right.
We never do that.
And with it being Father's Day, I think we should be allowed some guy stuff conversation.
Right, because on the show we never talk guy stuff. It just never happens. And now we'll move into a little something we call Sports Talk 690, and that's when we talk about sports like we're a sports talk show, which is it's just one of the many plays we play.
That's right.
So it was mentioned earlier in the program. And for some reason, we're just going to bypass 2023 completely because we're all excited about 2024. in the SEC when Oklahoma and Texas join, and we leave the East-West champions, and we go with the two best teams, and we get people playing each other more than they do now, and we get a little more spice in the schedules. I'm really excited about it. But,
and the teams are going to rotate through, so you will actually see some of these teams you don't normally play more often than you would when they rotated through when they're East and West.
Oh, absolutely.
Because of the same teams that you played every year. And we were just talking about some of that. When you look on paper at what some of these schedules look like, it's an incredible lineup.
As a fan, you love it. Unless you're a fan of Vanderbilt.
Oh, Vanderbilt, I am so sorry. Rick, just to give you a couple of these we're looking at here, Alabama, they will have home games against Auburn, Georgia, Missouri, and South Carolina. Then they will have to go on the road at LSU, at Oklahoma, at Tennessee, and at Vanderbilt.
I love it.
That is quite a little lineup. If you look at Arkansas, they have home games with LSU, Mississippi, Tennessee, and Texas. They will go on the road at Auburn, at Mississippi State, at Missouri, and they will play Texas A&M at a neutral site. So that is you see the old Southwest Conference matchups coming back into play there, which is good. For Auburn, they have Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas A&M, and Vanderbilt at home. Now check this road schedule out: Alabama, Georgia, which that could be enough on its own, Kentucky, and Missouri. That's a pretty tough. If you have Alabama and Georgia in your lineup, that's a tough year.
Now you get to play Alabama, Georgia, and you don't play LSU this time, but you do play Oklahoma.
Right. That's tough.
Along with
Florida with a tough schedule. They play at home Kentucky, which always plays them tough. LSU, Mississippi, and Texas A&M. They go on the road to Mississippi State, Tennessee, Texas, and then, of course, play Georgia at a neutral site. Georgia has a very tough lineup, Rick. At home, they will have Auburn, Mississippi State, Tennessee. They will go on the road to play at Alabama, at Kentucky, at Mississippi, at Texas, and, of course, they have Florida at a neutral site.
That's that Jacksonville game.
Yeah, that's pretty tough.
Yep.
Kentucky will play at home Auburn, Georgia, South Carolina, Vanderbilt, then go on the road at Florida, at Mississippi, at Tennessee, at Texas. You just don't get an off week with any of these. You know, they're all good. LSU will play at home versus Alabama, Mississippi, Oklahoma, Vanderbilt. On the road, they will play Arkansas, Florida, South Carolina, and Texas A&M. That's tough.
For me, would you start saying Ole Miss just for me?
Instead of Mississippi?
Yeah, it's just throwing me off a little bit.
Okay. I can adapt to that.
Yeah, okay.
Ole Miss's schedule. They play at home Georgia, Kentucky, Mississippi State, and Oklahoma. On the road against Arkansas, Florida, LSU, and South Carolina. I mean, every week is a good matchup.
Yeah, good.
You talking about some really good ones. Oklahoma has been talking a little bit about their schedule. They will host Alabama, Tennessee, and South Carolina. They will go on the road to Auburn, LSU, Ole Miss, and Missouri. They will play Texas at a neutral site. Did you ever think of course, you can't call it the shootout anymore. They changed that. The Red River Classic, which I like the name shootout,
so
would be a big SEC. That will be like the SEC game of the week. Isn't that funny?
That is funny.
Is College Game Day just going to go to every SEC matchup in 2024?
How do they? I don't know how they pick many other places. Tennessee has a tough schedule. They're another one of these teams that have to play Alabama and Georgia and Oklahoma.
Good night.
So at home, they have Alabama, Florida, Kentucky, Mississippi State. They go on the road against Arkansas, Georgia, Oklahoma, and Vandy. Texas, they play home Florida, Georgia, Kentucky, Mississippi State. On the road, Arkansas, Texas A&M, Vandy, neutral site, Oklahoma. They're all tough. I'm going to jump down here to, let me do Texas A&M too. They play at home with LSU, Missouri, and Texas. On the road, Auburn, Florida, Mississippi State, South Carolina, neutral site, Arkansas.
Which is the very first game they play that year.
Yep. Vanderbilt. bless the Commodores.
Yeah, God love them.
They've got a tough
God
road.
love their little Commodore heart.
They play at home against Alabama, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Texas. Then they will go on the road against Auburn, Kentucky, LSU, and Missouri. Boy, it's just a meat grinder every week.
Mm-hmm.
But what's some great matchups we're going to have? We're going to see Georgia and Alabama playing again. We're going to see Texas and Texas A&M playing again during the season. We're going to have Tennessee going back to Oklahoma, which will see Josh Heupel go back against his team that he played for.
Mm-hmm.
Oklahoma at Missouri, which was a big game in the Southwest Conference. Georgia going to Texas A&M. Georgia going to South Carolina. LSU and Texas playing each other, which is always good. So I think this schedule is great for the fans.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah. And I think it's good all the way around. So,
and another thing we don't discuss either because we get caught up here in SEC world, but it is strange to me that the Big Ten has added USC and UCLA.
Isn't it, though?
And so we're not only going to get this love fest that we're having now with this schedule, but we're also going to get to see like Ohio State and USC play, Michigan USC play, and UCLA's getting better, and so that's going to bring some matchups that we don't normally get to see either. So there's going to be something for everybody here.
I mean, no offense, but some of these teams playing Northwestern and some of these other teams that are perennial 500 teams are not as exciting as what you're talking about. And I love seeing this. I remember seeing, and this is a game that we don't see a lot either, but when they did play, it was very good, Oklahoma and Ohio State. I always thought that was a good matchup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I remember they played a heck of a game when we were teenagers.
Yeah, when we were teenagers.
Well, a long time ago.
That was a long time ago.
It was.
I mean,
Von Schaumann kicked about a 52-yarder to win it for Oklahoma, who got way ahead, and then Ohio State came back in the second half. I remember watching that game. I thought, man, this is one for the ages here.
Yep. So
I always liked the name Von Schaumann for some reason.
Do you feel like this is almost overshadowing the 2023 season?
It is.
I
think it is.
A little bit.
You got the playoff too.
Yeah.
12-team expansion.
That year you'll go to 12 teams. So,
are we just all kind of done with 2023 football and want to get on to 2024 in college?
Forward.
Yeah. All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, we have breaking news.
We do. You may need to cut everyone's mic off for this,
All
Rick.
right, Greg's for sure.
All right.
Speedy probably so. And Helms. All right, go ahead.
Rick, Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg has taken a fall. She has fractured 3 ribs. After the fall at her office Wednesday evening, the court released in a new statement. Is it picking it up off my mic? It came all the way over here?
It's off mic.
Ginsburg, 85, had experienced discomfort when she was admitted to George Washington University Hospital for observation and treatment. Tests showed the justice fractured 3 ribs on her left side. The justice broke 2 ribs in a fall back in 2012. She's also had 2 prior bouts with cancer and a stent implanted to open a blocked artery back in 2014.
So you're telling me that Ruth Bader Ginsburg?
Yes.
How you say it?
Mm-hmm.
She's fallen and did she break her hip or just ribs?
Just 3 ribs on her left side. She's the court's oldest member. Mm-hmm. There's been much speculation about her retirement. She is one of the 4 remaining liberal justices on the bench. She was nominated by Billy C. Clinton.
The Dems are screaming, tape her up and get her back in there.
Yes, they are.
Tape her up.
Yeah, right.
She'll be okay.
She's okay.
Prop her up over there.
She's probably got 20 years left there.
Bless her heart. I'm not, it's sad, but I mean, the
elderly
fall.
How did his mic?
They do.
It forced its way open. One of his minions turned it up.
But you know what I'm saying? I mean, she's 80 what?
5.
Really? 85.
Guys, I look, and it has nothing to do with her political leanings. 85, and you're up there ruling. You're the final say in the land.
In the land.
Really?
The final say in the land.
I mean,
you know
really.
what I mean? We've exhausted every other option. We're going to you. Y'all are going to settle it. And there's Aunt Bethany.
I know. Thank you, Greg.
And I'm not glad she's hurt. That's sad. But I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you have to wonder about where she's at and what she's able to do.
Guys, we've had her sleeping during remember the State of the Union address?
I know.
Because they were nodding off.
if I make it to 85, and granted, chances are slim at this point, but I mean, I want to be out feeding squirrels and stuff. I don't want to be dealing with a bunch of headaches at the Supreme Court. Do you?
To Greg's point, I don't think it's unreasonable for someone to say at 85, especially since we've decided to make this branch of our government, the ones who actually make law and rule on law.
Yeah, they do it all. Look, she's
gone
right there. She's gone.
That's a real picture.
The next day, it should have been brought up. We need to talk.
Don't miss that picture. She's older now than she was in that picture.
Oh yeah, a lot older.
Y'all are making fun of the lady.
No, I'm not.
I actually have a quote from her here from this morning.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
Sorry, Speedy.
Is Rusty in the Navy?
I'm sorry. The stand up.
How that got in there.
She does look like. Might as well go ahead and make that bank 9, I guess.
Let me tell you though, if you think the libs and the demos are going to let her go down,
oh no,
hey, we'll have weekend at Bernie's before she steps down.
They got to get her through 2 more years somehow. Weekend at Bernie's, you're all over it.
That's so good.
Hey, I need to
y'all, she's real.
No, you're going to look.
Somebody's
guys, let me tell you what's going to happen.
Look, I didn't create this political environment. I can comment on it. I don't make me a bad person.
But do not.
I'm a citizen of this country.
Hey. Don't think they don't go in there and check on her every day and see how she's doing. Damn it! Who did this one?
Y'all, that is so good.
Who put that up there?
Was quick.
Somebody got that up there. Wow. Yeah. No, I was just going to say, every time she's in there ruling on something, you got to look to see if you don't see Chuck Schumer's hand behind her head.
I'm voting against this.
Yeah.
If you see him carrying a 2x4 in there, look out.
No. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. All right, here we go. 20 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. And there is the sound. Wonderful wheel of canned meat. We got canned meat. Here we go.
Come on, give it a try.
It is illuminated and spinning. Golden ticket seat guests now get into position to give that baby a spin on behalf of America. Super P and Lord of the Jacket taking phone calls, hoping for winners today. Rock and Roll City, everybody's favorite club band. They're a house band.
Yeah, what band did you call them?
Club.
Oh, club.
Yeah, but also house band. Probably a better term, as they are playing. Rock and Roll City is ready. So on the board, Bubba, we got all kinds of prizes that people can win. Also, some pitfalls are there. If you land on various meats today, it'll be some form of canned meat, either Spam or Bubba pulls out of the mystery meat drawer.
Yeah, we have a mystery meat drawer that anything could come out of.
You don't know what it is. All kinds of Rick and Bubba goodies here, and also Moultrie's got the Moultrie Mobile. This is the what's the one called, the Edge? That one's on there. So Henry the horse on there. So one of Greg's puppies on there, and nothing says Happy Father's Day quite like a stray puppy.
I know.
So Greg's got those
ready
available.
to be petted.
He continues to deliver them. Greg's giving a go on that. All right. So first up out of the golden ticket seats, Brian Zekoff. Brian, you ready to go, buddy? All right, here we go. And Brian is waiting for that magic phrase. We'll go to Brady. Brady, welcome to Rick and Bubba. What do you say to Brian to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Zekoff.
Oh, Well, we'll be back at the end of this segment when this stops spinning.
Give it a spin.
Brian's working that habit shirt and making it happen.
Here we go. Yeah! Sunglasses, sunglasses, sunglasses. Wear it! So you've got Rick and Bubba sunglasses, Brady, and it comes with the little Rick and Bubba pouch for cleaning them and keeping them out of, getting scuffed up and all that. So congratulations, those Rick and Bubba sunglasses coming to you just in time for summer sun. Thank you, Brady.
That's what I'm talking about. Thank y'all.
Yeah, it's our pleasure. What a boy. How do I go, Brian? All right, so we continue. Let's go to Allison. Allison, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Your spinner will be Logan Stonecipher. What do you say to Logan to get him to spin that wheel?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Logan. A reverse spin. Reverse. Stonecipher went the other way. All right, let's see.
That's an unusual last name. You don't hear Stonecipher much.
You don't. Mug, drink it! Well, a Rick and Bubba coffee mug for you, Allison. Just when you thought life couldn't get any better. Greg, how about a go for Allison? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Allison, enjoy that. Let us see a picture of you drinking delicious coffee with a Rick and Bubba mug, okay?
Thank you.
I don't know that it'll hold, I would say hot tea, but does that really sound like Rick and Bubba? But it'll work. Allison, we put you on hold. Thanks for listening to the show. All right, we continue. Brody Jordan finds his way to the wheel. Caleb is calling. Caleb, what do you say to Brody to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Brody. Yeah!
Brody with a big spin.
Yeah! Dimples blazing. All right, let's see what happens. All right. Brody, can he spin? Henry the horse.
Wow.
Brody done spun Henry.
Locked right in there. He's coming from the back 40, Rick. It'll take him a while to get here. Here he comes.
There you go, Henry.
Hey, Henry.
Hey, Henry.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Henry.
Did y'all see that Eva Longoria made a trip to the White House and Joe Biden and her were kind of, kind of close there?
We saw that. Yeah, we did.
Well, it turns out Joe Biden's favorite magician is David Copperfield.
All right, Henry. There you go. Henry the horse. What a horse.
He's going to end up as glue acting like that.
He is. Everybody. All right, so there's Henry. No prize for the caller, but what a win for the team.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Eric. Eric's out of Columbus, Mississippi, spinning for Eric Jonathan Jordan. Eric, what do you say to Jonathan to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip. Let it rip. Oh, he went the other way.
Reverse.
He wound it up a little bit. All right, let's see what's going to happen with Eric. Eric.
The wheel is really showing off today with the lights.
Yeah!
Give me spam.
You got spam, Eric. Eric, you want spam.
For the brain, make it fry.
Oh, we love it. Everybody say it.
Cause it's easy stomach pain.
Everybody.
On the grill. Served with candied yams.
Everybody.
Don't care what else you give
Oh,
me, but give me spam.
Oh, yes.
Give me spam.
Oh, congratulations, Eric. We'll autograph a can of delicious spam. We called it. It is the processed meat of the new millennium. Eric, we'll put you on hold. Autographed can of spam coming to you at some point when Greg finally mails them off his desk. Eric, how about a go for Eric, Greg?
Yeah!
Go! Go! Go, 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 go! And there it is, Bubba. We got a spam. All right, so now Lindsey Jordan comes to the wheel, and Lindsey will spin for Jamie in Alabama. Jamie, what do you say to Lindsay to get her to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Lindsay. There she goes.
With a big spin.
Okay. Hey.
Here we
lot
go,
of strength.
round and
Let's
round.
see what we got here for Jamie.
yeah.
Okay.
T-shirt, wear it. Greg, how about a go for Jamie? Go. Jamie, I don't know if you've have you been to the store? Have you got a particular shirt that you think you'd like to have?
I have not yet.
Okay. There's some. I mean, we're thinking common sense is a superpower. That's there. We've got a lot of Rick and Bubba logoed shirts that look kind of hip and cool. We've got to try and do a little better. I don't know if that applies. That's kind of a new one there. So there's a number of choices. So let the guys know what size and what shirt you want when we put you on hold, and then we'll make sure that comes to you from the Rick and Bubba store. Okay.
Thank you.
And Jamie, thank you for listening to Rick and Bubba. So there goes Jamie and Bubba. Really today we had Henry the horse, so I mean no one had a pitfall,
right?
I mean because we all won on that one, but only one caller did not win a prize.
Well, we do what we can to give as much away as possible,
and even that prize was a gift to us.
Yes, it was.
So that
I was
worked out.
hoping I could go to the mystery drawer of meat. But,
is that your favorite?
It
If
is
somebody can hit
because
that,
I
yeah.
really don't know what's in there.
There's some choices in there, and there's a few that are going to find their way there. Note to self: need more spam. I
Yeah.
think our last spam went out today. All right, so we'll get more spam.
Spam me, baby.
Rock and Roll City, America's favorite house band. If you're a tuber and you're watching this on YouTube, they've got a little jam for you there in the break.
About to get a show.
You're about to get a show. For everybody else, we'll get to more of your phone calls coming up and any stories we might have missed as the hour rolls on.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, check. Hey, all right, Greg. Got you, buddy. Go for it. If you come to the White House, you know you're gonna get close to Biden. If you come to the White House, you know you're gonna get close to Biden. He's gonna give you a hug, he's gonna give you a squeeze, especially if you're a little kid, oh yeah. Go, Greg, go! Welcome to the White House, where you get free hugs. Free hugs at the White House, especially for little kids and uncomfortable female actresses.
I think it's reasonable, and I don't think it's mean to say 85 is we think you've had your shot, and at 85, I'm not sure that anybody should be ruling on this kind of stuff at 85, right?
And I will say this: whoever was in charge of making sure she stays in good shape, they weren't paying attention, let her fall, they're in trouble.
They are.
You know somebody's assigned to her. Look, do not let Ruth fall.
Mm-hmm. No, he's right.
And they got caught watching TV, and all of a sudden, I've dated you. Remember when you were keeping your kids when they were little, and you're supposed to be watching them. All of a sudden, you hear a big crash, and they're upside down. Same thing.
Yeah, especially that little pushy walkie thing.
Yeah, I did a lot.
They crash you out in a minute.
Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna tell you, cracked rib hurts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. 3 of them hurts.
Can't breathe.
You can't breathe. Every time you breathe, you're
and
in
this
pain.
old brittle bone,
Greg.
It's hard to breathe.
So now she's Yoda.
She wrapped her.
Yeah, when did she become Yoda?
When did she become Yoda?
That was his Aunt Betsy.
Let's don't even bring up that picture of them again. The whole bunch.
Let's say it one more
I
time.
want to sleep.
Let's say this is important. State of the Union. You're there, the president, everybody.
Yeah. Look, guys,
y'all. That's not Sunday night church. You
hey
know,
Ruth, we don't ask y'all to make many public appearances. Can you stay awake long enough through the few we have? You know, most of the time y'all get to hide up there in the hollowed halls.
I know,
but we bring you out one time.
Greg, don't forget they put them on the front row.
Mm-hmm. We actually have audio of her falling.
Yeah. Wait, man, this must be breaking.
Yeah.
Y'all.
Miss Meany, that's awful. Stop there.
Ow, ow, ow.
Stop.
That's terrible.
No, that's really.
That's it. Do you remember the first time we saw that piece of video?
Oh, yeah.
Pretty old feet going fast.
Hey,
it's classic. It is a classic. Wow. Well, the people back commentate. I put that piece of video. It's a top 5 for me.
Oh yeah,
yeah, it's pretty good.
Because you got a reporter going to show everybody how it's done.
Yeah, I'm gonna go quick feet.
I'm gonna be quick feet. I'm gonna. I'm gonna fall. There it is.
You're hurt bad when you're making noises that you can't even identify.
Let's hear it.
That's Skype there.
This is when it really happened. Not anything to do with Ruth.
Yeah, sure.
Have you ever seen this?
All right,
Oh, yeah.
Ray, give us a 30-second
She
time.
has
Here
no
we
idea.
go. So what's the deal here?
You're in that
there's
old
a
slick,
contest
wet
to stomp,
stuff?
And how are you measuring
Boy,
who
this
does the best
hurt.
stomping?
And whoever stomps the most shoes wins an overnight stay, but it's not the only thing you can do.
The measuring cups are down below, right?
Measuring cups are down below.
All right. And if you win, you get to stay at
Live
Chateau
on TV.
Lawn. And what else do you have going on here?
Well, if grape stomping's not your thing, you can come and spend the day listening to live music, eating international
Happy right
foods,
now. No,
having
no,
wine
she's gonna
tours
fall.
and tastings, vineyard
Oh, it
tours,
hurts to watch.
seminars, arts and crafts. It's a lot of fun, a whole day.
Stop.
Oh,
Y'all.
That's her really how she sounds.
No. Oh,
boy,
dear.
I think she's actually hurt.
No, I
there.
think she is.
Yeah.
You think?
Oh my God.
Yeah, that is when you get the breath knocked out of you right there.
I know.
It didn't get any better than that.
Yeah, I think the follow-up story, she got she got hurt. I mean, like, fell on
you know
her
when you
face.
get the wind
when she
knocked
can't
out.
breathe,
Yeah.
you try to.
You're making noises that you've never made.
And you got to get on your back. You got to get on your
Right,
back,
you're
and you
trying.
think, and you know, air will eventually go back in if I just.
And
make
I
it.
think the reason why she's saying stop, she's like, please stop
Okay,
the live coverage.
All right,
Stop.
The fact she slapped. 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Yeah, we'll get phone calls in before we're done. This hour, helixsleep.com/Bubba. How would you like to have a mattress customized to you and the way you sleep? And they'll ask you a few questions. It doesn't take long. Greg and Lisa, they got a Helix right out of the gate when we first got into this partnership with them because they were due a new mattress. They sleep soundly on it every night for the 2 to 3 hours they sleep when they're not feeding puppies.
That's right, in between feedings.
Yep, and okay, all right, we'll see. All right, so as we work our way back, you can get it 20% off right now, and they'll ask how you sleep. Whether you sleep on your side, your back, your stomach, those are some questions they'll ask you. You like it medium, soft, firm, whatever the case may be. And then they send it to you. You got 100 nights to sleep
100
on
nights.
it to be sure that you love it. If you love it, you keep it. If you don't, you get a full refund. But you're going to keep it. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Save 20% right now and get a customized mattress to the way you love to sleep sent right to your door. All right, so Bubba, here we go. We put the all call out on Matthew McConaughey.
Right. And we hadn't heard a lot,
Well,
to be honest.
the guys are claiming that he's on the line.
Oh,
That
really?
Matthew McConaughey has called the show.
All right.
And wants to
All right.
wants to wish us a happy Father's Day.
Okay, well, good.
So
I hope so.
Matthew, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning, Jim. How are y'all?
We're good. Hey, welcome to Alabama.
Oh, I love it down here. I appreciate y'all. Y'all welcome me and all y'all's hospitality. It's as big as the state of Texas.
Well,
That's a good one. Good effort so far.
So, is this your first time to Alabama, or you've been here before?
Oh no, I've been here numerous times. First time calling in though. So somebody turned me on to y'all, and hey, I love it, man. I love everything I've been hearing. You guys doing a bang up job.
Matthew, coming from you, that means a lot.
It does. It really does.
Yeah, because I know that you're a deep fella and a deep thinker, and we're excited about you being here. It means the world to us for you to call us.
And how is the movie going?
Oh, it's going good, Bubba. I appreciate you asking. It's just plugging right along. Of course, I can't I don't like to talk about it too much until it comes out.
Right.
You know, it'll be in the theaters for a week, and then it'll go straight to streaming. So, we're looking forward to that.
Looking forward to that.
Well, I know you're busy, so taking time to call us, and happy Father's Day to you as well, and thank you so much.
Yes, sir, yes. Well, I heard you guys talking about some Father's Day gift ideas, and you know, I had a few suggestions myself.
Okay, well, share. Go ahead,
Matthew. Sure.
Well, I got 3 things. 2 of them are winners. You're never gonna go wrong with these 2 gifts. Number 1, hey, you got to get Dad a Lincoln. If he's gonna get from A to B, he might as well be riding in style.
That's one.
And you know, I know that's not in everybody's wheelhouse. Everybody can't afford their Lincoln.
Right.
And you can't get a commercial deal like I do. So,
Right.
You know, number 2, hey, instead of bongo drums, I mean, that's
Right.
where it's at.
That's right. You're right on that one.
Everybody loves bongo
You got to be
drums.
spiritual, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. You get to banging on them things, it'll awaken something inside of it.
Right.
And number 3,
Yeah.
okay, this is a loser.
Okay.
No dad should ever get this. Deodorant.
True.
Yes.
I don't care what kind it is, and it doesn't matter if it's spray,
Right.
bar, gel.
Right.
No dad wants deodorant.
I got you. You're right.
That's it.
Everybody uses that stuff.
Yeah.
You know, dad's supposed to stink. That's what dads do.
That's right, Matthew. Well said. Well said.
That's good.
Well said. And you lived that out. Thank you.
Hey, Matthew, any more thought about getting into politics?
You know, Bubba, it's not really my bag. You know, I'm pretty comfortable where I'm at, and you know, I've been known for being a little out there, but you know, I'm just not that out there.
I got you. Yeah.
Well, you gotta make time so you can go see the Longhorns play.
That's right.
Yeah.
Coming into the SEC.
Well, that's right.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, with Arch Manning, we're going straight to the top. SEC or no SEC, it don't matter.
Don't matter. Don't matter. Matthew, what a great day. Thank you for calling, buddy.
Yes, sir. Y'all have a great.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Matthew
Yeah.
McConaughey
There you
checking
go.
in.
There
Thank
he
you.
goes.
There he goes.
Well, that was awesome. I don't know who we need to thank for that.
Well, somebody got it done on the movie set.
They did.
I told you, we
They
got
did.
people everywhere.
I bet it was one of those twins.
Probably so.
Yeah.
Probably so. They're at every single movie.
Yep.
Every movie. You think people pick up that they are standing in the background of 11, 12 movies? You mentioned it in the break, and I saw the story up on the screen. So Rod Stewart, speaking of Father's Day this weekend, Rod Stewart, his family, they want him to retire, and he says he's going to.
Well,
78 years old.
I don't see in the story where he says that. The story is more about them begging him to retire. They say that he's had 2 bouts with cancer, he's had a knee replacement, and they want him to hang up performing and focus on his health and his family.
Okay.
According to the story today.
At 78?
78.
Right.
Yeah. Go ahead, Rod.
But
Rod,
you know,
you shut it on down, Rod.
Or as Keith Richards says, he's still a young man.
Yeah. You know, I think Rod is probably one of these people. He's such an entertainer, and entertaining is so entwined in his person that he would never be able to totally shut it down. He may not take as many gigs as he used to take,
just
but he's
trim 'em.
always gonna be available for that 1 or 2, because we all know the most addictive thing on the planet is not opioids, it is applause.
Yeah, and the fact that he, you know, it's what he's always done. It's what he loves, and probably it's been fulfilling to him. And
so he's still singing the standards. Remember, I
I
kind
didn't
of quit
like that.
when he quit singing.
I want him to sing the hits.
Has,
not the classics.
anybody heard him like the late 70s version of Rod? Does he still sing well?
I don't know. You know, we saw him in concert, and he was still going good.
What
then.
is he? Probably in his 50s then.
Yeah,
was it that long?
I was
ago?
there.
20-something years?
Oh, yeah.
It's been at least 15, right?
Yeah.
It's more than that because I wasn't working here then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's when he stopped the show.
Yeah,
he started over.
Maggie
because
May.
He wasn't happy the way it started. Yeah.
So
I've seen that before.
They didn't have
He
his mic
shut it
on.
down.
Yeah.
And he said, let's start over.
But one of the
Bubba
things
started booing him.
One of the things that I
Kicked
did
soccer balls into the crowd.
One of the things that I did not know, and this is another one of the things about men and women being equal but not the same, distinct. Did you know that women who sing really, really well, as they get older, their voice never loses its quality, and in some cases can even get stronger, but for men it doesn't?
No, I didn't know that.
The singers, if you're male, you're more likely not to be able to sing the way you did when you were younger versus females who continue to be able to sing like nothing changed.
And if you can't stand up on stage, that makes a big difference.
It does.
I.e. Phil Collins.
Hard to breathe and hard to sing from the diagram when you're sitting in a chair.
Yeah.
That's tough. Like the time you found that out in a harsh way. Back during
or laying on the stretcher is very hard to sing, especially if you haven't practiced.
If you're going to do a song
shirtless on your stomach,
if you're going to do a song on your stomach, you might want to run through it.
And especially me laying on my stomach.
Right.
I mean, you're talking about a teeter-totter.
Yep. Yeah. We also mentioned this, and this is more news today too. Mike Pence announced this on the show and said he was going to announce it first on the Rick and Bubba show that he and his daughter are writing a book together. Called Go Home for Dinner, and he told us all about it and advice on how faith makes a family and family makes a life. And he and his daughter, Charlotte, wrote this book together, and now that's out for everybody to know. And, of course, he'll be speaking at Gridiron this weekend, too, so that's in there. Former college football player Ray Lewis
Will you tell him I'm sorry I missed his interview?
I will.
If I hadn't had wires in my heart, I would have been here.
Don't just blow by Pence and us not talk about it. Are you prepped for that?
For
you?
Oh yeah,
for you.
I'm ready.
Okay,
yeah, it'll be fine.
Because we haven't talked about it.
Yeah, I'm not coming in too hot with Mike Pence.
Okay.
Do I feel like? And now Bubba's going to be here to help me with this one. He wasn't there for Mike Pence. Now, did Mike Pence and I connect? Yes,
you did. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
In my mind, not to the level that I think we did.
But you have a good game plan as far as Mike Pence goes for the weekend.
Yes,
what are you going to do with Wingo?
I'm not going to come in hot. I'm not gonna get carried away with it. I'm not going to bring any attention to than anybody else.
Can I ask this question again? Did I understand right? And several people have told me this, that he said he had been listening to the show online since as far back as the 90s.
That didn't happen.
That did not happen. He
Like
told you
94?
that.
That did not happen.
He said he'd been listening, but I think
he said
he
he was familiar
segment.
with. He said he was familiar with the show, that he has listened to the show, but he didn't do anything.
Okay.
Who told you that?
Yeah.
Well, somebody come in my hospital. Look, I was laying in the hospital
You're right.
bed. I was on drugs.
He wanted us to do good old boy theater.
You may have dreamed that last detail, but
It was possible.
but him being familiar with the show is a yes.
Okay.
Bubba, he actually wanted us to do a round of drive-through password.
Yeah.
Well, that would date him there.
Right, yeah.
He wanted to ask you about the rainbow people.
Right.
Yeah. That would really date him.
He said, Rick, I've noticed a change to you. I listened to the Morning Extravaganza when Bubba was just a character. Yeah. But yeah, he did
Is
listen.
this Alabama's
that
last
part.
outlaw?
But no, you guys, y'all don't worry about me and Pence. I'm not coming in too hot. I'm fine.
Don't assume anything.
Yeah. Now I'll tell you who's got problems right now, and Bubba's going to confirm this is Daryl Johnston. I do think that we're becoming friends.
Yeah.
And
I could sense that.
yeah.
Yeah, you almost asked him to go eat lunch.
I was this close. And I could almost see him drawing that line. We're not that close.
You notice these people never ask us to go to lunch?
No.
That ought to be the telltale right there.
That goes back to
they never ask for our cell phone number.
But it goes back to this. Listen.
Let's just call it like
I know.
it is.
Well,
I wish Speedy wouldn't have had to give me Riley Green's number. I wish Riley Green would have given it to me.
Right. Well, when you go back to it, it's one of the most uncomfortable life truths, and it's an uncomfortable one, okay? What people do is actually A, what they believe,
right,
and B, what they want to do.
Yes, I know.
So it's if someone's not calling you for lunch that was on the show, it's because they don't want to.
The closest,
that's kind of hard.
You know, I look at the number of people that we do
what we
podcast with. We went to lunch after. We had one set up with Travis that got canceled, but that's as close.
Well,
as
that
we've
was
come
God
up
intervening because you wouldn't even be here now.
Probably was. I'd be missing a rib or something by then.
We'll take your phone calls and anything we missed when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
On the air too. I think I just moved. It's at the number 2 slot.
Yeah, I'm with you, Rick.
It's only not at number 1 because I'm sure there's something I'm forgetting.
She hung that foot trying to get out of that little bucket.
And I'm talking about when I'm on the stage.
And she's on a propped up stage.
Chest first on the ground.
That's how it hurt when I fell.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We make our way back. We were talking, something happened the other day involving Eddie Van Adler. Those of you that don't know, because he started out doing the Brazilian jiu-jitsu thing, and we've talked about that. We've looked at video of him many times and discussed this. There's even it made a best of bit this year. Well, he also has started to try to, and I don't want to get George Webby upset with you, but he started trying to now go to Godspeed, where now Speedy, Greg,
and me, all of us, and now Adler work out from time to time. And so they're new to this place. So I've already kind of established some friendships there and with the people who run it, and they've done a lot for me, and I'm thankful for how they've helped me try to do better. And so now you've got, like I talked about before, some of the guys from work are down there. So now it's different because now they're coming in and out of there as well. So I was there.
You had your own little thing.
Yeah, I had my own little thing going. And I was there yesterday, and one of them said, "Hey, can I ask you something about Adler?" And I said, "Sure."
What?
Anytime somebody says that, you're just like,
you know what the normal question is.
Right. And I said, "No, he's married."
Yeah.
Okay.
So anyway,
hey, I'm a CrossFit bro now. All right, so
Adler, how much working out do you have to do? I mean, you do CrossFit, you do, your
jiu-jitsu, and then I go to Planet Fitness sometimes.
He gets
too.
after it.
Yeah.
So
trying to live.
No off days.
So anyway, a couple of things
avocados.
A couple of things they said.
Avocados.
One of them was what you talked about. I understand you were asked to go down on weight in the middle of an exercise.
That was okay. That was a tough situation.
Oh, I can't say anything.
That happens.
I can't say anything.
It happens, man.
We're doing okay. First of all, CrossFit is. I hadn't really gotten into CrossFit until now. I had watched a few, there's like a Netflix documentary like Strong Fittest on Earth or something like that on Netflix, and my wife and I watched that and made fun of all the CrossFitters and for the CrossFit culture.
Yeah.
And now I'm like turning into that. Like I'll come home and talk to my wife and be like, just got done doing CrossFit. I'm sore from CrossFit because I go do CrossFit at CrossFit.
Yeah, right.
Right. So I'm turning into a CrossFit bro. And I'm trying to hang with actual CrossFit bros.
A mistake.
And we were doing a partner workout, which this is a whole new thing to me.
I always skip that day.
And it's like, for an example, you let's see, this one was you lay on your back and you do a couple bench presses with a bar.
Flat press.
That's it. And then you do like a clean, like you stand up and you do a clean press with the bar over your head, like from your chest to over your head.
Overhead,
whatever. And there's all kinds of names and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know
the
the
clean.
I still don't know the names. They have to show me how to do it.
Strict clean and a clean and jerk and a burpee and a dumper.
Yeah,
okay, I made up dumper.
Clean and jerk is just when you work out with Greg.
If somebody's Greg,
the jerk.
So you were trying, and I've seen this mistake happen a lot. Matter of fact, there's one guy that says he said, "I hear your voice in the back of my head, a lot of reps." Somebody says, "Let me show you how much I can lift," and I'll lean over and go, "A lot of reps there, young man."
We do a thing called
a lot of reps.
AMRAP, which is literally as many reps as possible.
Right.
What? As possible?
Right.
Come on, guys. This is just an afternoon heart rate elevation. I thought that's what this was.
So did you were told you need to go down lighter weight?
I was really struggling. Yeah, I'm with this and like it's set up so that your guy goes and then you go. And then he has to wait for you to finish the second exercise before he can start. So he's waiting on you, and it's a time thing. And everybody, it's workout. It's a workout competition, is what CrossFit is, which is dangerous because then you push yourself probably farther than you would. So you got to be careful. But
it's not a competition. You're making it one.
And I wasn't smart, and I had too much weight, and I get into the first set, and I'm like 5 in, and we're supposed to do 10. And I can't get 6.
Right.
I cannot. And he's just standing there looking at me.
Yeah.
Now, who was your partner?
This CrossFit bro. I don't even know him. They were like everybody.
Was it a male?
It was a dude. Yeah.
Okay.
So the CrossFit people let you actually work out with the other fellow guys there, and jiu-jitsu makes you wrestle the women.
That's not
right.
No, he gets picked.
Okay.
No, the women keep calling him.
Have I wrestled a few women? Yes, I have. Does that make me a bad person? I don't think so.
Okay.
You can't help it.
But the last thing, and then we'll get to what's happening over. It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Here we are. Thank you for being with us. Final phone calls for a lot of you of the week. Unless you may get the show in a different order, but last live hour of the week. Highway in her boots and silver spurs. So if you want to join us, get in now at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'll chat with you. Golden ticket seats today. There they are.
golden ticket seats today. Hello, Brian Zekoff and Sharon Zekoff, Logan Stonecipher, Brody, Lindsay, and Jonathan Jordan. All firing it in there.
Yep.
Bubba, give me a number between 1 and 6 today, so we had 2 that didn't show.
We mixed these names up, so I don't know what number's what number.
Nope.
You know what? I'm going to go with a number we've never done before, I don't think. Number 1.
Number 1, Brody Jordan. Brody! Brody Jordan, $50 from American Express and Dr. Dudley. Dudley said if you won't mind, run by, he'll check the tip. But he's $50 for you.
Awesome.
And
watch your parents mentioning gas money for today.
That's right. Yeah. You may be filling the tank up on the way back to the house. Glad to have all of you in the golden ticket seats. You want to join us, you just look for when some become available, and maybe one Friday you'll be here, spin the wheel of meat, and maybe you'll win something too. So thanks to all of you out there. All right, so things you need to know. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Daryl Johnston, our guest this weekend. That'll drop sometime tomorrow, so be looking for that.
Can I ask you? I know you're probably more up on the superhero films than I am because I'm way.
I have
behind
faded on them a little bit, but yeah.
Do I understand The Flash is coming out this weekend?
Last night, matter of fact, my Brody, young Broderick, when he was a little boy. Now he dressed as every superhero there was, but he had he had eras that he went in, and he had a Flash era. And he dressed as Flash every single day, and so
I think Flash has one of the cooler.
It is cool.
Cooler outfits.
Yeah, and it gets into kind of some weird like, you know how Superman in the comic book, I think I didn't read them, but had a bizarro world.
Yeah,
there's some version of that if you get deep into the Flash thing too. Where there's like a good Flash and a bad Flash, or
I wish Adler could give us a comment on it.
Yeah, but
this guy that plays Flash, he's the law fan. Did I see him getting arrested all the time or something?
Yes,
Probably.
He's got all kinds of weird stuff, and yet they.
Well, thank you for the pressure on him, Greg.
Well, they had put so much money into this movie, and it's supposed to like reboot the whole franchise again.
And he trans,
and he's this weirdo that's like luring girls, and he had like some public intoxication,
makeup on,
fighting people in bars, and it's just he's not a great person. But Warner Brothers is like, we set this guy up to star in this film. It's supposed to reboot the whole thing, so we're gonna go ahead and just release it anyway. The guy's name is Ezra. Great, Ezra Miller.
Right.
As soon as I name my kid that, this weirdo becomes famous.
Right.
So that's great.
So that wasn't your motivation.
No. But the movie actually looks crazy. Incredible.
Let me ask you this: in the trailer I saw, did I see Batman in it too?
Yes.
Batman will show up.
What's his name is back?
Michael Keaton.
Yes.
Michael Keaton does a cameo as Batman.
He's back.
As
He's
the original Batman. Yeah.
Old Batman.
So yeah, Flash. I don't know. Brody said he went to see it last night, but I haven't talked to him, so I don't know how it went. But I think it launched last night, didn't it? So we'll see. I mean, these.
He was not one of the characters that got a lot of attention when we were kids. From the comic book.
And don't confuse him with Flash Gordon.
No, you're right. But and he also.
What's the difference?
Well, that's two different things.
Huge difference. That's two different people.
But I mean, what are their powers? How are they different?
Flash Gordon's actually he don't really have powers, does he? No. He's a regular person.
He's almost like a Batman character that just is real resourceful.
Yeah.
And he's big and strong.
The
movie
pretty good. That came out in the 80s with Queen did all the music. That was pretty. I mean, it's a stupid movie.
The Flash though, he's like he doesn't.
Ming the Merciless.
He's the real fast guy that can run.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But Flash Gordon couldn't run all that fast. But
there's Keaton.
And there was a.
That doesn't look like the outfit that he had when we were kids, though. Didn't he have the bolts like on his head on either side?
Yeah,
he did.
The one we remember.
That was the florist of FTD.
No, he did. He did.
Well, wasn't that the Flash?
Kind of.
Like
no, it was the reason
he
why.
He had the wings on his shoes.
He's got bolts.
Yeah, he was Mercury.
He does have bolts.
He's got some bolts.
See him over there.
Yeah, look at him.
But they're not as big.
But they can come in. Yeah. But the thing about there was a TV version of the Flash. Like it was on the WB or something, or the WCB something.
Elemental P.
One of those things.
WCB.
Yeah, I don't know. 10-4.
One of them letters.
10-4. and I watched it for a little while, but then it just got so. I don't like when people start doing time hops. It just gets too much for me.
His outfit, his uniform was similar to Shazam, though, right?
A little bit, yeah.
Now Shazam was his own deal.
Didn't Shazam have a movie out?
Yeah. He's actually had a sequel.
I just remember that from Saturday morning. Shazam.
No, that's over in the DC world. But I don't know much about
him.
The one I saw that was Shazam was a blonde. He had blonde hair, curly hair, didn't he?
No, you're thinking about a Great American Hero.
Yeah,
that was wrong.
Yeah. What was that?
That was just some
That was a whole different show. You're all over the road.
Yeah,
why don't you
I'm
just stay out of this category?
This is DC's Shazam, right?
Yeah. So Shazam had a TV show when we were growing up, but you're confusing
Shazam.
too.
The lightning would hit
Come
him.
on,
and he'd
right
turn
after
into-
Ultraman.
Yeah.
Right, it did.
Which was when them Japanese that their mouth don't go with it.
Right, yeah, you're right.
Drove me nuts as a kid. I was like, that ain't right.
Yeah, not many people
Mm-hmm.
use that description as a category. You know those Japanese movies where the mouths don't move right.
Yeah. For some reason, you saying it with your weak voice is it's really weird.
Well, I'm just telling you.
Where'd the weak voice come from?
I don't know.
It's been a long week.
Yeah.
Greg.
Little man's had a big week.
He has.
Just
I
too
tell
much
you
coffee.
what he's allergic to: stray dogs and stray puppies.
I'm telling you what.
Got to deliver some more tomorrow.
Yeah, make few
Greg, I will
deliveries.
tell you this. I laughed pretty hard, even though I was still under medication, seeing you fall asleep
Golly.
in this chair right here.
I had about
I thought-
3 hours sleep the night before.
I thought Adler was going to completely when his
it was uncontrollable. I couldn't stop.
Adler wasn't even able to do all of his
I
very
could hear
important
everybody fading.
interjections.
What's funny about this is Adler put the segment, because it was an important segment, needed to be discussed, out on, I guess, the
Evidently
best
not.
of or whatever for that day on Instagram. And I came in the room and Amanda was watching it, and I didn't say anything. And she said, "Is Greg sleeping during this?"
Yes.
And I said, "He
Yes.
is.
Yeah,
He
he
certainly
should.
is."
He
Matter of
should
fact, that you need to go back and listen to the next segment because we discussed that.
I actually included it in.
Oh, you did?
the-
Okay.
yes,
All right.
yes.
Oh,
Well, aren't you creative?
Oh wait, wait, never mind. It's the sorry. It's the one I put out yesterday when we were talking about the battle for the soul, and then we talk about Greg's battle to stay awake.
Okay. Yeah, that was it. Yeah,
that's what that
that's
was.
it.
Yeah, it was tough.
Two equally hard.
I was hoping you'd go all the way down.
I almost did, Bob. I almost fell out.
Caught himself one time.
Got me.
All right, guys.
You never know.
If you're
I'll say how you do what you do.
If you're wrapping up the week, that'll do it. If you got more Rick and Bubba, then hang on. Gridiron Men's Conference. I'll be seeing you guys this weekend. Looking forward to that. Catch Rick and Bubba University this weekend, and we'll talk Monday.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.